The night shift had only been mine for 3 weeks when I realized how different a store becomes after closing. The air changes, the sounds change, and somewhere between 11 p.m. and sunrise, the aisles stop feeling like a place people shop and start feeling like hallways in a building that shouldn't have anyone in it at all. I worked at a regional chain store in western Pennsylvania, the kind of place that sold a bit of everything: clothes, small appliances, snacks, seasonal decor, the works. We closed at 11, did cleaning until midnight, and then usually one or two of us finished recovery until about 1 or 2 a.m. before locking up. The incident happened on a Tuesday in late October, the kind of cold night where the parking lot lights blew halos into a thin fog. It had been a dead shift, just a couple of regulars and an elderly man buying cat food. The kind of night where you could feel the season shifting toward winter. At 11:05, the doors locked. Amanda, my shift lead, went to cash office to do counts. I started zoning the back aisles and restocking Halloween candy. I could hear the ice machine knocking in the break room, the hum of the refrigerators by frozen foods, and the occasional thump from the pipes overhead. Normal sounds. Familiar sounds. But around 11:40, the familiar sounds shifted. At first, I heard a cart moving. That wasn't strange by itself. Sometimes a stray cart rolled if the floor was slightly off level, except this wasn't that low, gradual roll. It sounded like someone was pushing it quickly, letting the wheels rattle. I stopped shelving candy and listened. Rattle, rattle, rattle. It was coming from the next aisle. I leaned slightly and peeked around the edge of the shelf. Nothing. The aisle was empty from one end to the other, fluorescent lights buzzing above, a row of discounted plastic pumpkins staring back at me. I shook it off, told myself the sound had bounced weirdly from the stockroom, and went back to zoning. But about a minute later, something small hit the floor on the far end of the aisle, plastic clacking against vinyl tile. I walked over and found a bag of fun-size M&Ms lying in the middle of the floor. I hadn't stocked that shelf yet. The bag had been pulled from the middle row, not the edge where something might fall easily. And when I looked closer, I saw that the entire bag rack had been tugged slightly forward, like someone had run their fingers under it and yanked. The tiny hairs on my neck prickled. I told myself it had to be gravity, or maybe the rack had been crooked and it slipped. But I didn't believe it, not even then. A few minutes later, Amanda came out of the cash office. She clocked my face immediately. "You look like you saw a ghost," she joked. "Did you hear anything a few minutes ago? Like a cart?" "No," she said. "Somebody in the store?" "No one should be." I lowered my voice. "I heard someone messing with candy. Something fell." She studied me for a second, then shrugged. "Weird stuff happens on night shift. Floors settle, shelves pop, you get used to it." Then she went toward the front, calling, "I'm checking bathrooms before finishing office. If someone's hiding, we'll find out." Her footsteps faded. I kept zoning, though I worked a little faster. The store felt unusually cold. I could see my breath faintly if I exhaled hard. That never happened inside. At 11:57, the speakers crackled overhead. We had a silent music and announcement system at night. Nothing should play after hours, not even static, but I heard it. A soft hissing like someone was breathing right against a microphone. The sound lasted maybe 2 seconds. I froze, staring up at the small circular speaker above my aisle. It hissed again, longer this time, almost like a slow exhale. Then a voice whispered through the static. Not words, just a single long, broken moan. I backed away from the speaker, heart pounding, and pulled out my walkie. "Amanda, you hearing the PA system?" I whispered. No response. "Amanda, you there?" Still nothing. I hurried toward the front. When I rounded the corner by seasonal decor, I saw the silhouette. A person was standing at the far end of the cookware aisle, tall, thin, facing me. They weren't moving, weren't walking, just standing perfectly still. I blinked hard. The figure didn't vanish. I fumbled for my walkie again. "Amanda, somebody's in the store." The figure stepped backward fast and then slipped behind the end cap as if they'd simply melted into the shadows. I ran toward the front of the store and nearly collided with Amanda as she came out of the customer service door. "Jesus, you okay?" she said, grabbing my arm. "There's someone in the store," I said, breath shaking. "I saw them." She didn't laugh. Not this time. "Where?" "Cookware aisle." We walked back together, Amanda leading with her flashlight raised. The aisles were dead quiet, empty, still. She swept the beam behind the end cap. Nothing. Behind the stock cart. Nothing. Under the shelves. Nothing at all. We checked every aisle. Nobody. The bathrooms. Empty. Stockroom. Empty. Back doors were locked, alarmed, untouched. After the sweep, she lowered her flashlight and said, "Probably your eyes playing tricks. Happened to me a lot when I first started. But I knew what I saw, and I knew the cold hadn't left." While she went back to the office, I returned to Halloween, though every few seconds I kept glancing around like something might appear behind me. At 12:20, the security monitor TV at the service desk flickered. I didn't see it directly. I saw the pale flash bounce across the polished floor. I walked up to the counter and stared at the screens. 8 cameras, one for each section of the store. On camera 3, housewares, I saw movement. A cart pushing itself. It rolled down the aisle steadily, like guided by invisible hands, then jerked sharply to the right, hitting a shelf hard enough to make items fall. I ran to the edge of the aisle and looked. Nothing moved. I went back to the monitors and rewound the feed. The motion was still there. The cart moving, turning, colliding. I pulled out my phone to record it, but the playback suddenly glitched. The frame smeared. The cart vanished from the footage as if overwritten. When I stopped rewinding, the screen showed an empty aisle again. I stared at it for a long time. At 12:34 a.m., a scream rang out. High. Human. Sharp. It echoed from the back of the store. I dropped everything and sprinted. Amanda came running from the office, her face pale. "You heard that too?" I gasped. "Yeah, bathrooms." We charged down the hallway, flung open the women's door. Empty. Every stall checked. No one. Men's bathroom, nothing. But the scream had been real. I know it. She knew it too, even if she didn't say it. When we stepped back into the hallway, the lights seemed dimmer, or maybe my vision was just blurred with fear. Amanda leaned against the wall, rubbing her forehead. "Okay," she said quietly. "I'm calling the store manager. Something's off." She pulled out her phone, but before she could dial, the stockroom door slammed. Hard. We both jumped. Then the door handle rattled violently. Something was yanking it from the other side. Amanda grabbed my wrist. "No, we're not opening that." The handle stopped. Then 3 slow knocks came from inside. Not pounding, not frantic, just knuckles tapping. Precise, patient. Amanda backed away. "We're leaving. We're locking up. Now." We hurried across the store, grabbing keys, shutting off aisles' lights as quickly as possible without turning our backs too long. The store felt like it was breathing around us. Every corner seemed darker than it should have been. Every shadow seemed to stretch. As we reached the front exit, the power flickered. Not a full outage, just a blink, a warning. All the speakers hissed again, and the same moaning voice whispered across the store. Longer now. Closer. Wet sounding. Like it was right behind us. Amanda shoved the key into the door lock, swearing under her breath, and yanked it open. I followed her out into the cold air so fast I nearly tripped. We locked the doors and ran to our cars. Neither of us said goodbye. I didn't look back once. The next morning, the store manager called me. Her voice was tight. "Did you and Amanda mess with anything last night?" she asked. "What do you mean?" I came in to open. Seasonal aisle was trashed, candy all over the floor, a cart tipped over on its side, housewares looked like someone threw things, and the stockroom. She paused. "What about the stockroom?" I asked. "The inside of the door was scratched," she said quietly. "Deep scratches, like someone took a screwdriver or I don't even know, and the alarms didn't trigger once. Nothing opened, nothing closed." I quit that afternoon. Amanda quit the next day. 3 months later, I drove past the store after snow rolled in, and for a moment I could see down the single dark aisle through the front windows. A cart moved, just a few inches, then stopped. No wind, no customers, just that silent store, sitting under the streetlights like something alive. I never applied for another retail job. Sometimes late at night, when a floorboard creaks in my apartment or a cabinet pops in the kitchen, I hear that same soft hiss echo in my head, the one from the ceiling speaker, the long, broken moan, and I pray I never hear it out loud again. Story the end. The closing shift at Marlin's Market had always fallen to me, mostly because I didn't mind the quiet. The store sat on the edge of a half-abandoned shopping plaza in northern Indiana, the kind of place where the parking lot lights buzzed louder than the traffic. By the time 11 p.m. rolled around, only a flicker of neon from the liquor store 2 doors down reminded me anyone else was awake at all. I'd been working there for 8 months, long enough to know which customers would show up right before closing, which ones tried to haggle over prices, and which ones leaned in too close when they talked. But nothing in the usual roster of weirdness prepared me for what began happening in late October, the month when everything around the plaza seemed to rot a little faster, leaves piling up in gutters, paint peeling from signs, night creeping in early as though it, too, wanted to shop for something in the dark. It started with the storage room door. On a normal night, I'd take returns to the back, log them, and leave the door propped open so I could hear the bell at the front counter. But one night, when I turned around after only a few seconds of sorting through expired cereal boxes, the door had swung shut behind me. Not a gentle drift, this one slammed, the kind of slam you feel in your teeth. I stood still a moment, telling myself there must have been a draft. The HVAC, maybe, or a pressure shift from a heavy truck passing on the road. Except the plaza road had been dead silent. I pushed the door open and stepped back into the store. The aisles stretched out neat and undisturbed, the fluorescent lights humming overhead. Nothing out of place. I moved on. But after that night, the storage room door developed a habit. Every time I went back there, arms loaded with boxes, receipts, or damaged goods, it shut. Hard. Even when I shoved a crate in front of it, the slam still came, followed by the crate skidding an inch as though nudged by a heavy boot. I told my manager, Rod, who laughed like he always did when I said something even vaguely unusual. "It's an old building," he said. "Everything in here is warped. Don't let it freak you out." He'd clocked out minutes later, leaving me alone with the aisles and humming lights. The second thing that happened was the whistling. The first time I heard it, I thought it was the wind slipping through the cracked front door seal. It was a thin, tuneless sound, repeating every few seconds. But when I walked toward the front of the store, the whistling stopped. When I went back to stocking shelves on aisle 4, it started again, closer this time, like someone whistling over my shoulder. I turned around quickly. Nothing. Just a shadow shifting beneath the shelves. My breath caught in my throat. I finished the shift feeling watched, as though every step I took was being measured by something standing just behind me. When I left through the back door that night, I kept my keys tightly clenched between my fingers, half expecting something to lunge from behind the dumpster. Nothing did. Still, I drove home shaking. I avoided extra shifts after that. But 2 weeks later, a new hire named Alyssa scheduled her first closing shift. She was 19, cheerful, and too inexperienced to know that retail smiles were usually masks. I didn't want her alone in the store at night, not after what I had experienced, so I volunteered to take the shift with her. The night began quietly. A handful of customers drifted through before closing, buying toothpaste or lottery tickets. At 10:30, the store went still, louder, almost, like the air itself tightened. Alyssa was cleaning the drink machine, humming under her breath, alone in the front of the store. I was in the back returning a box cutter to the supply cabinet. The storage room door stood open. I watched it for a moment, bracing for the slam. A minute passed. 2. Nothing moved. I let out a slow breath, set the box cutter on the shelf, and turned around. The door slammed shut behind me. I flinched and spun around just in time to hear the lock click. The storage room door didn't have a lock. I grabbed the handle. It didn't budge. I tried again, twisting harder, pushing my weight against it. "Alyssa," I yelled. "Hey, come back here for a second." My voice sounded muffled to my own ears, like something was absorbing it. I pressed my ear to the door, listening for footsteps. Instead, I heard breathing. Not mine. Slow, thick, as though someone stood on the other side of the door, matching their breaths to my panic. A loud crash echoed from somewhere inside the storage room behind me. I turned around just in time to see the stack of crates I'd sorted earlier topple one by one, slowly, deliberately, as though someone was pushing them over, hand over hand. I felt a wave of panic roll over me. My heart punched hard against my ribs. I pounded on the door with both fists. "Alyssa! Alyssa!" No answer. Then the whistling began from the far corner of the storage room. Not the wind, not the pipes, not something mechanical. It was a person, standing in the dark, whistling a jagged, broken tune I didn't recognize. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped my phone as I dialed the front counter. The phone rang once, twice. I heard the ringing echo faintly through the storage door. Then footsteps, but not Alyssa's. These were heavier, slow, wrong. I ended the call and pressed myself flat against the wall, staring into the dim space between the shelves. Something moved there. A shadow, broad shoulders, long arms, shifting in the aisle's darkness. The whistling stopped. The breathing grew louder. My phone buzzed in my hand. I nearly screamed. The screen lit up with a text. From Alyssa. Where did you go? Thought you went to the bathroom. My mouth went dry. I typed back with trembling fingers. I'm in the storage room. Door is stuck. Come open it now. No reply. The shadow between the shelves shifted again, this time inches closer. I pressed myself harder against the wall. My legs felt numb. Then the breathing stopped. A gentle tap echoed from the shelves, like knuckles brushing cardboard. Then another tap, closer. Then another, too close. I shut my eyes for a second, panic threatening to choke me. When I opened them, I wished I hadn't. A hand, pale, long-fingered, slipped out from between two crates. The fingers curled slightly, beckoning. The nails were too dark, as though stained with something old. The hand moved like it wasn't quite sure how hands were supposed to behave. I froze. I couldn't scream. Couldn't move. My body refused. The hand receded slowly, slipping back behind the crates. Then the whistling returned, right behind me. I spun, back hitting the shelves. No one was there. The door behind me flew open. I stumbled forward as the pressure released, nearly falling into Alyssa, who steadied me. Jesus, you're white as a sheet, she said, frowning. Are you okay? The handle was stuck or something. Before I could answer, a loud crash came from the far end of the store. Alyssa jumped. What was that? Don't, I whispered, grabbing her wrist as she started toward the noise. We're leaving. But we're leaving. Now. Something slammed against the far back wall, something heavy, like a shelf tipping. We both flinched. I didn't wait for her to argue. I dragged her toward the front, grabbed my keys, and shoved open the door. The cold air hit us like a slap. We didn't stop running until we reached our cars. I drove home shaking again, but this time with a certainty thudding in my chest. I wasn't coming back for another closing shift. The next morning, I told Rod I was done with nights. He rolled his eyes. Look, I know the place is creepy, but come on, I interrupted. I quit if you schedule me another closing shift. He stared at me for a moment, then muttered something about kids being dramatic and walked away. But I noticed something new in his expression. Fear. Real fear. The kind that comes from recognition, not disbelief. So I waited until he left, then asked one of the older employees, Sandy, if she'd ever experienced anything strange during her shifts. She pressed her lips together. You too? She asked softly. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? She looked over her shoulder, making sure no customers were in earshot. Last fall, before you were hired, one of the Night Stalkers quit. Wouldn't tell anybody why. Told Rod something followed him out of the storage room, something that whistled. My skin prickled. Whistled? She nodded slowly. Rod knew. I think he still does. I asked her if anyone else had experienced it. She didn't answer, just walked away, leaving me standing there feeling colder than I had in that storage room. I transferred to morning shifts. Alyssa quit a week later after working a single night alone. I didn't ask her why. I didn't need to. The look in her eyes told me enough. The store still stands. I drive past it sometimes. The neon sign flickers. A single car sits in the lot most nights. Someone else has taken closing shifts now. I wonder if they hear the whistling. Sometimes, if I pass late enough, I imagine I can hear it through my car window, thin, tuneless, drifting across the empty parking lot. And I drive faster. But there's one thing I've never told anyone. Not Rod, not Sandy, not even Alyssa. It happened the night I escaped the storage room. Later, when I got home, I took off my sweatshirt. There were 4 long, dark streaks across the back, lines that looked like they'd been drawn by fingers. I had never leaned against anything dirty in that room. Those marks weren't dirt, they weren't dust, and they weren't mine. Some nights, even now, when my house settles or the wind slips through cracks, I hear that same broken whistle drifting through the dark halls. Faint. Searching, as if something followed me home after all. Story the end. The first thing you learn working retail is that people can be strange. The second thing you learn is that sometimes strange doesn't even begin to cover it. I'd worked at a 24-hour discount store off Highway 17 for almost 3 years by the time everything happened. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid my bills and usually kept life predictable. Usually. The store sat at the edge of town, right where streetlights gave up and the woods pressed in close. In the daytime, it looked like any other bargain chain, flickering fluorescence, uneven tile, a faint smell of dust and cleaner that never went away. At night, though, the entire place shifted. The aisles seemed longer, the corners darker, and every sound echoed just a little bit too much. Midnight shifts always gave me an uneasy feeling, like the building itself was listening. It started on a Wednesday. I remember that because Wednesdays were always dead. Around 11 p.m., the last trickle of customers left and the parking lot turned quiet except for the hum of the highway. Only 3 of us were working, me at the front, Ashley in the stockroom, and Calvin guarding the electronics cage like it contained national secrets. I was zoning the front aisles, straightening candy bars, front-facing chips, when I noticed someone at the end of the aisle. A tall man, too thin, wearing a long gray coat that brushed the tops of his boots. Nothing weird about that. What bothered me was that he wasn't shopping. He wasn't moving at all, just standing, facing away from me, completely still. Need help finding anything? I called. He didn't answer or turn his head. Maybe he had headphones in. People came in at night to warm up, wander around, kill time. Nothing unusual. I went back to my shelf, but when I glanced up again, he was gone. I didn't hear him walk away. The aisle had been silent the whole time. I brushed off the discomfort. Long shifts make you see things out of the corner of your eye. That's what I told myself. Close to midnight, I headed to the front counter to grab my water bottle and saw the man again, this time standing near the greeting cards. He had a hand resting on one of the shelves, like he needed support. His coat looked even longer now, almost touching the floor. What got me was his posture, rigid, stiff, like every joint in his body resisted movement. "You all right there?" I asked. He lifted his head slowly, like it weighed too much. I still couldn't see his face clearly from where I stood. The overhead light above him flickered so hard it strobed, but I could tell his skin was pale, almost grayish. I waited for an answer, but he simply turned and walked deeper into the store with long, deliberate steps. When Ashley came up front a few minutes later, I told her, "There's a guy in a huge gray coat wandering around. Doesn't seem right." "Homeless, maybe?" she said. "We get a lot more of them when it gets cold." "Maybe. Just something's off." She shrugged. "I'll keep an eye out." Around 12:40 a.m., the register screen glitched. It went black for a second before rebooting. Then the store lights dimmed, humming as they fought to stay on. Power dips weren't unusual. We were right next to the woods, and storms messed with the lines a lot. But tonight, the sky was clear. "Cal?" I called, picking up the store phone. "Everything good in electronics?" Static hissed through the speaker. I tapped the cradle, tried again. More static. I hung up and tried to call the stockroom. Same static. Before I could try again, the front doors slid open. A rush of cold air swept in, colder than it should have been for late fall. The doors usually chimed when they opened, but now they were silent. What made me freeze was the fact that no one was standing there. No car had pulled up. No footsteps approached. The doors opened as if someone invisible walked through. I stepped around the counter, heart thudding, and approached the entrance. The parking lot was empty. The only sound came from the buzzing lights above me. The doors slid shut. Then, from behind me, a soft scraping sound. I turned. The man in the gray coat stood about 20 feet away, right in the middle of the main aisle. Only this time I could see him clearly. His coat was filthy, stained with something dark along the hem, and his skin had an unnatural sunken look, like all the moisture had drained from him. His eyes weren't quite right either. They looked cloudy, unfocused, but still fixed in my direction. Not at me, through me. As if he wasn't seeing the store at all. He lifted one hand, jerkily, and pointed toward aisle 9, the seasonal aisle. I didn't move. He pointed again. Then he started walking toward it, his boots scraping the floor with each slow step. My chest tightened. I backed up toward the counter, debating whether to run to the stockroom or grab the phone and dial 911, even if the line was full of static. Before I could decide, Ashley's voice came from the break room hallway. "Hey, did the lights flicker for you too?" I whipped around. "Ashley, where's Calvin?" "Still in electronics, I think." "Why? What's—" When she reached the counter and saw my face, she stopped talking. "What happened?" I turned back toward the aisle where the man had walked. He was gone. But the overhead lights down aisle 9 flickered violently, one after the other, like something was moving beneath them. "You see that, right?" I whispered. Ashley nodded, stepping closer. "What is?" A crash sounded from the back of the store, something heavy, then another. Calvin shouted from the electronics section, "Is someone back there? Hello?" Ashley and I exchanged looks, and adrenaline surged through me. "You stay here," I said. "I'm checking on him." "No way. I'm coming." We moved together quickly, staying close to the middle of the store where the lights were strongest. The aisles to either side were eerily still. Too quiet. No background music, no hum from the cooler units, nothing. Just our footsteps. When we reached electronics, we found Calvin standing behind the locked cabinet, holding a metal flashlight like a club. "What the hell is going on?" he asked. The TVs all glitched at once. Every screen went white and started buzzing. A loud bang echoed from the back of the store. We all turned toward aisle 9. Without warning, every product on the seasonal shelves, plastic pumpkins, fake leaves, string lights, fell simultaneously, crashing to the ground in a wave. Not knocked over by someone, not nudged. They fell straight down as if gravity suddenly pulled them twice as hard. Then the man's voice drifted from the aisle, soft, raspy, not directed at us, but chanting something. Repeating a phrase I couldn't understand. Ashley grabbed my arm. "We need to leave." I nodded. "Straight out the front. Now." We backed away slowly, keeping eyes on the aisle entrance. When we reached the front area, the doors remained stubbornly shut. Normally, they opened automatically within 3 feet, but they didn't move at all. I pushed at them. They didn't budge. Calvin tried too. Nothing. "What the hell?" he muttered. "Power's on. They should be working." Behind us, something scraped along the floor. Not footsteps, dragging, like someone pulling a heavy object. We turned. The man stood at the end of the aisle again, except this time he wasn't standing in the normal way. His body looked twisted, slanted, like his joints bent in the wrong directions. His head was tilted so far to the side it nearly rested on his shoulder. His coat hung oddly now, bunched and stretched as if something underneath had changed shape. His eyes, those clouded, lifeless eyes, were fixed on us. He took one step forward. The dragging sound followed. Ashley whimpered. "Please open," she whispered at the doors, slamming her hands on them. The man took another step. Then the fire alarm suddenly blared, shrill and deafening. The lights snapped to full brightness. The doors jolted open, and the freezing air rushed back in. We didn't think. We ran. All 3 of us bolted into the parking lot, not stopping until we reached the far end near the dumpsters. The alarm still screamed behind us, echoing into the night. When we finally turned back to the building, the man wasn't following us. He wasn't anywhere. But the front doors were wide open, and the lights near aisle 9 were still flickering. We called the police. They searched the building top to bottom. No man in a gray coat. No signs of forced entry. No footprints on the tile except ours. The security cameras? All footage between 12:30 a.m. and 12:55 a.m. was static. Not corrupted, not missing, just pure static for 25 full minutes. Company management chalked it up to a malfunction. They made us finish our shifts in daylight hours for a week. After that, we were back to normal scheduling. Back to the night shift. But nothing was normal after that. Every now and then, maybe once every few weeks, the automatic doors open on their own again. No one there. No wind. Just a sudden blast of cold air. Sometimes aisle 9 products fall off the shelves in the middle of the night, all at once. And once, while zoning the front aisles again, I saw a long gray coat at the end of an aisle. Not a person. Just the coat. Hanging off a hook that hadn't been there the moment before. I quit 2 months later. I still drive past the store sometimes on my way home, and even from the road, I swear I can see someone standing just inside the doors around midnight. Too tall. Too still. Coat brushing the floor. I don't look long enough to make sure. Some things you don't want confirmed. Story, the end. The rumbling HVAC system in the ceiling always made the closing shift feel emptier than it really was, like the entire store was breathing slow and heavy in the dark. I'd worked at Harbor Point Superstore in coastal Virginia for 3 years, long enough to know the rhythms, the last-minute coupon hunters, the bored teenagers killing time, the exhausted parents making one final, desperate grocery run before bedtime. But nothing. Not even the blackout storm of 22 or the armed shoplifter we had once caught stealing razor blades, compared to what happened during the winter of my 3rd year. It was early December, the kind of cold that strips the color from your knuckles and leaves your breath in the air like cigarette smoke. The holiday rush was peaking, but that night, a Wednesday, had gone oddly quiet after 9:30. A few stragglers wandered the aisles, scanning shelves half-stocked by exhausted seasonal workers. I was supposed to be doing recovery in home goods, face-down bulky blankets people had dug through and realigned the towers of scented candles that never stayed upright. But Brandon, the shift lead, had asked me to cover the front for a bit. "Just until the carts are pushed in," he'd said, sounding annoyed before the task even began. Our cart guy had called out again, and Brandon was the only one trained for lot duty. "If it gets busy, radio me." It almost never got busy after 10 on a weekday. I leaned against the counter, scanning the store beyond the security gates. A long stretch of polished floor reflecting rows of fluorescent light disappeared into shadow near the back. Everything looked normal, orderly, even. But the silence was wrong. The HVAC wasn't rumbling. There were no distant beeps of price scanners from the electronics department, no shelving carts squeaking from the stockroom. It felt like the store was holding its breath. Then someone cleared their throat. I straightened. A man stood at the far end of register 4 where the conveyor belt was still turned off. I hadn't heard him walk up. He wasn't holding anything, not even a basket, just standing still with his shoulders slightly hunched. "Hi," I said, voice catching a little. "You ready to check out?" The man didn't respond. His hood was pulled low over his face, even though it wasn't raining outside. A long dark coat draped off him like it was too heavy for the bones underneath. His shoes were soaked, dripping small puddles onto the floor, not snowy wet, not slushy, drenched like he'd stepped through deep water. "Sir?" I asked again. Slowly, he raised his head. His face was wrong, not in any monstrous, supernatural way at first glance, just off. His skin had a pale grayish tint, the kind you see on people waiting too long in ERs or on late-night public transit. His eyes were sunken but sharp, bright in the fluorescent light. Too bright. "I can't find her," he said. It wasn't what he said that made my skin crawl, but how he said it. Like the words were heavy gravel grinding out of his throat, slow and wet. "Find who?" I asked, trying to stay calm. "My wife," he whispered. I glanced around, expecting a woman to appear from behind an end cap or push a cart full of clearance towels toward us, but the store remained painfully empty. "Maybe she's in another department," I said. "Did you come in together?" His lips twitched upward, not in a smile, but like he was trying to remember how to make the expression. "We came from the water," he whispered. I opened my mouth, then closed it. Something wasn't right. I reached for the small black radio clipped to my hip. "Brandon, can you come to the front?" "Guest assistance," I said calmly, thumb pressed hard to keep my hand from shaking. "Copy," Brandon said after a moment. He sounded winded, like he'd been running carts faster than usual. The man stepped closer to the conveyor belt. The automatic register lights flickered on even though I hadn't touched anything. The scanner beeped, once, sharply, as if something invisible had passed over it. "Do you have her?" he asked. I don't know who you're talking about, sir." "My wife." His voice grew colder, flatter. "She was holding my hand. We were crossing the bridge. The waves were high, higher than they should have been. The water took her, pulled her under." I swallowed. "That sounds really serious. Maybe you should." "She came into your store." His jaw clenched so hard I heard his teeth grind. "She came here. I followed her tracks." My heartbeat thumped unevenly. "We close in 10 minutes, was all I managed. His eyes bored into mine. "You have her." Before I could answer, Brandon jogged in through the front doors, breath steaming in the cold air. "What seems to be the pro?" Brandon began, but stopped when he saw the man. I expected Brandon to ask him to step aside, maybe direct him to customer service. But instead, his face drained of color. "Sir," Brandon said, voice suddenly small, "you need to leave." The man turned his head toward Brandon, almost mechanically. "She came here," he repeated. "She is here." Brandon shook his head firmly. "This area is under cameras. If you don't leave now, we'll have to call." Every security gate in front of the registers slammed down halfway, stopping with a metallic shriek. The lights overhead flickered out, then back on, buzzing angrily. The man didn't move. Brandon reached for his own radio. Code black, front end, now. Code black meant security breach. No one responded, not from the back office, not from electronics, not from stockroom, just static. Finally, the man's expression softened, but in a way that only made things worse. Something like grief or hunger passed over his face. She would have come here, he murmured. She loved warm places. She hated the cold. She would have looked for light. I took a step back from the counter. The man stepped forward. Sir, don't, I managed. But the man wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring at the ceiling. No, listening. Drip, drip, drip. Water was falling from the HVAC vent above Register 2, tiny droplets at first, then a steady trickle, then a pour. The ceiling tile sagged dangerously as water soaked through it. Then the tile collapsed, but instead of splashing water and insulation, something fell with it. A hand, small, bloated, gray-blue, fingers swollen, nails cracked. Then the rest of her followed, a woman's body, soaked, limp, tangled hair dripping onto the counter, dropped from the dark hole above, landing with a sickening wet slap. She wore a long, tattered dress. Seaweed clung to her legs. Her skin was wrinkled like she'd been underwater far too long. She lifted her head slowly. Her eyes were white, completely white. My breath lodged in my throat. The man exhaled, a trembling sound. There you are, he whispered. The woman didn't look at him. She looked at me, and she smiled. I stumbled backward so fast I hit the cigarette cabinet behind me. Brandon grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the employee door. Go, he hissed. Go now. The woman's wet feet slapped onto the linoleum as she slid off the counter, standing in a collapsed posture that shouldn't have supported her weight. Her joints moved like they had forgotten how to bend. The man stepped toward her, but she didn't acknowledge him. She kept her terrible white eyes locked on me. Don't leave me, the man begged her, voice cracking. The woman lifted her arm, pointing at us. The lights went out, pitch black. Then, screaming. Brandon yanked me backward through the employee door, slamming it behind us. I heard banging on the other side, wet, heavy banging, and the screeching grind of the metal gate outside being rattled. We didn't stop running until we reached the stockroom's back exit. Brandon fumbled with the alarm override, hands shaking so badly he dropped the key twice. When the door finally flew open, freezing air hit us like a slap. We sprinted into the loading dock lot. A low, distant groan echoed from inside the store, a sound like shifting metal and cracking beams. Then silence. Police arrived 10 minutes later. When they entered the store, everything was normal. No water damage, no collapsed ceiling tile, no footprints, no bodies, no strange man or drowned woman. The only thing out of place was the registers. Lights blinking, scanners running non-stop like they'd been detecting items no one could see. Brandon quit the next morning. I stayed another 2 months, mostly because I needed the paycheck. But I avoided the front end. I avoided the aisles near the HVAC vents. I avoided the store at night altogether. I still dream about the woman sometimes. The way her eyes locked onto mine. The way her drenched feet sounded as they hit the floor. The way she smiled. Like she knew me. Like she'd found me. And sometimes when I'm standing alone in a quiet room, I swear I hear it again. Drip, drip, drip. Story, the end. The first time I ever worked the closing shift alone at Brightleaf Market, I remember thinking how harmless the place looked after hours. It was a mid-sized grocery store in upstate New York, the kind that still had real tile floors instead of polished concrete, humming fluorescent lights that flickered on cold nights, and aisles arranged in an old-fashioned grid you could navigate blindfolded if you'd spent enough time there. I had. I'd worked there for almost 3 years when the worst night of my life happened. The store closed at 11 p.m. on weekdays. On a normal night, 2 closers handled the final sweep. Me on the register and my coworker, usually someone like Kayla or Joe, doing carts and facing shelves. But that night, Kayla had called out sick, and Joe had traded shifts to take his girlfriend to some concert down in Albany. That left me, the reliable one, according to our manager, to handle everything myself. I remember checking the time on the dim clock above Register 3, 10:43 p.m. 13 minutes before closing, and the store was dead quiet except for the low drone of freezers in the frozen aisle. Only one customer remained, an older man walking slowly through aisle 7 with a plastic basket dangling from his hand. I didn't think anything of him at first. People came in late all the time, but the first odd thing was that he'd been in the store since around 10:10. I'd seen him come in out of the corner of my eye. He moved at the same slow, deliberate pace, like every item he touched required long consideration. Even weirder, he kept glancing up at the convex security mirrors mounted at each aisle corner. Not in the casual way people do, but like he was checking to see whether something was behind him. I knew better than to bother him. Corporate drilled into us that pressuring customers near closing was a good way to earn complaints. Still, something about him made the tiny hairs on my arms rise. Maybe it was his clothes, an old brown coat that looked too heavy for the season and dark slacks that seemed slightly too big for his thin frame. Or maybe it was his face, pale, sagging, with dark, watery eyes that didn't blink much. At 10:49, I called the usual announcement over the intercom. Attention customers, the time is now 10:50. Brightleaf Market will be closing in 10 minutes. Please bring all final purchases to the front. The man immediately froze in the cereal aisle, his head tilted slightly, not toward me, but toward that overhead speaker like he was listening for something beneath my voice. Then he resumed walking, even slower than before. I tried to shake it off. Not every creepy customer is a threat. Sometimes people are just odd. By 11 then, the lights near the back dimmed automatically the way they always did, signaling employees to start shutting things down. I walked a loop to make sure no one else was inside. When I passed the cereal aisle again, he wasn't there. I turned down aisle 9. Empty. Aisle 10. Empty. Then I heard shuffling from aisle 3, the baking goods section. Sure enough, there he was, standing with his basket still nearly empty, staring at the shelves like he couldn't read the labels. "Sir?" I tried to keep my voice steady. "We're closed now, but I can help ring up what you've got." He didn't react, not even a twitch. "Sir?" Slowly, too slowly, he turned his head toward me. His eyes didn't match the movement. They slid toward me a half second after his face did. My stomach tightened. "Yes," he finally said, voice hoarse like he hadn't spoken for days. "Yes, I'm done." He looked down at his basket as though noticing it for the first time. It contained only a can of soup and a pack of batteries. I forced a polite smile. "Right this way." He followed, but his footsteps were nearly silent. Soft. Careful, like he didn't want anyone to know where he was. When we reached the register, I scanned the items quickly. I wanted him out. "That'll be $7.83, I said. He didn't reach for a wallet. Instead, he stared past me toward the automatic doors. "They shouldn't be unlocked," he murmured. I blinked. "Sir, they lock after we leave. They stay unlocked until—" "No," he interrupted, eyes narrowing. "Someone came in." My body turned cold. Goosebumps rose across my back like a wave. "There's no one else here," I said carefully. "I checked." He leaned closer and I caught a faint smell, dust and something metallic like old coins. "They came in," he whispered. "I saw them, behind me, in the mirror." I swallowed. My heart began to pound painfully in my chest. "Sir who?" His lips trembled. "Don't make me say it." The automatic doors slid open just then, an abrupt breath of cold night air whipping past us, but no one was there. The man's eyes widened. The basket slipped from his hand and hit the floor. "Do you see now?" he whispered. My brain raced. Maybe the sensor malfunctioned. It happened sometimes when leaves blew past, but the night was still, no wind, and those doors were heavy, too heavy to open without something triggering them. My voice came out thinner than I liked. "It's nothing. Probably the sensor. Let's just finish up and you can head out." He backed away. "I'm not going out there." I stared at him. "Sir, I can't." A sharp clatter echoed from somewhere in the back of the store. Something metallic hitting tile. My blood froze. The man flinched harder than I did. "Don't go look," he said sharply. "Don't." "I have to," I whispered, though every cell in my body screamed against it. He shook his head violently. "They hide. They watch. They wait until you turn your back." "Who?" I snapped, fear turning to frustration. His face twisted with something I couldn't read. Fear, guilt, maybe recognition of something he'd seen before. "You don't want to know." Another sound, this time deeper, a dull thud from the stockroom doors. I grabbed the small flashlight we kept under the register. It was laughable, flimsy, but it made me feel a little less helpless. "I'll be right back," I said, though I doubted that was true. He didn't try to stop me this time. He just stared toward the back, trembling so hard his coat sleeves shook. The store felt different now, like the air had thickened into something wet and cold. Every step I took echoed too loudly in the emptiness. When I reached the stockroom door, I pushed it open just a crack. Darkness. The overhead motion light should have flicked on. It didn't. I stepped inside and shined the flashlight around. The beam shook because my hands wouldn't stay steady. The pallets and shelves were where they should be. Nothing overturned, nothing broken. Then I heard breathing. Slow. Deep. Not mine. I whipped the flashlight toward the sound. The beam caught the edge of a shelf. Then something shifted behind it, too large to be a rat, too smooth to be a person. I stepped back, heart slamming against my ribs. Hello? My voice cracked. Who's back there? No answer. Then the breathing stopped. The silence felt worse. I backed out of the stockroom quickly, slamming the door shut. I didn't care about protocol anymore. When I returned to the registers, the old man was gone. His soup, his batteries, basket, gone. Sir? I called hesitantly. Nothing. The front doors remained closed now, locked again as if they'd never opened. I checked the sidewalk outside. Empty. A sinking dread twisted in my stomach. I didn't hear the footsteps until they were right behind me. Soft. Careful. Not like the old man's. I spun around, flashlight raised. No one. But something brushed the sleeve of my uniform, light, like fingertips or the trailing edge of fabric. I stumbled backward into the counter, breath catching painfully in my throat. The store lights flickered overhead. Once, twice, then steadied. I forced myself to breathe, to think. I needed to get out. Leave everything and go. But policy required me to set the alarms before locking up. The panel was near the front doors, a 20-foot walk that felt like a gauntlet. I moved slowly, eyes darting down each aisle. Every shadow looked wrong. Every product display seemed like it hid someone crouching behind it. Halfway to the alarm panel, the overhead speaker crackled to life. But it wasn't my voice this time. It was whispering. Faint. Like someone speaking from far away through static. I froze. Please don't. My stomach lurched. The voice trembled with panic, like someone pleading moments before something terrible happened. Help me. Please help. My hand instinctively reached toward the speaker grill overhead, though I knew that was pointless. Then the voice grew slightly louder, not by volume, but proximity, like whatever was speaking had moved closer to the microphone. They're here. I bolted. I didn't care about alarms or procedures. I sprinted to the front doors and shoved them open manually. The cold night slammed into me like a blessing. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. Even then, when I fumbled my keys and dropped them, I almost cried from sheer panic. Before driving away, I looked back at the store. One light flickered near aisle 7, the same aisle the old man had stared down for nearly 40 minutes. And for a split second, I saw something move there. Tall. Too tall. A shape without a clear outline, like a shadow stretched upright. Watching. I peeled out of the parking lot and didn't look back again. The next morning, I told my manager I quit. I didn't tell him why. I knew he wouldn't believe me. Hell, I barely believed myself. A week later, I drove by the store just once to see if it was still standing. It was, but I noticed something odd posted to the sliding doors, a small printed sign taped crookedly to the glass. Stockroom temporarily closed due to maintenance issues. I knew what that meant, though. They'd heard something, too. Maybe seen something. Maybe whatever hid in that stockroom hadn't been hiding at all. It had been waiting. I still have nightmares about that night, about the voice whispering through the speakers, about the slow breathing behind the stockroom shelves. But the worst dreams are the ones where I'm standing in aisle 7, staring into that convex mirror above the cereal row, and there's something behind me. Tall, shifting, smiling in a way no human face ever should. Story the end. It started on an early winter evening, the kind where the sun seems to give up too soon and the cold sinks straight into your bones. I was the closing manager for a mid-sized discount retail store off Highway 17 in northern Colorado. It wasn't the kind of place anyone aspired to work, but it paid better than fast food and offered full-time hours if you were willing to cover every shift no one else wanted. That usually meant early mornings, late nights, and the eerie in-between periods where the store was open, but the town outside felt like it had already gone to sleep. On that particular night, our store was oddly quiet. We were approaching Christmas, and the aisles normally buzzed with frantic shoppers trying to complete lists and stretch their budgets. But a snowstorm warning had started in the late afternoon, and by 6 o'clock, the flow of customers trickled into almost nothing. By 7, there were just 3 employees left: me, a cashier named Denise, and a new hire named Brody who worked recovery. We were supposed to close at 10, but corporate insisted that unless the roads were officially shut down, we stayed open and captured every possible sales opportunity. They never had to stay out late in empty stores, listening to the creaks and groans of a building that felt too old for its own good. Around 8:30, a man walked in wearing a long, dark coat dusted with snow. His hood was pulled up, and he kept his head angled downward. I noticed him because he didn't shake himself off or stomp his boots like most customers did after coming in from the cold. Instead, he glided through the entry like he'd been standing outside for hours, unmoving, untouched by the wind or snow. He passed by my register without a glance and headed straight toward the back of the store. Denise followed him with her eyes and then looked at me. "Do we still have cameras up in seasonal?" she asked. "We should. Why?" "That dude gives me the creeps." "You've been saying that about every customer tonight." She shrugged, but her eyes stayed fixed on the emptier aisles behind the shoe section. Minutes passed. 10, 15, 20. No sign of the man in the coat. I told Brody to sweep the back aisles and make sure everything was okay. He hesitated a little bit, which was unusual for him. He was 18, built like a linebacker, and generally fearless in that way teenagers are before life humbles them. "You think he's stealing?" he asked. "Just check on him. Tell him we're closing soon." Brody grumbled but headed off. More minutes passed. No one came back. I paged Brody. No answer. I paged him again. Nothing. "Seriously?" I muttered and turned to Denise. "Stay where I can see you. If someone else walks in, call for me. I'll go check." "I don't like this," she said quietly. "He didn't even look at anything. He just walked back there. It's fine. It's just some guy trying to stay warm." But I didn't fully believe that. I grabbed my walkie and headed toward the back of the store, moving past the last few flickering fluorescent lights. Something felt wrong as soon as I crossed into the appliance aisle. I knew the store's noises, the hum of the HVAC system, the buzzing lights, the settling of the metal shelving, but this felt different. The air was unnaturally still, too still, like the whole store was holding its breath. "Brody?" I called out. No answer. "Come on, man. Where are you?" Still nothing. I checked the toy aisle. Empty. Seasonal. Empty. Hardware. Empty. When I finally reached the stockroom door, I noticed it was slightly open. Not locked. Not latched. We were required to keep it secured during store hours. The only people who should have been able to open it were me and Denise. Brody didn't have the code yet. I pulled the door open slowly. "Brody? You back here?" The stockroom was dark, except for one emergency light flickering near the far wall. Shadows stretched unnaturally long across pallets and cardboard boxes. I stepped inside, listening for any sign of movement. There was a faint scraping sound. Not loud, not near me. Deeper in. The kind of sound you hear when someone drags something heavy across concrete, or when something drags itself. My heart thudded painfully in my chest. I clicked on my flashlight app and swept the beam across the room. I didn't see anyone. I walked farther, reaching the center of the stockroom. Boxes were scattered across the floor as if someone had moved through in a hurry, or been chased. "Brody," I hissed. "Quit screwing around." Another sound. Closer this time. A faint exhale, like someone breathing just behind a tower of boxes. I raised my phone. The light stuttered across cardboard edges, metal shelving, shrink-wrapped pallets. Then it landed on a shape, a person, kneeling, back turned to me, head bowed. "Brody?" I whispered, no answer. I stepped closer, the sound of my own heartbeat filling my ears. I reached out and touched his shoulder. He jerked around, eyes wide, face pale. "Don't," he mouthed, rather than spoke. His voice was almost gone. "Don't talk." "Why? What happened?" He shook his head violently. Behind me, somewhere in the back of the stockroom, there was a soft, dragging step. Then another. Brody's trembling hand pointed past me, but he didn't speak. I turned slowly. The man in the coat stood at the far end of the room. He wasn't facing us. He was standing, head down, hood forward, as still as a statue. But something about him was wrong. His coat was dry now. Completely dry, no melting snow at his feet. He hadn't been in the store long enough for that. As I stared, his head twitched to the side. Not a normal movement, more like a glitch, a broken motion. Then again, faster, more erratic, like something trying to imitate a human gesture but getting the timing wrong. I grabbed Brody's arm. We're leaving. He didn't argue. We moved quietly, circling the boxes, trying to stay out of the man's line of sight. The moment we reached the stockroom door, the lights flickered overhead. Then the man moved, fast, too fast. I didn't see him walk. I didn't see him run. He was simply closer, 15 feet from us. Head still down, shoulders rising with slow, unnatural breaths. I shoved Brody into the store and slammed the stockroom door. There was no lock, but it felt like the only barrier between us and that thing. We sprinted toward the front, shouting for Denise. She was already there, eyes wide, clutching her phone. "What the hell was that sound?" she cried. It came through the speakers, like whispering. "We're leaving," I said. "Now." "But we can't close early." "Now." We ran for the entrance. I looked back once. The man was stepping out of the stockroom, still slow, still bent forward, but somehow covering too much distance in each step, like the floor moved beneath him instead of the other way around. We bolted into the snowy parking lot. Denise locked the doors behind us, but the lights inside the store flicked wildly, flashing like a warning signal. Something moved behind the glass, but the storm was growing heavier, and we couldn't see clearly through the snow. We didn't wait. We got into our cars and peeled out of the lot, tires slipping. I didn't stop driving until I reached my apartment. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, before dawn, the district manager called. The alarm had gone off at 2 a.m. Police responded. They found the store empty, with no signs of forced entry, no footprints inside, no strange man in a coat. Nothing. But they found something else. The stockroom security camera had recorded 4 full minutes of footage before the system crashed. In it, you could see Brody standing alone in the center of the room, staring at something just out of frame, his mouth open in a silent scream. His hands shook. His body trembled. But no sound came through the feed. And there was no sign of the man, not until the last 3 seconds. In the final flicker before the camera cut out, you could see a shape behind Brody. Too tall, too thin. Hood pulled over its head, standing so close it should have been touching him, but it never quite did, just hovered, watching. When I got to work that day, the store felt different, colder, emptier. Every aisle that used to be familiar felt wrong somehow, as if something had been left behind that we couldn't see. Corporate blamed the incident on a malfunctioning climate unit causing auditory hallucinations and camera interference caused by electrical issues. They dismissed the figure in the video as a shadow artifact. Brody quit that afternoon. Denise transferred 2 weeks later. I stayed, mostly because I needed the money, but closing shifts were never the same. Every night, I felt that same unnatural stillness settle over the store after the last customer left. Sometimes I'd hear soft breathing between the shelves when no one was there. Sometimes a coat sleeve would disappear around a corner, even when I knew we were empty. And sometimes, when I walked past the stockroom door, I'd swear I saw a dark figure standing just out of the camera's view, waiting. The worst part? The footprints. Every morning when the opener arrived, there were wet footprints leading from the back of the store to the stockroom door. Long, thin prints. As if someone had been wandering the aisles all night. Someone who never melted snow off his coat. Someone who never left through the doors. Someone who might still be in there, just beyond the reach of the cameras, waiting for another slow night. Waiting for someone to wander too far into the dark. Story, the end. The overnight shift at Marshland Value and Supply always felt longer than it should have, especially in winter, when the parking lot stayed dark until nearly 8. I'd taken the job after moving back to my hometown in Ohio, thinking it would be temporary, 3 months at most, while I figured out something better. That was nearly 2 years ago. By then, I knew every sound of the store, every aisle's quirks, every regular who wandered through, even at odd hours. But nothing prepared me for what happened during my last month there. The December I still can't talk about without feeling my skin crawl. On most nights, it was just me and one other employee until the early morning crew arrived. That December, it was usually me and a college kid named Riley, a quiet 19-year-old who kept to himself and liked to do all the stocking at once before disappearing into the back room with headphones. I hated that. Not because he wasn't doing his work, he did and he was good at it, but because I didn't like being the only person on the floor when weird customers came in. And that month, there were more weird customers than usual. It started on a Tuesday around 1:30 a.m. I was zoning the aisles, making sure the shelves looked full, when I saw a man standing in the middle of housewares. Just standing there. Tall, coat too thin for December, hands in his pockets, staring at the shelves of plastic storage bins like he'd forgotten why he was there. We hadn't heard the door chime. "Hey, sir?" I called, keeping my voice steady. "Need help finding something?" He didn't move, didn't even flinch. His head tilted just slightly like he heard me but wasn't sure if I'd spoken to him. I stepped a little closer, but not too close. Something felt off. "We're closing registers soon for cleaning, but you can still look around." His head turned toward me, but only his head, not his body, and I saw his face fully. Pale, like he hadn't been outside in weeks, eyes too wide, pupils huge, and the expression not angry, not confused, just empty, like nobody was home. Without saying a word, he turned and walked down the aisle fast, not slow, just steady. But his footsteps made no sound, which hit me as strange only a moment later. "Riley?" I called over the radio clipped to my apron. "You see someone come in?" A few seconds passed. Then, "What?" "No, I've been in the back." "Why?" "We've got a customer acting strange." "Tell him we're closed," he mumbled, barely listening. But by the time I followed the man to the next aisle, he wasn't there. I scanned the store. Nothing. It wasn't a big place. If someone walked away, you heard them, saw them, something. But he was gone. The door never chimed again. I told myself he must have slipped out quietly an earlier moment without me noticing. I even checked the cameras later on my break, but the system glitched that exact 10-minute span. Just static. It wasn't the first time the cameras bugged out, so I shrugged it off. But after that night, things escalated. 2 days later, Riley came rushing out of the stockroom looking more awake than I'd ever seen him. "Did you say something?" he asked. "No." "Why?" "I heard someone say my name, clear as day. Behind me." "Maybe someone outside," I offered. He shook his head. It was in the room. We both tried to brush it off, but the feeling of being watched only grew heavier each night. By mid-December, customers began complaining about odd things. Someone swore they saw a man crouching behind the toy aisle shelves, but when they pointed him out, he was gone. A woman told me a figure followed her for 2 aisles but disappeared when she turned around. A regular old-timer, the type who used to joke with us, walked in, froze, and immediately walked back out without getting anything. When I ran outside to ask if everything was okay, he said, "I'm not going back in there tonight," and drove off. I should have quit then. I don't know why I didn't. The worst night came the week before Christmas. The cold had gotten brutal, wind screaming across the parking lot like it wanted in. Only one customer had been in the store for the past hour, a middle-aged woman looking for wrapping paper. I was at Register 3 reorganizing impulse items when she approached, smiling politely. "Cold out there," she said. "Tell me about it," I replied. "If I didn't need this job, I'd never leave my apartment till spring." She chuckled, set her paper down, and said, "At least it's warm in here." Before I could agree, her smile fell. Her eyes drifted past my shoulder toward something behind me. Her face went white. Not pale. White. Is he with you?" she whispered. I felt something shift in the air, like the temperature dipped 10 degrees in a second. The hairs on my arms rose through my sleeves. I didn't want to turn around, but instinct made me. At first, I saw nothing. Then, just as I exhaled in relief, I saw movement at the end of the registers. A figure standing just beyond the last counter, half hidden behind a shelf of gift cards. Tall. Unmoving. Staring. I couldn't see his face, but I knew it was the same man from before. Same posture, same stillness, same awful feeling, the sense that he wasn't actually a person. "Sir," I managed, though my voice barely sounded like my own. "We're closed on this side. If you need something, I can help you find it." He didn't budge. Is he allowed to be back there?" the woman whispered. Before I could reassure her, he stepped forward. One step. No sound. Another step. Silent. He moved like he wasn't walking, more like he was being drawn forward by strings. I reached for the phone under the counter, store policy for suspicious behavior, but my hand froze. My entire arm wouldn't respond, like my muscles forgot how to move. The woman backed away so fast she knocked over a display of lighters. He kept approaching. When he reached the second register, he stopped. I could finally move again, and I hit the phone button so hard the receiver nearly fell. Before I could dial, the lights overhead flickered. Once, twice, then all at once, plunging us into an almost complete darkness, lit only by the faint emergency lights. The woman screamed. The lights came back a moment later. He was gone. The woman ran out without her wrapping paper, practically sobbing as she left. I didn't blame her. I wanted to go too. I would have left if Riley hadn't been somewhere in the back. "Riley?" I yelled, my voice shaking. "Where are you?" No answer. I forced myself toward the stockroom, heart hammering. The back door was cracked open, the lights inside flickering dimly. I pushed it open and scanned the room. "Riley?" I called again. Nothing. Boxes sat neatly stacked where he'd been working earlier. His cart was still there. His jacket hung on the hook. But Riley wasn't. A sudden bang from the far corner nearly made me run. It sounded like someone slamming a pallet against the wall. "Riley, if that's you, man, this isn't funny." Silence. I edged closer. The air grew heavier, colder, like the oxygen itself thinned. My breath showed in faint wisps. I reached the corner and looked behind the pallets. Nothing. Then I heard breathing behind me. Slow. Heavy. Way too close. Before I could turn, Riley burst through the side door from the break room, nearly knocking me over. "Dude, what are you doing in here?" he snapped, terrified. "What am I doing? I was looking for you." "I was in the break room. I heard you yelling." No, you weren't. I swallowed. "I heard someone in here." We both stood frozen, listening. The room was silent. Then came a sound I hope I never hear again. A low, dragging shuffle, like a foot sliding across concrete coming from behind the far stacks. Slow, deliberate. Not Riley, not anyone we knew. We ran. We didn't talk about it. We didn't look back. We sprinted out of the stockroom, through the aisles, straight out the front door. The cold outside felt like freedom. Relief. Safety. We called the manager from the parking lot. He didn't believe us, of course, but he came in, checked the store, found nothing. Camera footage was corrupted again. 3 cameras total. Riley quit the next morning. I lasted 2 more days, only because I needed the paycheck. On my last shift, I walked through the store at closing, trying to shake the feeling of eyes on me. As I passed through the housewares aisle, where I'd first seen him, I stopped. Every storage bin on the top shelf had been turned around. Not knocked over, not shifted randomly. Turned deliberately, facing backward against the wall. I hadn't touched them. Riley hadn't either. None of the day crew admitted to it. It felt like a message. I clocked out 5 minutes later and never went back. Marshland Value and Supply is still open. A friend who works mornings says the overnight shift is hard to keep staffed now. People complain about odd noises, shadows, shelves rearranged in ways they shouldn't be. One woman said she felt someone breathe directly against her ear when she was alone in the break room. A cashier quit after seeing a man standing outside the emergency exit at 3 a.m., staring in through the tiny window even though the temperature was below 0 and frost had covered everything. Everything except the patch where he'd been standing. I don't know what I saw. I don't know if it was one person or something that looked like a person or something that wanted to be seen. But I know this. Something is wrong in that store. Something is there after closing, watching, waiting. And it follows the quiet ones, the late ones, the ones alone in the aisles after midnight. I can still feel it sometimes when I'm in any store after dark, the sense that if I turn around too fast, I'll see him again, standing too still, too silent, too empty. And I know that if I ever do, I won't wait around to see what he wants. Story the end. It was a rainy Thursday evening when I started my shift at the local big box retail store in suburban Ohio. I had worked there for nearly 2 years, and late night shifts weren't unusual. But that night carried a chill that felt different, as if the store itself was waiting for something. The fluorescent lights flickered faintly as I clocked in, the hum of the overheads echoing in the near-empty aisles. It was one of those nights where you could almost hear your own heartbeat over the silence. By 9 p.m., the store had emptied considerably, leaving only the faint echo of carts rolling across the polished floors. I was stationed at the electronics section, straightening up shelves of video games and headphones, when I noticed a man wandering near the edge of the aisle. He wasn't browsing in any particular pattern. His movements were slow, deliberate, and unsettlingly silent. He was tall, thin, and wore a long coat despite the warm, stuffy interior of the store. His head tilted slightly, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. I approached him casually, expecting a standard customer question. "Can I help you find anything?" I asked. He turned slowly, his face pale and shadowed by the overhead light. "No, just looking," he said softly. But there was something in his voice, a flatness, like he was repeating words he didn't quite understand. That made my stomach tighten. I smiled, hoping to shake off the unease. "All right, let me know if you need anything." I went back to restocking shelves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still watching me. Every time I glanced up, he seemed to be standing just a little too close, studying me. I tried to convince myself I was imagining it. I wasn't. By 10:15 p.m., the store was nearly empty. Just me, the man, and the soft buzzing of the lights overhead. I walked toward the back of the aisle, pretending to check inventory, and that's when I saw him move. Not walking, he glided. It wasn't a natural movement. My heart skipped, and I froze, trying to convince myself he had just stepped quietly behind a display. But then I saw him again, closer, his eyes fixed on mine. I went to radio the manager, a young woman named Jessica, to tell her about the guy. Before I could say anything, the line was dead static. The lights flickered violently, and I heard a soft scraping sound behind me, like fingernails on metal. I turned sharply, and the man was gone. My first thought was maybe he had slipped out through the side aisle, but then I heard it again, a faint whisper just at the edge of hearing coming from the stockroom door. "Don't leave." I froze, unsure if it was real or my imagination. I slowly approached the door, trying to peer inside, and that's when the stockroom lights went out completely. Total darkness. My flashlight, part of the standard security kit, flickered to life, but only illuminated a few feet ahead. I could see nothing. The whispering grew louder, overlapping with the sound of something dragging across the floor, something heavy. I backed out of the stockroom and tried calling Jessica on my cell. No signal. I was alone, trapped in a store that suddenly felt miles away from reality. The aisles seemed longer than before, the shelves looming like walls. And then I saw him again, standing in the middle of the electronics aisle, perfectly still, staring directly at me. I ran, not toward the front, not toward the back, but down a random aisle, hoping to find an emergency exit. The fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered above me, casting elongated shadows that looked like they were reaching for me. My chest burned from running, my hands trembling as I fumbled for the door handle. The emergency exit swung open to nothing, just darkness. Not the parking lot, not the streetlights outside, nothing, like stepping into a void. I slammed the door shut and stumbled backward into a shelf of boxed printers. They crashed to the floor with a deafening noise, but the sound didn't echo. It was absorbed by the emptiness around me. When I looked up, he was gone again. By this point, I was panicking. My logical brain kept telling me this was a stress-induced hallucination, a late-night shift fatigue thing, but my gut knew otherwise. Something in the air felt wrong. I ran toward the main checkout area, hoping to find cameras or security personnel. The cameras were offline. The security office door was locked, even though it should have been open during hours. And then I heard a child's laughter. It came from the toy aisle, soft and high-pitched, almost cheerful, but it carried an undertone that made my skin crawl. I hesitated at the entrance, shining my flashlight into the darkness. The laughter stopped. A small, pale figure darted between the shelves, not running exactly, but gliding, moving impossibly fast. I couldn't make out a face, but I could feel eyes on me. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking. No response. The air grew colder, and the lights above me flickered faster like a strobe, disorienting me. I backed away and tripped over a stray box. Pain shot up my leg, but I didn't care. I had to get out. The main entrance was blocked. Every door I tried either didn't budge or opened to the same infinite darkness. I realized with growing horror that I wasn't just trapped in the store. I was trapped in some other version of the store. Everything looked familiar, but wrong. The shelves were taller, the colors dimmer, the aisles narrower, and that sound, the whispering had multiplied, coming from all directions. I ran blindly, turning corners at random. The whispering grew into voices, overlapping. Stay with us, don't go." It was hundreds of voices all around me. I stumbled into a mirror display and froze. My reflection was wrong. My eyes were hollow, my skin gray, and behind me, dozens of shadows, faceless, just standing, waiting. I screamed and ran, but no matter which way I turned, the shadows followed. Occasionally, I glimpsed the man in the long coat, always watching, never moving closer. The child's laughter echoed, taunting me. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe days. It felt like time had no meaning. My legs were raw, my lungs burning. And then I found a door. Normal this time. A simple metal exit door with a push bar. Desperate, I slammed my body against it. It opened. Bright fluorescent light flooded in, and I fell onto the concrete parking lot outside. Rain poured down, soaking me to the bone. I scrambled to my car and drove away without looking back. When I later called the store, the manager said nothing unusual had been reported that night. No customers, no strange noises, nothing. Just me. I've never returned to that store. I don't know if what I experienced was real, some sort of supernatural haunting, or if my mind broke under exhaustion and stress. But I still see him in my dreams, standing at the end of an aisle, watching, waiting, whispering my name. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I swear I can hear the faint laughter of a child drifting in from somewhere dark. I never worked retail late at night again. I avoid stores after dark. I avoid empty aisles. And every time I hear a whisper or see a shadow move just out of the corner of my eye, I feel it. The same icy touch of dread I felt that night. Whatever was in that store, it didn't just want to scare me, it wanted to trap me. And I know somehow it hasn't given up. Story the end. The closing shift at the Pine Ridge Supercenter was always strange, but the strangeness had a rhythm. Creaks from the old rafters when the heat kicked off, the faint hum of the giant freezers settling into their nightly cycle, the occasional clatter from the stockroom where some poorly balanced pallet finally gave up and toppled. You got used to it. You had to, or you'd never survive long enough to get your 2-week vacation. But there were things you didn't get used to, at least not fully. Things you told yourself had logical explanations even when they didn't feel logical at all. Like the elderly man who wandered the aisles talking to people who weren't there, or the shadow that moved in frozen foods when no one else was around, or the way the lights near aisle 17 flickered steadily every night at the exact same time, as if on a schedule no electrician could explain. I'd worked there 6 years. Too long, honestly. Most people came and went. I stayed because I needed the insurance and the hours, and because my little brother needed round-the-clock meds after an accident that wiped out our savings. But staying meant collecting stories, little bits of fear that stacked up in your head like bad inventory, always there, even after the manager swore they'd take care of it. This story, well, it wasn't something you forgot, no matter how many times you tried to reason your way out of remembering. It started on a Tuesday night in late October. The air was cold enough that customers tracked in little trails of frost on their shoes, and the store felt colder than usual. I was working with 2 others that night, Jenna, who'd only been there 3 months, and Dev, a stock guy who mostly kept to himself and listened to metal so loud through his earbuds you could hear the buzz even when he was 10 feet away. Our manager, Clayton, had left early, claiming his wife wasn't feeling well. That left me in charge of the close, something I never liked. Not because I couldn't handle it, but because the store behaved differently when management left early. Some people said the building sensed it, others said the customers did. Whatever the reason, everything felt heavier that night. The lights hummed louder, the aisles felt longer, and the shadows, God, the shadows moved like they were breathing. Around 10 p.m., with only an hour left before closing, I noticed a woman in the far aisle near housewares. A middle-aged woman, thin, wearing a long maroon coat. Nothing unusual about her, except she kept her back to me even when I called out, asking if she needed anything. She didn't respond, didn't even flinch. I figured maybe she had earbuds in, but when I walked closer, I noticed her hands. They were at her sides, still as stone. No earbuds, no movement, just her staring at something only she could see on the shelf in front of her. "Ma'am, we close at 11, I said gently. Her head moved an inch, just one, but not enough for me to see her face. She said in a quiet, shaky voice, "He comes when the lights go out." I tilted my head, confused. "Who?" She didn't answer, and before I could push it, Dev's voice crackled over the store radio, thick with unease. "Hey, someone should come to aisle 5. Something's spilled, I think." Aisle 5 was cleaning supplies. Spills weren't unusual. Customers loved to open bottles they weren't buying, but something in his tone made my stomach tighten. I left the woman standing there and hurried across the store. Dev stood in the middle of the aisle, pointing at the floor. When I got closer, I saw the spill wasn't cleaner. It was water. Clear, somehow forming a near-perfect circle around the center of the aisle. Above it, the overhead vent dripped slowly, steadily, except I knew for a fact there were no water lines above that section. I'd heard the maintenance guys complain about it for years. "What were you doing when you saw this?" I asked. "Walking," Dev muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. He wasn't scared easily, but he looked rattled. But it wasn't here a minute ago. It just appeared. "All right, get the mop. Let's..." That's when the lights flickered. The store went dark for half a second, then buzzing back to life in a cold, pale glow that felt more like hospital lighting than retail. Dev swore quietly. The store only flickered like that during storms, but outside the sky had been clear. "Where's Jenna?" I asked. Dev shrugged. "Last I saw, she was zoning toys. I radioed for her. No answer. I tried again, louder. Nothing." Jenna was new, but she wasn't the type to wander, especially after what happened the week before, when a customer followed her around for 20 minutes humming an off-key lullaby until security escorted him out. "Cover this," I said, gesturing to the spill, though I doubted he'd be able to stop it from growing if it wanted to. "I'm going to find her." I started down the main walkway, the one employees called the runway because it stretched the full length of the store. Halfway down, I saw something on the floor. A toy. One of those little plastic dinosaurs that come in bulk bags. It sat right in the middle of the walkway, perfectly upright, and it was wet. My throat tightened. I turned left toward toys. The closer I got, the darker the area seemed. It wasn't that the lights were dim. It was that the shadows stretched farther than they should, slipping across shelves, pooling beneath end caps. I heard something faint, like something small tapping against metal. When I reached the toy aisle, I saw her. Jenna stood at the far end, her back to me, just like the woman earlier. Her shoulders shook slightly, as if she were cold or crying. "Jenna?" I said. Her arms twitched at her sides. Then slowly, so slowly, she tilted her head toward me. Not fully, just enough that I caught the edge of her cheek. Her voice was cracked and thin. "He's here." A chill knifed down my spine. "Who's here?" She lifted her hand and pointed toward the ceiling above her. I looked. At first I saw nothing, just the long rectangular lights humming weakly overhead. Then one of the ceiling tiles next to the light shifted. Something behind it moved. I stepped backward before I could think. The tile pushed upward again, softer this time, like someone pressing their fingertips against it from the other side. "Jenna," I whispered, "come here. Don't stand under it." She didn't move. Another tile, closer to her, lifted half an inch. That's when the lights went out completely. The darkness swallowed everything. Total, suffocating black. The kind of black that pressed against your eyes, made you doubt you'd ever see again. Then the whispering started. Not words, not breathing. A soft, wet, dragging sound. Something was crawling across the ceiling. I reached out blindly for the shelf, my fingers shaking as I followed the metal edge. I whispered Jenna's name, but my voice felt swallowed by the dark. The dragging sound grew louder, faster. Whatever it was moving toward us. A light flickered to life from my left, my phone screen. I hadn't turned it on. It just glowed on its own, lighting a tiny circle around me, enough to see the ceiling above. A pale hand, long, thin, too many joints, slid along the tile. I clamped a hand over my mouth to keep from making a sound. The hand curled downward, fingertips hooking the edge of a tile directly above me. Then it began to lift. No. I turned and ran. I couldn't see Jenna anymore. I couldn't hear her either. I don't know if she ran or froze or got lost in the dark, but in that moment, survival overtook everything. I sprinted down the aisle, crashing into displays, knocking toys onto the floor. When I burst into the main walkway, the emergency lights kicked on, dull red strips along the floor. Dev came running from the other side, pale and wide-eyed. "What the hell happened?" he gasped. "There's something in the ceiling," I choked out. "Jenna's still in there." A heavy thud echoed from the toy aisle, then another. Something big dropping onto metal shelving. "We need to go," Dev said. "We can't leave her." Before either of us could move, Jenna stumbled out of the aisle, her breath ragged, her hair tangled. She wasn't crying. She wasn't shaking. She looked empty. Her pupils were huge, swallowing almost all the color. She stared at us like she didn't recognize either of us. "Jenna?" I whispered. She didn't answer. She just walked past us, straight toward the front doors. The automatic doors didn't open, power failure, but she pushed on them until they groaned and gave way. Then she slipped out into the cold night without looking back. I wanted to follow her, but another sound from behind us rooted me in place. A deep, dragging scrape, followed by a low exhale, like air escaping lungs that hadn't breathed in decades. We ran. We left the store without finishing the close, without clocking out, without grabbing our stuff from the break room. None of it mattered. We didn't stop running until we reached the gas station across the parking lot, where the lights were bright and too human to feel threatening. We told management the next day that an electrical issue caused the outage and something fell from the ceiling. We didn't mention the hand. We didn't mention the voice. Corporate brought in maintenance. Maintenance said there was no sign anyone or anything had ever been inside the ceiling. Jenna never came back. We heard she quit by email a week later. No explanation. Dev transferred to a different store 30 miles away. I stayed, not because I wanted to, but because life doesn't stop just because you're scared. But I avoid aisle 5 now, and toys and ceilings, and sometimes late at night when the store is quiet and the hum of the lights starts to fade, I swear I hear it again. That wet dragging sound. Getting closer. Story the end. The fluorescent lights flickered above me as I stocked shelves late into the evening. It was a Wednesday night, slow as usual, the kind of slow that made the silence in the store feel heavy, almost oppressive. I was working at a mid-sized grocery store in suburban Ohio, a job I'd had for about 6 months. Most nights were uneventful, just the occasional regular wandering in, but that night was different. I had already felt uneasy as soon as I clocked in. The store felt off. The usual hum of refrigeration units and the faint smell of bread seemed sharper, more intense, almost suffocating. I chalked it up to being tired, maybe too many cups of coffee, but that sense of wrongness lingered. I had just finished arranging a new shipment of cereal when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. A man was standing near the end of one aisle, just staring at me. He wasn't shopping, wasn't reaching for anything. He was tall, thin, wearing a dark hoodie, and the hood was pulled low over his face. My gut tightened, but I tried to tell myself he was just waiting for someone. I smiled politely and went back to my work, though I kept sneaking glances at him. 15 minutes passed, and he hadn't moved. Not a step, not a turn, just standing there like a statue. Finally, I decided to check the security cameras. I walked over to the manager's office and started reviewing the feed. The moment I did, my stomach sank. The cameras didn't show him entering the store. He was just there, standing at the end of the aisle, visible in the main store, but he hadn't walked in through any door. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was seeing things. Maybe he was just a reflection or some kind of trick of the lights. I went back to the aisle, heart pounding, and he was still there, watching me. This time, I noticed his face clearly. His eyes were wide, dark, almost black, and unblinking. My throat went dry. I called out, "Can I help you find something?" His head didn't move, didn't even twitch. Then he slowly raised a hand and pointed directly at me. I bolted to the front of the store, heart hammering, and turned on every light I could. The man was gone. I checked the security feed again, panicked. Nothing. No cameras showed him moving through the store, and no employees or customers had seen anyone. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was stress, but the feeling of being watched didn't leave me for the rest of my shift. A week later, I was working an overnight shift. Overnight shifts were always creepier, but I had gotten used to the emptiness. Around 2 a.m., I was in the back stockroom, folding boxes, when I heard whispers. Low, indistinct, like a dozen people talking at once, just beyond the storage doors. I froze. The stockroom was completely sealed and the rest of the store was empty. I called out, thinking maybe another employee had snuck in, but no one answered. Then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming down the empty aisle outside. My pulse spiked, and I grabbed a nearby broom, creeping toward the door. When I opened it, there was no one there. The whispering stopped abruptly, as if it had never been. My manager, who came in a few hours later, joked about the night shift being haunted, but I didn't think it was a joke. Over the next few months, the encounters escalated. Items would vanish from shelves and reappear in strange places. The freezer doors would open on their own, and I sometimes felt the icy air brush past my neck as if someone had walked right behind me. One night, I was alone in the store around 1 a.m. when I heard the unmistakable sound of a shopping cart rolling across the tile floor. It stopped right outside the glass doors leading to the front of the store. I approached cautiously, and the cart wasn't empty. It had groceries in it, items I recognized from the shelves but placed neatly as if someone had been shopping. I leaned closer, and I swear I saw a shadowy figure reflected in the glass, hunched and shuffling. When I blinked, it was gone. The scariest night, though, came during a late holiday season. The store was closed for the night except for me, tidying up and counting inventory. Around 11:30 p.m., the main store lights flickered and dimmed. I assumed a power surge and went to the breaker panel in the back. As I flipped the switches, I heard it singing. Not through the speakers, not on a radio, but a soft, low, childlike singing coming from the aisles. I couldn't make out the words at first, just notes, but it was the kind of lullaby that sticks in your head, sweet but wrong. My hair stood on end, and I realized it was coming from the aisle where the first man had appeared months before. I tried to leave, but the store doors wouldn't budge. They were locked from the inside, and my key didn't work on them. The singing grew louder, closer, as if circling me. I ran down the aisles, heart racing, trying to find a phone or a way out. Then I saw him, or it again. The man, or whatever he was, standing perfectly still, head tilted, eyes wide and black, singing in that low, twisted lullaby. It wasn't just a person at this point. Something about him was not human. The hair on my arms prickled, and I couldn't breathe properly. I grabbed a heavy box and threw it at him. It passed through him like smoke. I stumbled back, screaming, and finally, the lights flickered back fully. The doors unlocked as if nothing had happened. When I ran outside, there was no sign anyone had been inside but me. I quit that job a week later, unable to shake the feeling of being watched, of being hunted. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. No one would believe me. But the thing is, sometimes when I drive past that store at night, I swear I see him standing just inside, behind the glass doors, staring out, waiting. I've tried to convince myself it was stress, hallucinations, exhaustion, but I keep remembering the way his eyes looked, completely black, empty, yet somehow alive. My friends tell me I need therapy, that I'm imagining things, but I've heard from other employees over the years, people who work nights alone, they've seen shadows move, doors open by themselves, items rearranged. They all quit eventually. Some of them even left the town. One coworker, Mike, told me about his own experience a few months after I left. He worked overnight cleaning, and one night he heard whispering from the aisle with the frozen goods. Thinking it was me joking around, he called out, but no one answered. Then the freezer doors started rattling violently, and he could see his own breath fogging the glass, though the AC was off. He swore he saw tiny handprints appear on the frosted glass from the inside, as if small children were trapped. Mike ran and quit immediately. Another, Sarah, mentioned seeing the shadow figure I had encountered, standing silently at the end of an aisle with a box of items in front of him, perfectly arranged. It had never moved, never blinked, and disappeared when she approached. She didn't last more than a month. The local community swore the building was cursed, though no one could explain why. There were rumors of a fire decades ago, or maybe some construction buried something there, but nothing concrete. Whatever it was, it didn't care about explanations. The store eventually changed ownership, but the rumors persisted, and employees reported similar strange phenomena even under new management. Doors opening by themselves, whispers, shadows in the corners of your vision that vanish when you look directly. The unsettling feeling that someone or something was always standing just behind you, watching, waiting. Even now, years later, I drive by that store sometimes on my way home. I never go inside. But occasionally, if it's quiet enough, I see a figure at the end of the aisle near the front doors, hood pulled low, watching. I swear I see him pointing at me like he's keeping count, like he knows I'm aware. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I hear that lullaby, soft and wrong, echoing in my mind. I don't know what he was or what the store had become, but I do know that the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, even when you are, sticks with you. It follows you long after the lights are turned off, long after the doors are locked. It waits. It remembers. Story the end. I had been working at the Corner Stop convenience store in rural Ohio for just over a year when I first realized that nights in retail weren't just lonely, they could be dangerous and sometimes terrifying in ways you couldn't explain. The store sat at the edge of a highway that barely qualified as a main road. There weren't houses nearby, just fields that stretched into dark forests on either side. During the day, it felt normal. Customers came and went, bought gas, snacks, cigarettes. But at night, it was a completely different world. My shift started at 10 p.m., and by the time I unlocked the doors, the sky was black, and the hum of the fluorescent lights inside the store was almost deafening in contrast to the silence outside. Most nights were uneventful, maybe a couple of late-night drunks stopping in, a few truckers, nothing too scary. But October has a way of making the ordinary feel off. The first night it happened, I was working alone. My coworker, Jesse, had called out sick, which meant I was in charge of everything: cash, shelves, gas pumps. I was restocking the shelves near the back when I heard the bell above the front door chime. That wasn't unusual. Sometimes a car would pull up and someone would buy a pack of cigarettes or a soda. But when I glanced toward the register, the lot was empty. No car, no person, nothing. I shrugged it off and kept working, thinking it must have been the wind. A few minutes later, the bell chimed again. Louder this time, sharper. I froze and slowly walked toward the front, expecting someone to jump out or for a branch to be scraping against the door. But the lot was still empty. The air felt colder than it should have been, and I noticed the lights above the gas pumps flickering in the reflection of the glass doors. I laughed nervously to myself and said, "Okay, that's enough. Just a coincidence," and turned back to the shelves. That's when I felt it, a presence. Something at the edge of my vision. I saw movement, but every time I turned my head, there was nothing there. Just aisles of snacks, the cooler doors humming. My stomach tightened and I tried to ignore it, convincing myself I was just tired. About an hour later, I was sweeping near the back when I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate, echoing on the linoleum floor. I turned quickly, expecting Jesse or maybe a customer I hadn't seen, but the aisle was empty. The echo continued down the aisle, then disappeared. My heart was pounding. I grabbed the nearest broom and stood there, listening. Every sense on high alert. Then came the whisper. It was faint, almost drowned out by the hum of the fluorescent lights, but unmistakable. A voice, soft and raspy, coming from the direction of the storage room. "Don't leave," it said. I froze. My hands gripped the broom tighter. "Hello," I called out, my voice shaking. Silence. I told myself it was my imagination, maybe a draft or the sound of the AC vents. I forced myself to continue cleaning. The real terror started around midnight. That's when the radio in the back, the one used for communication with the gas pumps in the manager's office, started crackling. Not the usual static background noise. This was different. A voice came through. Low, urgent, male, whispering my name. "Ryan, don't go back there." I dropped the broom. My first instinct was to laugh nervously, but the sound of the voice made my skin crawl. I knew no one else was in the store. Jesse was home. The manager had already left for the night. I approached the radio, cautiously. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice quivering. The only response was static. Then, faintly again, "He's watching." I backed away and called my friend Jesse. My phone rang out, so I tried texting, "Something weird is happening at work. Can you come?" No reply. My heart raced as I realized I was completely alone, trapped in a store with something I couldn't explain. Around 12:30 a.m., I heard a crash, the sound of a heavy object hitting the floor from the back storage room. My first thought was that a shelf had fallen. I grabbed a flashlight and carefully approached the door. The closer I got, the colder it felt. My breath was visible, even though the heat was on. I paused outside the storage room, listening. Silence. Then a whisper again, "He's here." I swung the door open. Empty. Boxes stacked neatly. Nothing on the floor. My hands were shaking. I backed out and almost tripped over a mop bucket. I ran to the front, locked the door, and considered calling the police. But what could I say? There's a ghost in the store? Then the lights flickered and went out. Total darkness. My flashlight barely illuminated the aisles. I could hear movement, shuffling, like someone pacing just out of the light. The air grew thick, almost suffocating. I could feel a presence in the aisle beside me, something watching, maybe following. I turned to run to the front door, but the bell rang again, and this time someone was there. Not outside the glass doors, but inside. I saw the shadow first, a figure standing still in the aisle near the candy racks. Tall, thin, hunched, wearing what looked like a dark hoodie. I screamed. The figure didn't move, didn't respond, just stood there. I grabbed the nearest thing I could, an umbrella, and shouted, "Hey, get out!" The shadow disappeared. Gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. I ran to the register and called the manager's emergency number. No answer. I called Jesse again. No answer. I was shaking so hard I could barely hold the phone. I decided I had to leave. I ran out to my car and slammed the doors. As I drove down the highway, I saw the reflection of the figure in the rearview mirror. Just for a second, and then gone. The next day, I tried to explain to my manager what had happened. He frowned, told me the store had old wiring, and maybe I was stressed. I didn't care. I refused to work the late shift again. Weeks later, Jesse confessed he had seen things too. Shadows moving in the back room, objects falling on their own, hearing whispers through the vents. We compared notes. Other coworkers had similar experiences. Some claimed to see a tall figure watching them from the stockroom or hear their names whispered in empty aisles. By the time the holidays came, I had transferred to a different store. But I never forgot that place. The nights alone in that store taught me that the retail world isn't scary because of rude customers or robberies. It's scary because of the things you can't see, can't explain, and can't escape. Even now, when I drive past the old corner stop, I can't help but glance at the building. The lights sometimes flicker in the windows at night, just like they did that October, and I wonder if the shadow is still waiting inside, pacing the aisles, whispering my name, warning someone else, "Don't leave. Don't be alone." Story the end. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead as I unlocked the door to the small convenience store where I worked. It was nearing midnight, and the streets outside were eerily quiet. I hated the night shift, mostly because of the emptiness, but also because it seemed like anything could happen in those dark hours. I pushed the door open, the bell jingling softly, and flicked on the lights. The hum of the refrigerators was the only sound, and I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the unease that always seemed to linger in the silence. It started off like any other night. I stocked the shelves, rang up a few late-night customers, and checked the security cameras, making sure everything was as it should be. Around 12:30 a.m., a man came in. He was tall, thin, and wearing a black hoodie pulled low over his face. His movements were slow, deliberate, and there was something off about the way he walked, almost like he was gliding instead of stepping. I nodded at him politely, and he muttered a soft "hi" before heading to the back aisle. I went back to the register, keeping an eye on him through the reflection in the security mirror. Something about him made my stomach twist into knots, but I shook it off as just another random late-night customer. About 15 minutes later, I noticed he was standing completely still in front of the snack aisle, staring at the same spot on the shelves. It looked like he was watching me. When I caught his gaze, he quickly looked down at the floor, but that didn't calm me. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I tried to focus on cleaning the counter, convincing myself I was being paranoid. Then the first weird thing happened. The store phone rang. I answered it, expecting a wrong number or someone asking about cigarettes, but there was only breathing on the other end, slow, deliberate, and unnervingly close. "Hello?" I said, my voice trembling slightly. Silence. Then a click. The line went dead. I frowned and hung up, glancing at the man again. He had moved to the corner near the exit doors, still just standing there. My heart started racing. I wanted to tell him to leave, but I also didn't want to provoke him. Then the lights flickered. Not the usual short flicker from old bulbs, but a long, deep pulse of darkness that made the store feel like it was closing in on me. When the lights came back on, the man was gone. I exhaled shakily, telling myself he had just left the aisle, maybe even the store. But then I heard it. A soft, dragging sound from the back, like someone pulling their shoes slowly across the linoleum floor. I froze. Every horror story I'd ever heard from coworkers played in my mind at once. I grabbed the baseball bat we kept under the counter, mostly for raccoons and panhandlers, and slowly walked toward the back, the sound getting louder with every step. The air was cold, colder than it should have been for an indoor store in midsummer. When I reached the back corner, I found nothing, just shelves, boxes, and that horrible, lingering sense that I wasn't alone. I let out a shaky laugh, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But then I noticed the cooler door, the one that was always locked, was slightly ajar. I didn't remember opening it. The lock looked intact. My stomach dropped. I grabbed the bat tighter and pushed it closed, muttering to myself that I needed to call the police if anything else happened. I turned around, and the man was there, right in front of me. No sound, no warning. I couldn't even scream. His hoodie was still pulled low, shadowing his face, but I could see his eyes glinting in the fluorescent light. They weren't normal. They were dark, like pits. He didn't move, just stood there, watching me. I backed away slowly, and my hand slipped on the bat. My fear must have shown because he suddenly raised his hand, not threatening, just pointing at the camera in the corner of the ceiling. My heart sank. He knew I had security. He had been watching. My mind raced, trying to think of what to do next. Then, as suddenly as he appeared, he was gone again. I ran to the front door, fumbling with the lock, and threw it open. The street outside was empty, no sign of him. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the keys. I went back inside, checking every corner, every aisle, but the store was silent again. Too silent. The rest of the night dragged on. I kept checking the cameras, seeing nothing unusual, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still there, somewhere just beyond my sight. I finally called my manager, who told me to stay put until morning and to call 911 if anything else happened. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was a prank, maybe a stalker or someone high on something. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. Around 3 a.m., I heard the sound again, slow, deliberate footsteps, pacing back and forth at the front of the store. I ducked behind the counter, trying to stay out of view. The lights flickered again, and this time when they came back, the man was sitting in one of the chairs in the break room. He was just sitting there, head tilted like he was listening, unmoving. I grabbed the phone and dialed 911, whispering into the receiver, trying not to alert him. The operator's voice was calm, asking for my location and what was happening. I explained as quietly as I could, pointing toward the break room. When the operator asked if I was in danger, I barely managed to whisper, "Yes." Then he stood up slowly and started walking toward the counter. My voice caught in my throat. I was trapped. The operator was still on the line, telling me to stay calm, to stay behind the counter. The man stopped a few feet away, just staring at me. Then, as suddenly as everything had started, he turned and walked out the front door. No running, no sudden movements, just disappeared into the night. I didn't move for minutes, listening to the empty store. When the police arrived, they found no evidence of anyone having been inside. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing. The cameras showed nothing unusual. It was like he had never been there at all. They filed a report, but I could tell they thought I was exaggerating. I never saw him again, but the memory of those eyes, dark and empty, stayed with me. And the worst part? A week later, a coworker told me that another employee had seen a figure in the same store months before, always interacting, just watching. No one ever knew who it was or what they wanted. I eventually quit the night shift. I couldn't handle the fear, the paranoia. Even during the day, I could feel eyes on me in empty aisles. I always checked the locks, the cameras, triple-checked the doors before leaving. But it never helped. The feeling never went away. Sometimes, when I drive past a convenience store at night, I see someone standing inside, just staring out, and I know exactly what that feeling is. The same one I felt that night. That chilling certainty that someone is there, watching, waiting, and you are completely powerless. I don't talk about it much because people think I'm overreacting. But if you've worked night shifts, you know the kind of silence that makes your own thoughts loud enough to terrify you. And sometimes, just sometimes, that silence isn't empty at all. Story the end. The first thing I learned working the late shift at Evergreen Market was that the store didn't get quiet after 10 p.m. It just changed its kind of noise. Instead of the usual chatter of customers and soft top carts rolling across tile, everything settled into a low mechanical hum. refrigeration units clicking on and off, lights buzzing, fans kicking somewhere above the ceiling tiles. In that stillness, any new sound stood out like a shout. During the day, Evergreen felt like any other medium-sized supermarket tucked into an aging strip mall on the edge of town. But after hours, when the last of the shoppers left and management clocked out, it felt hollow, a little too big for the handful of employees left inside. Still, I'd taken the night shift because it fit my schedule and paid 50 cents more per hour. I didn't expect excitement. I didn't expect danger. Certainly not terror. But that changed in October of 2017. It started with the radios. We used these tiny handheld walkie-talkies that clipped to our belts. They were old, full of static, and half the time you had to repeat yourself. We usually worked with 3 overnight staff, me, a stalker named Alex, and a janitor named Maria. Managers left before 10:30, which left us alone until sunrise. One night around 12:45 a.m., I was restocking cereal when my radio crackled loudly. Stop. Just the one word. Sharp, clipped, a man's voice, low and unfamiliar. I froze. That wasn't Alex or Maria. They both had higher voices. At first, I assumed someone from another department had stayed late. Maybe a manager forgot to clock out. It wasn't unheard of. Hello? I whispered into the radio. Who's on frequency 2? Nothing but static. I shrugged it off even though something in my gut tightened. 2 minutes later, the radio flared again. Stop. Go back. Don't go there. The voice was urgent this time. Not yelling, but intense, like someone watching a disaster unfold from afar. Okay, seriously, who is this? I said, louder now, my voice echoing off the tall cereal shelves. Again, silence. I switched channels. Hey, Alex, you messing with me? No response. I walked toward the back where he'd been breaking down pallets earlier. The swinging double doors to the stockroom flapped slightly as if someone had just passed through. I pushed them open and stepped inside. The huge concrete space smelled of cardboard and old produce. Alex? I called. No answer. His pallet jack sat abandoned near the loading dock. My radio crackled again. Don't go there. He's there. I spun around, suddenly breathless. Who? Who's there? Nothing. Just dead static. I walked slowly past the pallets, scanning between tall stacks of inventory. At the far end, near a row of freezers, something moved. I couldn't tell what at first, just a shadow shifting against shadows. Alex? I repeated, although my voice shook. A figure stepped slowly out from behind a freezer. Relief hit me, momentarily. It wasn't Alex. The man was tall, wearing a faded green parka, hood up, head down. His clothes looked worn, muddy, like he'd been sleeping outside. Homeless people sometimes wandered into the store during the day, but never this far back. This area wasn't open to the public. Sir? You can't be back here, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. He didn't even look up, but he did take a step toward me. Then another. I reached for my radio. Maria? Anyone? There's someone in the back. He's... Static swallowed my voice. Loud static. Deafening. I lowered the radio and stepped backward, the man's heavy boots thudding on the concrete. Then he lifted his head. His eyes were open wide, bulging. His face pale, slack, wet with sweat or something worse. And then, in the quietest, most unnatural voice, he whispered, "You shouldn't be here." It sent a cold jolt down my spine. Because those were the exact words the voice on the radio had said. I turned and ran, bolted through the swinging doors and down the nearest aisle. My heartbeat thudded loud in my ears. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was following. I found Maria sweeping in the dairy aisle. "There's a guy. Back room. He's weird. He was talking." I blurted out. She frowned. "What do you mean talking? A customer?" "No, someone in the stockroom. He shouldn't be here." Maria didn't scare easily. She marched straight toward the back, broom in hand like a weapon. I followed, panting. But when we pushed through the double doors, the stockroom was empty. Dead empty. Even the pallet jack I'd seen earlier was gone. "You sure you weren't imagining?" she began. I cut her off. "No, I saw him." She exhaled slowly. "We'll check the cameras." We walked to the manager's tiny office and pulled up the security footage. The cameras weren't great, grainy, black and white feeds, but they covered every aisle and entry point. Maria rewound the stockroom footage to the time I'd encountered the man. The screen showed me walking toward the freezers. Then it showed me stop suddenly, turn, and run, but it showed no one else. No tall man, no parka, nothing. "Where is he?" I whispered. Maria shook her head. Maybe he slipped behind the crates where the camera couldn't see. But even she didn't sound convinced. She walked me back to the floor and said to stick close. But I kept replaying his face in my head, the pale slackness, the intense whisper, the way the radio had warned me before he appeared. Over the next few nights, things escalated. It started with items falling. A whole row of canned soup toppled one night while I was working 3 aisles away. Another time, an entire shelf of paper towels collapsed. Each time, when I checked cameras afterward, nothing touched them. No person, no visible movement. Then came the footprints. One morning as we opened, the manager called us into the stockroom. He pointed at the floor where a long trail of wet, muddy footprints stretched from the loading dock to the freezer units. The prints stopped abruptly in the middle of the room. No turn, no exit, no return steps. Just ended, like their owner had ceased to exist mid-stride. Alex thought it was a prank. Maria quietly crossed herself. I said nothing, but every hair on my arms stood up. That night, my radio went off again. This time, the voice whispered my name. Stop! Don't go, Ryan. Don't go there. I dropped the radio in fright. No one at the store knew how to hack the frequency, and only management had access to employee data, like my full name. I picked up the radio with shaking hands. Who is this? What do you want? Static. Then a faint breath. Then, he sees you. I nearly threw the radio again. I needed a break, some air, anything. I walked toward the employee break room, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead. Halfway down the hall, I heard footsteps behind me, heavy, slow, the same pacing thuds from that first night. I turned. The hallway was empty, but the footsteps didn't stop. I could hear them coming toward me, echoing closer and closer, even though no one was there. I stumbled backward, breath caught in my throat. Then, darkness. The hallway lights went out one by one, like something was moving under them, killing the electricity as it passed. I ran blind, hands outstretched, slamming into the break room door and locking it behind me. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. Then a soft, dragging sound, like fingertips scraping wood. Then a whisper. Let me in. I backed away so fast I tripped over a chair. I didn't move, didn't breathe. For 10 solid minutes. When I finally opened the door, the hallway lights were back on. No footprints. No signs of anyone. The next morning, I told the manager I needed off nights. I didn't tell him why. Over the next few days, I worked afternoons. The store felt normal again. Crowded, bright, busy. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined everything. Until my last shift. It was a Sunday. I clocked out at 5 p.m. and walked to my car. The sun had just set behind the strip mall, tinting the sky orange. The lot was mostly empty. I unlocked my car, tossed my bag inside, and slid into the driver's seat. Something crinkled underneath me, a piece of paper. I picked it up and froze. It was a printout from our store's security feed. Camera 7, stockroom. My back was visible in the frame, exactly as it had been the night I'd encountered the man. But this printout showed something else. Standing directly behind me was the man in the parka. Only this time, he wasn't pale or slack. His face was twisted in a snarl, teeth bared, eyes glistening black. His hand was outstretched toward my neck. That had never shown on the feed. But someone had printed it. Someone had put it in my car. My stomach knotted as I scanned the parking lot. A tall figure stood near the far corner, just beyond the lights. Watching. Motionless. I blinked. He was gone. I drove home at 40 over the limit. I quit the next day. I've worked retail jobs since, normal ones, daytime ones. I've never had another experience like Evergreen Market. But sometimes, late at night, I'll be sitting in my living room with everything quiet and my phone will buzz. When I check it, there's no notification, no missed call. Just a faint burst of static from the speaker, as if someone is trying to talk through it, as if they never stopped. Story the end. It was a Tuesday night in late October, and the small convenience store on the corner of Maple and 8th was quiet. I had just clocked in for my usual closing shift. The store had its regular rhythm. The hum of the fluorescent lights, the occasional beep from the registers, and the soft rustle of someone browsing the aisles. By 10 p.m., most of the customers had trickled out, leaving just me and the glow of the streetlights outside. I was straightening shelves when I noticed a man standing near the entrance. He wasn't holding anything, just staring at the candy display. There was something off about him. He was too still, too focused, like he was watching me more than the merchandise. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to my imagination. A few minutes later, he moved slowly down the aisle toward me. He was tall, maybe 6'2", with dark clothes and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. I forced a smile and asked if he needed help finding anything. He didn't answer. Instead, he just stared and then slowly raised his hand as if pointing, but he wasn't pointing at anything in particular. My gut tightened. I stepped behind the counter and locked the register. A little paranoid, but I tried to keep it casual. "Everything okay?" I asked. He muttered something under his breath, so soft I couldn't catch it, then turned and wandered off toward the back of the store. That's when I realized the back door was unlocked. I froze. The back door was supposed to be secured after 8 p.m. I glanced at him, and he was just standing there, almost blending into the shadows of the snack aisle. I grabbed the phone behind the counter and dialed the store manager, whispering into the receiver. No answer. Typical. I hung up, heart pounding, and tried to keep my composure. Then the man started moving again, this time deliberately, toward the aisles that led to the employee area. My pulse skyrocketed. I ducked behind the counter and watched as he pulled something out of his pocket. At first, I thought it was a phone, but the way he held it made me stomach-tighteningly sure it was something else. A knife. I called 911, whispering, "There's a man in the store with a knife." My voice shook. The line crackled in response, and I gave them our address. The man hadn't noticed me yet, thankfully. He was crouching, moving slowly, almost stalking the aisles. I could hear the scrape of his shoes against the linoleum floor. He stopped near the freezer, and that's when he turned his head directly toward me. I swear his eyes glinted in the dim light, like he could see straight through the counter. He raised the knife slightly and started walking toward me. Not running, just a slow, deliberate approach. I backed up, trying to remain hidden, but my feet slipped on the tile. The sound was deafening in the quiet store. He paused. I pressed myself against the shelves and tried to make a decision. I couldn't leave. The front door was across the store, and the man was between me and it. I grabbed a can of soda from the shelf and held it like a weapon. Ridiculous, I know, but desperation has a way of clouding logic. He took another step, and I could hear his breathing, slow and steady. Then the phone rang. Startled, he jumped slightly and looked toward the counter. I snatched the phone, trying to pretend it was nothing, and whispered into it, "He's coming toward me." The dispatcher told me to stay calm and keep on the line. Suddenly, he stopped. He was right in the aisle, staring at me from maybe 10 feet away. I thought I could see a smile under the shadow of his cap. Then, just as suddenly, he turned and walked out the front door. My heart didn't stop racing for hours. The police arrived, and I gave them a description, but when they checked the footage, the man had vanished. No trace, no sign he'd ever been there except for the small smear of mud he left by the back door. A week later, I was back for another night shift. The store was quiet, but the memory of that man lingered. I noticed something else this time, a small symbol drawn in the condensation on the inside of the freezer door. It wasn't a normal mark. It looked almost like a crude smiley face, but twisted. My stomach turned cold. I wiped it off, convincing myself it was just a prank from some teenager, but that sense of being watched never left. A few nights later, a delivery truck pulled up outside. I was alone again, unloading boxes from the truck. I heard footsteps behind me, slow, deliberate. I turned, but no one was there. The boxes were stacked against the wall, blocking my view of the back storage area. I felt a presence, heavy and oppressive. Then I heard a whisper, my name. Just my name, soft from behind the stacked boxes. I froze, unable to move. It was a voice I didn't recognize, low and gravelly, like it came from deep within someone. I called out, but only silence answered me. I couldn't see anything, couldn't even tell which direction it came from. The next morning, I told my manager. He shrugged it off, saying I was probably just tired, but I knew what I heard. It wasn't a hallucination. Something about that man, and maybe others, was following me. I started keeping a baseball bat behind the counter. Every night, I checked the doors and locks twice. Then came the night when the break-in happened. I arrived at the store for my shift around 9 p.m. and noticed the front glass door was shattered. The police were already there, taking pictures and dusting for fingerprints. Nothing was stolen, but the layout inside the store was strange. Everything slightly moved, as if someone had been pacing. The officers told me nothing like this had ever happened in the store's history. No reports, no suspects, no CCTV footage showing anyone entering. And yet, the door was broken. The officer gave me a knowing look and said, "Sometimes it's not the theft that's scary, it's the presence. You feel it even if no one's there." From that night on, things escalated. Customers reported feeling watched, hearing whispers when no one was around. Stock would be rearranged overnight, but security footage showed no one entering. I even started hearing scratching sounds from the ceiling tiles above the aisles, especially near the candy section. I'd go up with a flashlight and nothing would be there, just the hum of the air conditioning. One night, I was counting cash in the back office. The lights flickered, then went out completely. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight and froze. Written across the wall in what looked like blood, or maybe red paint, was a message: "You're next." I dropped the phone, which shattered, and bolted to the front, only to see the shadow of a man disappear into the street. No one was outside. Just the empty parking lot, the street lamps humming softly. I quit that week. I couldn't handle it anymore. My coworkers later reported similar experiences after I left. Doors opening on their own, strange figures in the aisles, whispers calling their names. The store eventually closed, though not because of sales, it just became untenable. Employees wouldn't stay past nightfall, and customers refused to enter after dark. Years later, I'd drive past that corner sometimes. The building is boarded up now, covered in graffiti. People say the place is haunted. Some of my friends laugh it off, but I know better. I know what I saw, and more importantly, what I felt. That presence, the man with the knife, the whispers, the shadows, never left. Sometimes late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I hear the scrape of shoes on linoleum or a low whisper of my name. It's never just a story in a convenience store. It follows you. And from what I understand, it's not just me. Other retail workers have told me similar experiences, often with the same feeling of being watched, followed, and mocked. There's a darkness in some of these stores, a sort of hunger that waits for the night shift to be alone. I try to rationalize it, of course. Fatigue, stress, imagination. But rational explanations can only go so far when you felt eyes on your back when no one is there, or heard footsteps pace the aisles while you're standing still. When you've seen a message appear on a wall overnight telling you that you're next, it changes you. Retail at night isn't just tiring, it can be terrifying, and it can leave marks you never recover from. Story the end. It was a typical Thursday evening at the grocery store in suburban Ohio. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as I manned the self-checkout area, watching customers scan their items with the practiced patience of people who had nothing better to do. I was closing alone tonight, one of those shifts the manager always scheduled without asking if I was comfortable. At 9 p.m., the store was mostly empty, the quiet punctuated only by the occasional beep of a scanner and the distant chatter of stockers restocking the aisles. Around 9:30, a man came in. He wasn't anything unusual at first glance. Jeans, hoodie, cap pulled low over his face. But there was something off in the way he moved. Moved, slow and deliberate, like he was watching more than shopping. He drifted through the aisles for a while, picking up items and putting them back, never approaching the shelves with any real urgency. My gut told me to keep an eye on him, but I shrugged it off. You always feel weird about someone before anything happens. That's retail paranoia talking. As I continued scanning items, I noticed him staring at me. Not a casual glance. He was fixated, and when our eyes met, he didn't look away. My stomach dropped. I tried to pretend I didn't notice, but it was hard to focus with that kind of attention. He walked toward the back of the store, near the aisle with cleaning supplies, then turned and started walking slowly down the main aisle, inching closer to my checkout lane. I decided to step away from the counter to restock some impulse buy items near the registers. That's when I heard it, a soft whispering. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but it grew louder, almost like someone muttering under their breath. I froze, looking around, but no one was near me. Then I saw him, standing at the end of the aisle, holding a small bottle of cleaner, whispering to himself. His lips moved rapidly, and though I couldn't make out the words, there was a rhythm to it, like a chant. I called the manager over the walkie-talkie, my voice barely above a whisper. "Hey, can you check aisle 5? There's a guy. Something's not right." No response. Typical. He was probably in the office on the phone, ignoring the radio as usual. I sighed and tried to keep my composure. He started walking toward the checkout lanes again. My heart raced. I tried to be calm, pretending to tidy the area behind the registers while watching him out of the corner of my eye. When he reached the end of my lane, he set the bottle down and whispered, "I know you're alone." I froze. My mouth went dry. No one had said that. He just knew. "Excuse me?" I managed to say, my voice shaky. He didn't answer. He just stared, tilting his head slightly like a predator assessing its prey. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead. My skin crawled. I looked around for another customer, another employee, anything to make this feel less real. Nothing, just him and the hum of the store. I forced myself to speak. "Sir, you need to check out or leave." A slow smile spread across his face, and he took a step closer. My body tensed, and instinct kicked in. I pressed the panic button under the counter, hoping the manager or security would show up fast. Nothing. The button only made a faint click sound. Then he leaned in, so close I could feel his breath. "You can't leave," he whispered. His voice was soft, but there was something in it. Cold, deliberate, dangerous. I backed away slowly, heart hammering, trying not to turn my back. He followed, his movements eerily synchronized with mine. I grabbed a can of disinfectant from the counter and held it like a weapon, though I doubted it would do much. "Look," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I don't know what you want, but you need to leave before I call the police." He laughed then, a low, hollow sound that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "They won't help you. Nobody ever helps." I noticed his hands trembling slightly as he reached into his hoodie pocket. My mind raced. A knife? A gun? I didn't know, but I wasn't going to find out. I had to get out. I made a split-second decision. I grabbed my walkie-talkie again and screamed into it. "Security! Now! There's a guy in the store. He's dangerous." Finally, a response came over the radio. "I'm on my way." He froze for a second, head snapping toward the radio like he had heard something. That gave me just enough time. I pressed my back against the counter and slowly edged toward the emergency exit door behind the register. If I could just get outside? "Going somewhere?" he hissed, but I didn't stop. I burst through the door into the empty stockroom hallway, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I ran toward the side exit, hoping it wasn't locked. It wasn't. I threw the door open and ran out into the parking lot, the cold November air shocking me, but it felt safer than the fluorescent hell inside. I sprinted across the lot, not looking back until I saw the manager's car pulling in. I waved frantically. He jumped out, confused, and I blurted out, "There's a guy in the store. He's dangerous." Security finally arrived moments later, and the man was gone. They searched for him, of course, but he had vanished into the night. CCTV footage later showed him wandering through the aisles, whispering to himself, pacing slowly as if he had all the time in the world. The footage made my stomach turn, the way he moved, his eyes following me, and the sinister calm in his actions. I never worked a closing shift alone again. The company quietly shifted policies after a few employees reported similar incidents. Strange men appearing during late-night shifts, wandering the aisles, staring, whispering, then disappearing. No one ever got caught. A week later, I got a call from one of my coworkers who had stayed late on a different night. She said she had been stocking shelves when she saw him. Same hoodie, same slow, deliberate movements. She froze too, and when she turned around a few seconds later, he was gone. Just gone. No trace. No explanation. I started seeing him in my dreams, standing silently in the store, whispering to no one, smiling that hollow, dangerous smile. The dreams felt so real I would wake up shaking, expecting to hear the hum of fluorescent lights, the faint beep of a scanner, and the whispering just out of reach. Months later, the store installed more cameras, added panic buttons, and stopped allowing anyone to close alone. But the fear lingered, a constant gnawing presence in the back of my mind. Every time I walk into a store late at night, I check the aisles twice, imagining that hooded figure pacing slowly, whispering, always watching, always waiting. I never did find out who he was, and I doubt anyone ever will. People think retail horror stories are exaggerated, just stories we tell to cope with boredom and late-night anxiety. But this was real. I lived it. And every time I think it's over, I feel that cold, deliberate gaze on me again. I don't work retail anymore. I avoid grocery stores at night. I keep my panic reflex sharp, and I always check the aisles twice, because somewhere out there, that man still walks quietly through the aisles of America, whispering to himself, waiting for the next person who dares to close alone. Story, the end. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead as I pulled the last cart of unsorted inventory into aisle 7. It was nearing midnight, and the store had emptied hours ago, leaving the faint hum of the refrigerators and the distant buzz of security cameras as my only company. I'd been working at a chain department store in a small Midwest town for nearly 3 years, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. I was stocking shelves when I heard it, a soft scuffing sound behind me. I froze, thinking maybe one of the maintenance crew had come in late, but when I turned around, the aisle was empty. Shaking it off as my imagination, I continued stocking boxes of canned soup. The scuffing came again, louder this time, like someone dragging their shoes across the linoleum. My stomach sank. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. Only silence answered me. I walked toward the source, my heart hammering in my chest, and as I passed the end of the aisle, I saw it, a black figure standing near the frozen food section. I blinked, thinking I was seeing things, but it didn't move, just stood there. It was tall, impossibly tall and thin, almost as if the shadows themselves had taken shape. "Sir, can I help you?" I asked, trying to muster authority. The figure didn't respond. Then it moved. Not like a person walking, but more like a shadow stretching across the floor, gliding silently toward me. Panic surged, and I bolted toward the back room, slamming the door behind me. My hands were shaking as I reached for the phone to call security. The line was dead. Every extension I tried had no dial tone. My stomach twisted. The sense of being watched was overwhelming. The security cameras I usually relied on for reassurance were offline. The monitors were black, showing nothing but static. I grabbed a flashlight and crept back out into the store. The faint scent of bleach and frozen vegetables filled the air, but now it was mixed with something else, something metallic, like blood. My flashlight flickered as I moved down the aisles, and I realized the scuffing had started again, but now it was all around me. From every corner, every aisle came the dragging sound, circling, stalking. Then I saw it again, this time closer. Its face, or what I assumed was its face, was featureless, just a dark void. And the moment our eyes, or whatever it had for eyes, met, a wave of cold washed over me, bone deep, paralyzing me in place. I stumbled backward, knocking over a display of cereal boxes. They crashed to the floor, echoing through the empty store. It disappeared. I ran toward the emergency exit, hoping it wasn't locked. My hand shook as I twisted the handle, and it opened easily. Relief flooded me, but it was short-lived. I turned back toward the store to grab my phone from the counter and froze. Through the glass, I saw it standing by the entrance, outside now, perfectly still. But then it moved its head, slowly, unnaturally, tilting it to one side as if studying me. I didn't wait. I sprinted to my car, jumped in, and locked the doors. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. The parking lot was empty, yet I had the feeling I wasn't alone. My radio crackled, static-filled, then a voice whispered, "Don't leave." The next day, I went in with my manager to check the store. Nothing was out of place except the cereal aisle, which had been knocked over. I mentioned the figure, the strange sounds, and the dead phones. He laughed. "You're probably just tired," he said. "Stores can play tricks on your mind late at night." I wanted to believe him. I wanted it to be tired eyes and imagination. But the memory of that shadow, its silent glide, its impossible height, stayed with me. And then a week later, I got the first complaint from a customer. A woman had come in during the day and swore she saw a tall man in all black with no face, just standing in the corner of the store. When an employee approached, he vanished. That was when other reports started coming in. Employees who worked the closing shift spoke about hearing scuffing, whispers from empty aisles, shadows moving just out of sight. Some quit outright, unwilling to stay late. I tried to keep my cool, but paranoia seeped into every shift. I started carrying a small knife, keeping my phone on me, never leaving the checkout area alone. The figure, or whatever it was, never appeared when others were around. It waited for the quiet, the isolation, the dark. One night, a coworker named Lisa, who had started a few months after me, stayed late to help me stock shelves. She swore she felt someone breathing on her neck while we were unloading boxes. I laughed nervously, attributing it to tension. Then she said, "Look," pointing down the aisle. I turned and saw it again. Taller than the ceiling tiles, dark as smoke, featureless. And this time it smiled. Or at least I thought it did. The void where its mouth should have been seemed to stretch, curving unnaturally. I couldn't move. My legs refused to obey me. Lisa screamed and ran, and the figure dissipated into the darkness like mist, leaving a cold, metallic smell lingering in its wake. After that, management put up a security team coming soon sign, but nothing changed. The cameras remained spotty, the phones flickered dead periodically, and employees kept quitting. One by one, the store became a revolving door of terrified workers. I stayed because I needed the paycheck, and I told myself it was just stress, a mix of fatigue and imagination. Until the night I was closing alone and heard a child's laughter echo from the toy section. I froze. It was high-pitched, innocent, but wrong. There were no kids in the store. The aisles were empty. Then toys began to fall from the shelves, not toppled by wind or vibration, but as if invisible hands were throwing them. I ran as fast as I could to the back room, but the doors wouldn't lock. They wouldn't even close fully. I felt it behind me, sliding along the floor, brushing past my legs without contact, but leaving an icy chill. It whispered my name. I bolted out of the store into the parking lot, my shoes skidding on the wet asphalt. I never looked back until I was halfway home. I've since moved towns, found a new job, and tried to forget. But the nightmares follow. Sometimes in my dreams, I'm back there, alone in that store. The lights flicker, the aisles stretch into infinity, and that dark, faceless figure waits. It knows I see it, and I know it's patient. It doesn't need to chase me in the day. It's content to linger in the quiet, in the dark, waiting for the next night shift, for the next solitary worker. Every now and then, I get texts from former coworkers. One reads simply, "Don't close tonight. Not alone." Another, "It watches. Always." I've tried to warn new employees who transferred in, but they think it's a joke or a prank. They laugh until they hear it. The soft scuffing behind them when no one is there. And I know, somewhere in the back of that store, the shadows wait, waiting for the quiet, waiting for the late hours, waiting for the next person who thinks it's just imagination. I keep telling myself it's over for me because I'm not there anymore. But sometimes when I'm home alone, late at night, I hear that same scuffing outside my window. I know it's not really there, or maybe it is. Either way, I don't answer. I don't look. I just wait for it to leave, and it always does, eventually. For now, because it doesn't give up. It's patient. And it's still waiting for the next shift, the next worker, the next person who thinks they're safe in the bright lights of retail. Story the end. It was a late November evening in a small town in Ohio when I was working my usual shift at a big box retail store. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly overhead, and the aisles smelled faintly of detergent and stale coffee. I had been working there for about 6 months, mostly nights, and I was used to the occasional weird customer. But that night, something felt off from the start. It started with the cameras. I was at the front register, scanning groceries and household items for an older couple when the security monitors flickered. Just for a second, all the screens went black and then came back on. I chalked it up to a technical glitch, but a shiver ran down my spine. I told myself it was nothing, just a slow Tuesday night feeling like it was about to turn into something worse. By around 9:45 p.m., the store had thinned out. The only customers left were a guy in a black hoodie wandering the electronics section and a family in the home goods aisle. I was restocking shelves in the paper goods section when I noticed the same guy in the black hoodie staring at me. He wasn't browsing anything, just standing, arms crossed, watching me. I tried to shake it off, focusing on putting paper towels and toilet paper neatly in place. When I glanced again, he had moved closer. Not just casually, but moving in a way that made it clear he was following me. I called out, "Can I help you find anything?" His response was just a shrug, and he turned away toward the electronics section, but I had that sinking feeling in my gut that he wasn't leaving. A few minutes later, the store's overhead intercom system crackled, which wasn't unusual, but this time it wasn't a staff announcement. It was faint, like someone was breathing into the mic. I froze and strained to hear it. Then the static cleared just enough for me to hear a low voice whisper, "I'm here." I dropped the box I was holding. My hands shook, and I rushed to the front register to radio my manager, but the walkie-talkie crackled with nothing but that same faint whisper. By 10:15 p.m., the store was officially closed to the public. The family had left, and only a handful of employees remained. My manager, Lisa, was counting the cash register in the office at the back. I walked toward her, explaining the guy in the hoodie and the weird noises over the intercom. She nodded, trying to calm me down. "Maybe he just forgot something," she said. "Go check the cameras. If he's still in the store, I'll call the police." I headed toward the security room. The monitor screens showed the entire store, and my stomach sank. The guy in the black hoodie was gone, except he wasn't. I swore I saw him standing in the same spot for several frames, but when the camera angle shifted, he was gone. Not just out of frame, vanished. That's when I noticed something else. One of the cameras, the one covering the back stock room, was cracked. Not a physical crack, but the feed was scrambled, like static dancing across the screen. I asked Lisa to come watch. She frowned. "That feed hasn't been working all night. Maintenance said it was just a loose wire. Don't worry about it." We kept an eye on the monitors, and about 10 minutes later, I noticed movement in the stock room. The static cleared just enough to reveal the outline of a figure moving among the shelves. I couldn't make out details, but it was tall, hunched, and slowly walking toward the back exit. I called out, "Hey, who's back there?" There was no response, just the sound of something dragging across the concrete floor. Lisa picked up a flashlight, and we walked cautiously toward the back room. When we got there, the door was unlocked, which was strange since we always locked it when closing. The stock room was empty, boxes stacked neatly, nothing out of place. But the back exit door, the emergency door, was slightly ajar. We both froze. That door should have been locked from the inside. Lisa reached for it, and as she did, a cold gust of wind hit us from the crack. I could have sworn I heard footsteps running past the door into the alley outside. We locked it immediately and called the police. While we waited, the intercom system crackled again. This time it was a voice, clear as day, whispering, "Don't leave." We both jumped, and Lisa nearly dropped the flashlight. I radioed the other employees to stay in the front office until the police arrived. When the officers showed up, they checked the building. There was no one inside, no signs of forced entry, and no prints near the stockroom. The back exit door had been tampered with, but there was nothing definitive. One of the officers suggested it could have been a prank or a homeless person wandering in, but the cold draft and the voice over the intercom, they just didn't have an explanation. After that night, things didn't get better. Every week, something new happened. Items would go missing from locked storage rooms. Security cameras would glitch at random intervals, showing brief glimpses of a dark figure standing behind shelves or staring through doors. Employees reported hearing whispers when they were alone, even when no one else was in the building. I started keeping a notebook, logging the times and descriptions of events. Patterns emerged. Mostly late nights, mostly near the stock rooms or back exits. One night around 11 p.m., my coworker Jake stayed late to finish some paperwork. He was the first person to see the figure in full. He described it as tall, gaunt, and wearing a hooded sweatshirt, but with no face visible. It moved like it was gliding rather than walking. When he tried to approach it, it vanished into the shelves. After that, Jake refused to work nights. The incidents escalated over the next month. We had items damaged, alarms going off for no reason, and more voices over the intercom. One night, I was alone in the store counting inventory when I heard a door slam upstairs. The store only had one level. I went to check, and the second-floor storage area, locked, empty, had its door wide open. I'm not proud to say it, but I started sleeping with a knife in my car, parking close to the entrance, checking every corner before entering the building. Other employees began leaving early or calling in sick. The store manager refused to shut the store down, citing corporate policies and fear of losing revenue. But the fear was real. Every step in those fluorescent aisles felt heavier, like someone was walking behind me even when I was sure I was alone. The last incident I can remember clearly happened on Christmas Eve. Only a skeleton crew remained. I was stocking shelves in the electronics aisle when all the lights went out. Emergency lights flickered on, casting long shadows. That's when I saw it. Standing at the end of the aisle, hood up, head tilted as if it was studying me. My breath caught. I wanted to run, but my legs refused. It took everything I had to reach the intercom and call out to Lisa. The figure didn't move, just stood there, silent. The lights came back on a few seconds later, and when I blinked, it was gone. The security cameras showed nothing. I quit the next day. I couldn't do it anymore. Some of the employees stayed, some left, but the store continued to have unexplained incidents. Lisa told me later that the security feed still picks up weird glitches, sometimes dark shapes, sometimes fleeting glimpses of someone who isn't there. Maintenance crews never find a cause, and the police never catch anything. Years later, I still get chills thinking about that place. I drive past it occasionally, and I swear I see movement behind the tinted windows after dark. I've worked in other stores since, and nothing compares to that. That store, it wasn't just haunted. It felt alive, watching, waiting for the next person alone in its aisles. And sometimes late at night, when I'm alone in my own apartment, I swear I hear faint whispers. I'm here. Story the end. The first time I realized working nights in retail could be terrifying, I thought it was just a fluke. I was 16, newly hired at a small convenience store in the suburbs of Ohio, and my shifts often went from midnight to 6 a.m. The store was tiny, just a single floor, with shelves lined with snacks, drinks, and a few household essentials, and only one door in and out. It was the kind of place that seemed cozy during the day, but lonely at night, especially when the parking lot was empty and the fluorescent lights flickered overhead. It was around 2:30 a.m. on a Wednesday when it started. I was restocking the candy aisle when I noticed the door chime ring. The store was usually dead at that hour. I glanced up and saw a man standing there. He looked normal at first. Middle-aged, a baseball cap pulled low, hands in the pockets of a stained jacket. But something about the way he just stood, motionless, staring at the floor, made my skin crawl. "Can I help you find something?" I asked, forcing a smile. He looked up slowly, and I noticed his eyes were pale, almost gray, and they seemed wrong, empty. "No," he said softly, "just looking." I nodded, pretending to focus on the shelves, but stealing glances at him. He didn't move toward any product. He just stayed near the entrance, watching me. I told myself it was fine, that he was just browsing, but the feeling of being watched grew heavier by the minute. After a while, I went to check the drinks cooler in the back corner. That's when I heard it. The soft scrape of shoes on tile. Not the man near the door. This was coming from the other side of the store. I froze. The store was quiet except for the hum of the cooler and the flickering lights. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" No response. I slowly walked toward the source of the sound, trying to keep my voice steady. The closer I got, the colder the air seemed. The overhead lights flickered as I passed, casting long, unnatural shadows across the shelves. I was almost to the back when I heard the sound again, this time closer, like it was right behind me. I spun around, but the aisle was empty. Nothing. My heart was pounding. I told myself it was my imagination, maybe the guy at the front playing a prank, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I went back to the counter and tried to focus on organizing receipts and candy bars, but my hands were shaking. Minutes passed. The man at the door hadn't moved. I thought about asking him to leave, but when I looked up, he was gone. He was gone. My stomach dropped. The door hadn't opened. The bell hadn't rung, and I checked the security cameras on the small monitor behind the counter. The footage showed the store empty, except for me. There was no sign of him anywhere. Then I heard it. A whisper, low, almost imperceptible, coming from somewhere near the back of the store. I was straining to hear. It sounded like someone saying my name. My stomach churned. I grabbed the flashlight from under the counter and slowly made my way to the back room, every instinct screaming at me to run. The door to the storeroom creaked as I pushed it open. Empty. Just shelves stacked with cleaning supplies and extra inventory. My flashlight beam swept across the floor, and I thought I saw movement in the corner. I aimed the light directly at it. Nothing. I was starting to feel trapped, paranoid. The store suddenly felt enormous, like the walls had stretched and the aisles had multiplied. Every shadow seemed to twitch. Every sound was amplified. I could hear the faint hum of the AC vent and the distant rumble of traffic outside, but in between there was something else, breathing. Slow, deliberate, right behind me. I spun around, heart racing, flashlight shaking. Empty. Nothing. I ran back to the counter and grabbed the phone to call my manager. Dead. Dial tone gone. Panic was rising. I could feel it now, the sense that I wasn't alone. I could feel eyes on me, even though I couldn't see anyone. I locked the door to the back room and stayed by the counter, trying to calm myself. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell. The man never came back to the front, but I could still hear the faintest scraping, footsteps that didn't match my own. I told myself I was imagining it, that I would leave as soon as the shift ended. Then I noticed something on the monitor, a shadow moving through the store. Not on any aisle I could see, not in the back room, but somewhere in the middle, passing behind shelves that should have been empty. It moved slowly, deliberately. I couldn't make out a figure, just a dark silhouette. I decided to leave. I grabbed my things and went to the front door. Locked. I checked the alarm panel, disengaged. I fumbled with the lock, hands trembling. Then I heard it, soft, whispering right behind me. Don't go. I bolted, fumbling with the lock until it clicked. I ran out into the empty parking lot, heart hammering. I didn't look back. The next day, I told my manager about it. He laughed, said it was probably stress or being tired, maybe a prankster, but I wasn't convinced. I had felt the presence, heard the voice, seen the shadow. It was real. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. Objects would move slightly when I wasn't looking. Inventory boxes I hadn't touched were on the floor. My flashlight would flicker even though the batteries were new. I started carrying my phone with me at all times, keeping it on speaker to call anyone if I felt unsafe. One night, I heard the bell over the door ring, but when I looked, nobody was there. Then I noticed footprints. Wet, muddy footprints leading to the back room, then disappearing. I checked the security footage. Nothing. The cameras showed the store empty for hours. I asked my coworkers if they'd experienced anything unusual. One of them hesitated, then admitted that he'd felt watched, sometimes when he was alone stocking shelves. Another said she had seen shadows moving out of the corner of her eye, never caught on camera. None of them wanted to talk about it openly. They didn't want to be labeled crazy. Then came the phone calls. Silent or just static in the middle of the night. I would answer, and all I could hear was breathing. Heavy, deliberate. Sometimes a whisper, "You shouldn't be here." I started carrying pepper spray, flashlight, even a small baseball bat. I refused to go into the back room alone. I avoided the aisles where I had first heard the steps, but nothing made the feeling go away. One night during inventory, I was in the back storeroom. Everything was quiet, and I was counting boxes of soda. Then the temperature dropped suddenly, freezing cold, my breath visible. The flashlight flickered, then went out. I heard the whisper again, clearer this time. "You can't leave." I ran for the exit, but the door wouldn't budge. The handle felt like ice in my hands. Then I saw it. Written on the dusty glass, letters large and smudged, "Stay." My stomach sank. I screamed, pounding on the door until finally it clicked open. I bolted outside and didn't stop until I reached my car. After that, I refused to work nights alone. I switched shifts to daytime, but I still couldn't shake the memories. I couldn't stop thinking about that figure, pale eyes whispering behind me, always watching. Months later, the store was broken into. Nothing was stolen. Security cameras caught nothing except static during the break-in. When I asked what the employees thought, they whispered about shadows moving in the aisles, whispers that weren't human. Some quit immediately. Others refused night shifts. I moved away, but sometimes I hear it. Soft steps, faint scraping on the floor, whispers just behind me. I know that wherever I go, a part of that presence followed me from that store, lingering, waiting. Story, the end. The fluorescent lights flickered above as I finished restocking the shelves at the small corner electronics store where I worked. It was a Tuesday night, late, and the usual lull of the quiet hours had set in. The hum of the air conditioning and the faint buzz of the security cameras were the only sounds that accompanied me. I was the only one on duty, a common occurrence for late-night shifts, and the thought of being alone in the store didn't bother me. At least, not at first. Around 10:45 p.m., a customer walked in. He was tall, thin, and wearing a dark hoodie that shadowed his face. His presence didn't immediately feel threatening, until I noticed the way he didn't move toward any product, but instead lingered near the entrance, just staring at the floor. I forced a polite smile. "Evening. Can I help you find anything?" He looked up, and for a split second I caught the glint of something cold in his eyes. "I'm just looking," he muttered, and that was it. He didn't move for several minutes. I returned to organizing the electronics, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. Then came the sound, the quietest, most deliberate movement that made my stomach knot. A chair scraping against the floor in the corner of the store. I knew for a fact there were no chairs there. The layout didn't allow for it. My heart started to race. I glanced around, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was the old tile shifting, maybe the air vent, but then I heard it again, a soft but distinct footstep, echoing somewhere behind the shelving units. I froze, my ears straining. "Hello?" I called, trying to sound firm. No response. I reached for the phone behind the counter, but it was dead, just a dead dial tone. Panic started to settle in. I told myself to stay calm, that it was probably just the customer wandering off. I walked toward the aisle where I thought I heard the footstep, trying to keep my voice steady. "Sir, are you okay? You can't be back here," I said. No reply. I turned the corner, and he wasn't there. Nothing. The aisle was empty, perfectly stocked, just as I had left it. My rational brain screamed that he must have left, but the front door hadn't opened. The bell over the door hadn't chimed. A sudden metallic clang from the back room made me jump. I bolted toward it, heart hammering, and flicked on the light. The storeroom was empty, boxes stacked neatly. Nothing had moved. I was sweating, shaking, my mind racing. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe the long hours and the fluorescent lighting were getting to me. I turned to leave the storeroom and froze. There, on the security monitor screen mounted above the counter, I saw him. He was standing behind me. Not in the aisle, not on camera angles I could see directly, but there, in the reflection from one of the cameras, watching me. I spun around and there was nothing, just empty space. I could feel his eyes on me, though. My pulse pounded so loudly in my ears that it was all I could hear. I wanted to run, but the door was too far, and I wasn't sure if he was still there. Then came the whisper. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but I heard it clearly. "Don't leave." I froze. My throat went dry. The logical part of me wanted to scream, to call for help, but the other part, something primal, made me stay still. For the next 30 minutes, I didn't move from behind the counter. Every shadow in the store seemed to shift. Every flicker of the lights made my skin crawl. Occasionally, I'd hear the faint shuffle of his feet, always at the edge of my hearing, always gone when I turned to look. At around 11:30, I saw the front door move slightly. The wind? Maybe. But then I heard the softest whisper again, almost a breath in my ear. "You shouldn't have stayed." I ran. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I sprinted to the door and flung it open. The parking lot was empty. No one was there. No footprints. Nothing but the cold wind hitting my face and the sound of my own ragged breathing. The next day, I was back at the store, trying to shake off the previous night. My manager didn't believe me. He said it was probably just a customer hiding or a prankster. I didn't argue. I didn't have proof. But I was jittery all day, jumping at every small sound. Then came the calls, silent, with only a faint static when I picked up. At first, I ignored them, but by the third night, my nerves were frayed beyond repair. I answered, and all I heard was breathing, heavy, deliberate, and terrifyingly close. I reported it to the police after a particularly long night of harassment. They said there were no signs of forced entry, no footprints, no evidence at all. Yet the calls continued, and each time the breathing seemed closer. Sometimes I thought I could hear my own name whispered in between the inhales and exhales. I asked my coworkers if anyone else had felt anything unusual in the store. They laughed it off, but one of the senior clerks hesitated. Finally, he admitted that he, too, had felt watched at night. Sometimes objects would move, shelves slightly rearranged, or a cold spot in the back of the store that made his skin crawl. He never told anyone because he didn't want to seem crazy. A week later, the manager decided to install a new camera system and motion detectors. I thought it would make me feel safe, but it didn't. One night, as I watched the monitors, the feed flickered and went static for a few seconds. When it came back, I saw him. Not through the glass of the store. He was standing directly in the middle of the store, staring at the camera. Then, just as quickly, he was gone. I called security immediately, panicked, but by the time they arrived, there was no sign of anyone. Nothing. Just me, alone, heart hammering, trying not to scream. I started carrying a small pepper spray canister and a flashlight during my shifts. I never left the counter, never went into the back room alone. But the feeling never went away. At night, the store didn't feel empty. The lights didn't feel bright enough. Shadows always moved in the corners of my eyes. One night, I was doing inventory in the storage room, counting boxes of headphones when I felt it again. That same chill I'd felt the first night, the brush of a presence, the eyes watching me. I froze, holding my breath. Then, slowly, I heard a whisper behind me. "You can't leave." I spun around, flashlight shaking in my hand, but the room was empty. I checked every corner, every shelf. Nothing. But then when I turned back toward the door, I saw it, written on the dusty window of the back door, letters smudged as if drawn by fingers that weren't there. "Stay." I screamed. I grabbed my things and ran to the manager's office, banging on the door until he came running. I was shaking so badly I could barely speak. I tried to show him the window, but by the time he saw it, the message was gone. Clean, untouched, nothing but glass. After that night, I refused to work alone. I switched shifts, asked for partners on every late-night duty, and carried my phone at all times. But even with people around, I never stopped feeling it, the weight of someone watching, someone waiting. Months later, the store was broken into. Nothing was stolen. They checked the security footage, and the cameras had captured only static for the entire duration of the break-in. But here's the thing. The static didn't match the footage timeline. It started hours before anyone entered. And if you froze the frame in the background, there was always a shadow. Always the same tall, thin figure, hoodie drawn over his head. Standing, watching, waiting. I quit that job after that. I couldn't take it anymore. The store is still open, and I hear occasionally that the night shifts are still the worst. Some clerks have quit under mysterious circumstances, citing a feeling of being followed. Others refuse to work past 10. But the thing I keep thinking about is the first night, the whisper, the way he knew I was alone before I even saw him. I've moved to another city now, but sometimes when I'm alone at night in my apartment, I swear I hear the faintest scrape of a chair or a whisper just behind me. And I know, deep down, that some part of him never left. Story the end. The night I realized something was truly wrong at Parker's Market started the same way every other late shift did. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like dying insects, the smell of burnt coffee drifting from the ancient machine by the counter, and the faint echo of the last customer's footsteps fading into the quiet parking lot outside. It was early November. The air already cold enough to bite through my jacket when I walked in. I'd been working there for about 8 months, mostly nights because no one else wanted them, and because I needed the extra $1 an hour. The store sat alone on a long stretch of Texas highway, 20 minutes from the nearest town. People joked about it being the last stop before nowhere, and after what happened, I can't hear that phrase without a knot tightening in my stomach. That night, I was alone. My coworker Drew had called in sick, and the manager didn't bother finding a replacement. Traffic was slow anyway, just a few truckers, a couple of locals grabbing a six-pack, and a woman who bought cigarettes and said nothing except the brand name. By 10:30, the place was dead. That was when the knocking started. It wasn't the front door, not anything obvious like that. It came from the back storage area. 3 soft knocks, evenly spaced, like someone politely asking to be let in. I froze with a box of chips in my hands, waiting for another round. The store had a metal door in the back that always stayed locked, and no one was supposed to use it except delivery drivers during the day. After a few seconds of silence, I forced myself to breathe and went back to stalking. Probably the building settling, I told myself. Or raccoons. Anything but a person. But a minute later, there were 3 more knocks, this time louder. I set the chips down, wiped my sweaty palms on my apron, and grabbed the metal flashlight we kept behind the counter. I made my way toward the back, heart thudding with each step down the dim hallway. The knocking stopped as soon as I reached the storage door, leaving only the distant hum of the freezers. I hesitated before pressing my ear against the cold metal. Silence. When I finally found the courage to rattle the handle, the door didn't budge. Still locked. When I checked the peephole, the only thing I saw was the empty alley behind the store, glowing orange under the street lamp. I tried to laugh it off, but it came out shaky. I locked the office door behind me when I went back up front. About 30 minutes later, the man walked in. I didn't hear the door chime, just looked up from my phone, and suddenly he was there, standing in front of the counter like he'd been waiting. He was tall, gaunt, wearing a gray hoodie with the strings pulled so tight I couldn't see his face. His clothes looked damp, like he'd been standing outside in the cold for hours. What unsettled me most was how he stood, completely still, hands in his pockets, chest barely moving as he breathed. "Can I help you?" I asked. Nothing. I tried again, my voice catching slightly. "Sir, did you need something?" He tilted his head at me very slowly, like a dog hearing a distant sound. I finally caught a glimpse of his jaw under the hood. Pale, too pale, almost bluish. His lips were chapped and cracked, like he hadn't had water in days. Then he said something, but so quietly I couldn't hear it. Just a mumble, the syllables sliding together. "Sorry, what was that?" I leaned forward. His voice came clearer this time, raspy, like he'd swallowed smoke. "You shouldn't be here." I blinked. I work here?" He didn't move, didn't clarify, just repeated the same sentence, exact same tone. "You shouldn't be here." A chill crawled up my spine. I tried to step back without showing it. "Sir, if you're feeling unwell, I can call someone." He slammed his hand down on the counter. The sound echoed in the small store like a gunshot. I jumped back, knocking over a row of candy bars. His fingers were long and thin, nails dirty like he'd been clawing through dirt. His hand trembled slightly, and for one awful second, I thought he might leap across the counter. Instead, he leaned forward until the shadow of his hood engulfed the register. "They're coming in," he whispered. My throat tightened. "Who? Who's coming in?" He didn't answer. He turned abruptly and walked out the door, never looking back. The chime echoed flatly, leaving a hollow emptiness in the air after he was gone. I stood there frozen, unsure if I should call the police or chalk it up to some unstable drifter. But something deeper, some instinct, told me this wasn't just a random encounter. I checked the cameras to reassure myself, but the footage froze for about 15 seconds, right at the moment he'd stood at the counter. When it resumed, the door was closing behind him. I tried calling the manager, but he didn't pick up. Typical. I debated locking the doors, but we weren't allowed unless there was an active threat. By midnight, the store felt different, too quiet. The hum of the coolers had a faint, wavering sound, like they were struggling against a power surge. The aisles seemed longer, the shadows deeper. Every time the automatic cooler fan kicked on, it made me jump. That was when the lights flickered for the first time. Just a quick blink, barely a second, but enough to send a prickle down my neck. I walked toward aisle 3 to fix a crooked stack of paper towels when I heard footsteps. Not mine. Not the soft shuffle of a customer. Heavy, slow steps coming from the back of the store. I whipped around. "Hello?" "The store's closing soon." The steps stopped. The aisle was empty. I stepped forward, gripping my flashlight tight. "Look, if someone's back here, this isn't funny." The footsteps resumed, but behind me now, heading toward the front of the store. I spun around fast enough to make myself dizzy. Nothing. I backed up until my shoulders pressed against a shelf. I could hear my breathing getting quick and shallow. I forced myself toward the front counter again, trying to stay in the open area where I could see every aisle at once. Then the knocking started again. 3 slow knocks coming from the back storage door, followed by 3 more on the front glass door of the store. I jumped and nearly fell backward. The knocks weren't loud, but deliberate, rhythmic. I stared at the front entrance. A figure stood outside under the flickering street lamp, not the same man. This one was shorter, bulkier, wearing a heavy coat smeared with mud. He was facing the door, head down, hands pressed against the glass. I edged closer, heart pounding. "Sir?" "We're closing soon." He didn't move. "Do you need help?" Still nothing. Then, without lifting his head, he scraped his fingers down the glass, slow, squealing streaks that made my teeth ache. I stumbled back instinctively. He lifted his face. His eyes were wide, bulging, unfocused. His mouth hung open like he was mid-gasp. Something was terribly wrong with him. His skin was an unnatural gray. And then he mouthed something. No breath, no sound, just the shape of the words. "They're here." The lights cut out. Pitch black. I screamed. The only light came from the flicker of the street lamp outside, and in that brief, stuttering glow, I could see silhouettes in the aisles. Several of them. Tall, still, watching me, blocking the only exits. I scrambled behind the counter, hands shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. The phone rang once, and then the line cut. Dead. I tried again. Nothing. The lights flickered back on, and all the silhouettes were gone. The store was empty except for me, trembling behind the counter. I didn't wait for anything else. I grabbed my keys, ran to my car, and didn't stop until I reached the police station 2 towns over. When I brought officers back, the store was calm. No broken lights, no muddy fingerprints, no figures on the cameras, nothing. But I know what I saw. The next morning, the manager accused me of abandoning my shift. I quit on the spot. Drew quit a week later after hearing scratching in the ceiling during his overnight. 2 more employees quit within the month. By Christmas, Parker's Market shut down completely. Locals say the building's haunted. Some say it sits on burial ground. Others say something darker lives in that stretch of highway, something that watches the workers who stay too late. All I know is this. Every so often, late at night, I hear 3 slow knocks on my apartment door, and no one is ever there. Story the end. The first thing I remember about working the late shift at Valley Mart was how quiet the building got after 10 p.m. During the day, it was chaos, kids running around the toy aisle, cartwheels squeaking, store announcements blaring, but at night, it felt like another world entirely. The air turned colder, heavier, like the building itself was holding its breath. I started in the fall of 2014, mostly because I needed the extra cash for community college. My manager, a guy named Rick with an unfortunate mustache and permanent coffee breath, warned me that overnight stocking wasn't for everyone. "You'll hear things," he said. "Buildings make noise. Don't freak yourself out." I laughed at him. I shouldn't have. My first couple of weeks went fine. I restocked shelves, broke down pallets, and got used to the eerie buzz of the fluorescent lights. Most nights, it was just me, a janitor named Sheila, and occasionally one of the assistant managers doing paperwork in the office. I got used to the stillness, even liked it. But then small things started happening, little things I shrugged off at first. It started with the intercom. I was reorganizing the pet aisle one night around 2 a.m. when the speakers crackled to life. I jumped, nearly dropping a bag of dog food, expecting some announcement from the office. But instead of hearing Rick or one of the assistants, a child's voice whispered, "Help me." Just those 2 words. Then the intercom clicked off. I stood there frozen. The pet aisle wasn't far from the front of the store, and the office was locked. No one had any reason to be playing pranks, and the only people in the store were me and Sheila, who was 58, walked with a cane, and wasn't the type for jokes. I called out, "Hello," even though I knew I wouldn't get an answer. Silence. The next morning, I asked Rick about it. He shrugged it off. "Faulty wiring. Happens sometimes. This place is old. Don't worry about it." But his eyes didn't match his tone. There was something uneasy in them, something he tried to hide behind his usual dismissive attitude. I tried to move past it. That worked for a while. Then came the cereal incident. I was facing boxes on the cereal aisle, turning products forward, straightening rows, when a box of Cheerios flew off the shelf about 4 feet from me. It didn't fall. It launched like someone had smacked it from behind. I jumped back and scanned the aisle. No one. Not even the usual flicker of movement you sometimes catch in your peripherals late at night when you're tired. I put the box back and kept working, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was right behind me. I kept turning around, expecting to see a customer who snuck in after hours. Nothing. By the time my shift ended that morning, I was exhausted from constantly looking over my shoulder. Things only got worse from there. Our inventory room was a metal-walled, dimly lit space behind the freezer section. It was always cold, even in the summer. The air conditioner back there seemed to run nonstop, and you could see your breath if you stayed too long. One night, I was reorganizing some overstock when I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, dragging steps. I assumed it was Sheila. I turned to tell her she was going to freeze in there. No one was there. The footsteps continued, circling around me, but no matter where I looked, I didn't see anyone. My hands started shaking. I backed out of the room, heart pounding, and slammed the metal door shut. The footsteps stopped instantly. I didn't go back in there alone for weeks. When Thanksgiving rolled around, we got slammed with freight. Big holiday displays, pallets stacked to the ceiling, aisles full of customers even at closing time. Everyone was stressed. I figured maybe the weirdness was just getting to my head. That lasted until the night I saw the boy. It was around 3 a.m. The store technically closed, but still unlocked for employees moving between the main floor and the loading dock. I was restocking the frozen section, shivering as usual, when I noticed movement reflected in the freezer glass. A kid. He looked maybe 8 or 9, wearing a striped shirt and jeans, barefoot. That was the first thing that felt wrong. Bare feet in a grocery store at 3 in the morning. I spun around, ready to ask him if he was lost. No one. The aisle was completely empty, and I had a clear line of sight all the way to the other end. I looked back at the freezer door, at the reflection. He was still there, standing right behind me in the reflection, but nowhere in the actual aisle. I screamed and stumbled forward, slamming into a display of frozen pies. When I looked again, he was gone from the reflection too. I didn't tell Rick about that one. I already knew he wouldn't believe me. What I didn't know was that I wasn't the only one seeing things. A couple of days before Christmas, one of the assistant managers, a woman named Lydia, finally talked to me. I found her sitting in the break room looking pale and shaken. She asked me if anything strange had happened on my shifts. I hesitated before admitting some of the things I'd experienced. Her face crumpled with relief. She told me she'd been hearing crying over the intercom for weeks. Not loud, just soft, distant sobbing. She said she once saw a man standing in aisle 17 after clothes tall and thin, wearing clothes that looked decades old. When she walked toward him to tell him the store was closed, he turned the corner. She followed. Aisle 18 was empty. She said she found footprints once, small ones, like a child's, inside the freezer, frost trailing down the shelves. She quit a week later. She wasn't the only one who left. By January, 5 night shift employees had quit. One walked out mid-shift without clocking out. No one ever found out where he went, and yet the store stayed open. Valley Mart always stayed open. The final straw for me happened one night in February, the night I nearly died. A huge snowstorm was rolling in, and the store closed early. They asked me to stay just 30 minutes past close to help secure the outdoor displays. I agreed. Good pay, easy work. The wind outside was brutal, and snow was hitting the sliding glass doors so hard I thought they'd crack. I was alone in the front lobby area, stacking bags of salt, when the lights flickered. Then the intercom turned on by itself again. This time, the voice wasn't a child's. It was low, gravelly, like someone forcing words through a crushed throat. "Don't turn around," I froze. My skin broke out in goosebumps. I didn't want to hear it again. I prayed it was the storm messing with the system. Then it repeated, slower. "Don't turn around." Against every instinct I had left, I turned. A man was standing just inside the entrance, inches from the glass doors, staring at me. But his body, something was wrong with it. His limbs seemed too long, like they'd been stretched. His neck was bent sharply to the side, as if broken. Snow blew through him, as if he wasn't solid. His mouth opened wide, far wider than any human mouth should, and the intercom whispered, "Run." I ran. I bolted through the lobby, through the aisles, slipping on tile and nearly crashing into displays. I didn't stop until I reached the loading dock, where I hid behind a stack of pallets, sobbing and shaking. I heard footsteps coming down the hallway, slow, dragging, uneven. They stopped just on the other side of the pallet stack. I held my breath until my lungs burned. Then the footsteps retreated. When the storm finally died down enough for employees to come back the next morning, they found me curled up asleep between the pallets. I didn't even remember falling asleep. I just remember the terror. I quit that day. I didn't give notice. I didn't go back for my last paycheck. I bought groceries at a different store for months just to avoid driving past Valley Mart. But here's the thing. 2 months ago, I went back to visit an old coworker who still worked there. He told me something I haven't been able to shake since. The security guard on duty one night, this was years after I left, saw something on the cameras, a figure moving through the aisles long after close. He zoomed in on the monitor, a barefoot boy, striped shirt, maybe 8 or 9. The guard walked out to confront him. He never came back. They found his flashlight on the ground in aisle 17. The batteries were drained, melted like they'd overheated. The store called the police, but none of the camera footage after that moment ever saved properly. It was all static. My old coworker told me he doesn't work nights anymore. No one stays alone in that building now. Not after everything. Some employees quit within a week. Some say the building was constructed over an old orphanage site. Others say it's just a coincidence. But the ones who've worked there long enough will all tell you the same thing. Valley Mart isn't empty at night. Someone is always there. Someone is always watching. And sometimes, if you're unlucky enough to be the last one in the building, the intercom still crackles on, just long enough to whisper, "Don't turn around." Story, the end. The night shift at Hillside Grocery was always quiet, sometimes too quiet. I'd been working there for nearly 3 years, mostly closing shifts, and I thought I had seen it all. Rowdy teenagers trying to swipe candy, drunk men arguing over lotto tickets, and the occasional drunk driver stumbling through the parking lot. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for that night. It started around 10:30 p.m. I was straightening up the candy aisle when the bell above the door jingled. A man walked in. He was middle-aged, maybe early 40s, wearing a dark hoodie and jeans. His face was partially shadowed by the hood, but I could see his eyes. They were intense, almost too wide. He didn't look at me, didn't acknowledge my greeting. Instead, he wandered slowly toward the back of the store, past the frozen foods and into the cereal aisle. I tried to ignore him at first. People wandered aimlessly all the time, especially late at night. But then I noticed something strange. He wasn't moving naturally. It wasn't like he was looking for something. He was moving in increments, pausing for a long time at each section, and every time he did, he would stare directly at me for a few seconds. His gaze was heavy, almost predatory. I walked toward the register, trying to act casual, but I kept him in my peripheral vision. Then I heard the faintest scraping noise behind me. My stomach sank. The stockroom door was slightly ajar. I remembered locking it before my shift. "Hello," I called, trying to sound calm. No response, just the sound of my own voice echoing back. I grabbed the flashlight from under the counter and slowly approached the door. As I got closer, the scraping stopped. The store felt colder, though I knew the AC was off for the night. I pushed the door open, shining the flashlight inside. Nothing. Just shelves, boxes, and the mop bucket I'd left there earlier. I exhaled shakily and turned to leave, but then I saw it. A shadow, darker than the rest of the room, flickering just at the edge of my flashlight's beam. I froze. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The shadow didn't move. Then, out of nowhere, the bell above the door jingled again. My heart jumped into my throat. I turned the corner toward the front to see the man in the hoodie standing by the magazine rack. He was holding a box of cereal, just standing there, staring at it as if it were the most important thing in the world. I noticed his hood had slipped slightly, revealing a pale, almost waxy face. He didn't look alive. "Sir, do you need help finding something?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer. He just slowly turned his head toward me, his eyes black and empty, like deep pits. I stumbled back toward the counter, my flashlight shaking in my hands. The man took a step forward, deliberate, slow, almost floating, and I realized he hadn't made a sound. I grabbed the store phone and dialed 911. "Yes, I need help. There's a man in the store. He won't leave, and he's..." My words caught in my throat as I looked back at him. He was now standing right in front of the frozen foods, staring at the glass doors. The reflection in the glass was wrong. His reflection didn't match his movements. It lagged behind, like it was moving independently, twisting unnaturally. The dispatcher's voice was calm, asking for my location and what was happening. I tried to explain, but the words sounded ridiculous even to me. He's not normal," I stammered. "His reflection, it's wrong." While I spoke, he slowly turned his head toward me again, and I swear his mouth moved slightly, forming words I couldn't hear. A cold sweat broke out over my body. My legs felt like they had turned to stone. Suddenly, the lights flickered. Not the usual brief flicker of old fluorescent bulbs, but a long, stuttering blackout that made the store feel like it was closing in on me. When the lights came back, he was gone. I ran to the front door and looked out. Empty parking lot. No sign of him. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the flashlight. I called 911 again, explained everything, and they told me to stay put until officers arrived. The rest of the night dragged. Every creak of the floor, every hum of the refrigerators made me jump. I refused to leave the front area. Around 1:30 a.m., the police finally arrived. They searched the store thoroughly. Stockroom, aisles, storage, even the roof. No one was there, no signs of forced entry, no footprints except mine. I told them about the reflection, the way his movements didn't match reality. They looked at me like I was crazy. "Sir, maybe you were tired. Night shifts can play tricks on you," one officer said. I quit the next day. I didn't even wait to get my paycheck. I told my manager I couldn't work nights anymore, not after what I'd seen. Months later, I learned from another former employee that several night shift workers had reported seeing a similar figure over the years. Same hoodie, same pale, almost waxy face, always at night, always disappearing before anyone could get a good look. Some thought it was a prankster. Some thought it was a vagrant. But no one could explain the reflections. I never returned to Hillside Grocery at night. I don't work retail anymore. And sometimes when I walk past a store after dark, I swear I see someone standing inside, watching from the shadows, waiting for me to notice. And I always look away. Because if I look too long, I know I'll see it again. Story the end. The first thing I remember about that night was how unusually quiet the store felt. Not the normal kind of quiet you get on a slow evening. This was different. It was the suffocating kind of silence that makes you feel like someone is holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I had worked at Granger's Home and Supply in rural Arizona for almost 3 years, and I'd closed the store hundreds of times. But nothing prepared me for what happened that night. The night that still wakes me up sweating even now. I was scheduled to close alone because Marco, the guy who usually closed with me, had called off last minute. Management didn't bother calling around to fill his shift. They never did. But I figured it was fine. I knew the routine, and the store was practically dead on weeknights. It was early November, and the sky was already pitch black outside by the time the last few customers trickled in. The store aisles stretched out like long, dim tunnels. Half the overhead lights were on energy-saving timers that clicked off section by section if no one walked through for a while. I always hated that. Something about the way the darkness crept into the edges of the store made me feel watched, even on normal nights. Just before 8 p.m., a man walked in. At first glance, he looked like any other customer, mid-40s maybe, wiry thin, wearing a faded gray jacket and dark jeans. What caught my attention wasn't his appearance, but the way he stopped right inside the entrance and stood there completely still, like he was letting his eyes adjust. Then he walked slowly, too slowly, toward aisle 6, where we kept electrical supplies. No basket, no cart, just wandering. I didn't think much of it at first. People browse, people act weird sometimes. But after 10 minutes, he still hadn't come out of that aisle. Every once in a while, I'd hear the faint scrape of something being moved or the soft shuffle of his steps. I kept glancing up from the register, feeling uneasy. A family of 3 came through around 8:30, did some quick shopping, and checked out. They joked with me a bit at the register before heading out. As soon as the automatic doors slid shut behind them, I realized something. The man never left aisle 6. I leaned over the counter and looked down the center aisle. I couldn't see him, but the light in aisle 6 had switched off again, meaning he wasn't moving enough for the motion sensor to keep it on. Something about that made my skin crawl. I told myself to stop overreacting. People take a while to decide what they need. Maybe he was comparing wire gauges or something. Still, I walked over to the intercom and made the standard closing announcement. Attention shoppers, we'll be closing in 30 minutes. Please bring your final selections to the front. My voice cracked a little, and I hated that it did. I waited. Nothing. No movement. No customer walking toward the register. I stepped out from behind the counter and made my way slowly toward aisle 6. The store felt colder the farther I walked from the heated front area. The silent overhead lights buzzed faintly, and the whole place smelled like dust and cardboard. When I reached aisle 6, the light was still off. I hovered my hand just inside the aisle to trigger the sensor. The light flickered on overhead, buzzing to life. He was standing with his back to me, facing the wall of extension cords and power adapters, unmoving. "Sir?" I said, keeping my voice steady. "We're closing soon. Do you need help finding anything? He turned his head just slightly, not enough to look fully at me, but enough for me to see a sliver of his face. His eyes were wide open, unblinking, slack, the corners of his lips twitching like he was trying to smile but didn't remember how. I'm fine, he said softly, his voice flat and strange. I swallowed. Okay, just letting you know we close in a bit. He said nothing, just kept his partial stare fixed at me until I stepped back into the main aisle. I practically speed-walked back to the registers. By 8:55, he still hadn't come up front. I made the final announcement. My hands were trembling so badly I almost dropped the microphone. It wasn't until a few seconds later that I heard slow footsteps approaching. I felt a rush of relief until he came into view. He wasn't carrying anything. No items to buy. Nothing at all. He approached the register and stopped a little too close to the counter, close enough that I could smell something metallic on him, like old pennies or rust. His eyes never blinked. Not once. They were fixed on me with unsettling focus. We're closed, he asked. Yes, sir, I said, forcing calm. Did you need to purchase anything? He shook his head slowly, way too slowly. Then he said, I used to work here, you know. I frowned. Oh, really? When was that? His lips curled into a tight, unnatural smile. A long time ago. I didn't know how to respond, so I didn't. I just nodded politely. He turned without another word and walked toward the double doors. They slid open, and he stepped outside into the dim parking lot. I waited until he was out of sight before I rushed to lock the doors. My heart was pounding as I turned the deadbolt. Then I hurried through the closing routine, counting the drawer, shutting down the lights, sweeping, doing all the checklist items far faster than usual. By the time I got to the back of the store to take out the trash, I had mostly convinced myself I'd just encountered an odd, socially awkward guy. Nothing more. I'd dealt with way worse over the years. The back door opened into a large fenced area behind the store, right next to two dumpsters. There were no streetlights back there, just the weak light above the door. I grabbed the trash bags and stepped outside. The night air was cold, too cold for Arizona. The wind rustled across the empty lot behind the store, carrying the smell of desert dirt. As I tossed the first bag into the dumpster, I heard footsteps behind me. My body stiffened. The footsteps were slow. Too slow. I turned around and my throat tightened. The man was standing just outside the glow cast by the back door light. I could barely see his face, but I recognized that pale skin and those wide, unblinking eyes. How did you? I gasped, stepping back until my spine hit the dumpster. There was no way he could have come back here without circling around the entire building. I had locked the front. The side gates were padlocked. And I never heard a vehicle. He took one step forward, then another. I forgot something, he said calmly. I fumbled for my keys, my breath coming fast and uneven. Sir, the store is closed. You need to leave right now. He tilted his head again, that same unnatural, jerky angle. You shouldn't be back here alone. Something in his tone made my blood run cold. It wasn't threatening. It was almost sympathetic, but in a way that felt worse. I didn't think. I bolted for the door. As I reached for the handle, I felt him grab the back of my jacket. I screamed and twisted hard, ripping free and slamming into the metal door. I punched the emergency release bar and stumbled inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I locked it. Then I braced my body against it, even though I knew that lock wasn't going anywhere. Silence. Then, a slow, deliberate knock. Just once. I didn't move, I didn't breathe, I didn't even blink. After a long moment, the knocking stopped. I waited another 30 seconds before backing away, never taking my eyes off the door. I grabbed my phone and dialed the police with shaking hands. It took them 10 minutes to arrive. By the time they searched the back lot, the man was gone. All they found were footprints in the dirt. Not just near the door, but circling the entire store. Over and over and over, like he had been walking around it for hours. When they ran the store's cameras back, it got worse. He had never left. The cameras showed him entering aisle 6 and never coming out. Not once. He never went to the register. Never walked out the front door. Never appeared in the frame again. But I saw him. I spoke to him. He stood outside in the dark behind the store. The officers told me I probably misinterpreted something, that maybe he left during a temporary blind spot between camera overlaps. Except we didn't have blind spots. Not in aisle 6. Not at the register. Not at the front door, and definitely not behind the store. I quit 2 days later. For the next several weeks, I saw someone who looked like him standing across the street whenever I closed my blinds at night. Maybe it was him. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I don't know. All I know is this. Some customers don't leave when you think they do. Some never leave at all. And some of them wait, patiently, silently, for you to be alone. Story: the end. It was the winter of 2014 in Western Pennsylvania when I took the night shift job at a 24-hour discount superstore off the interstate. The kind of place where the lights never dim, the floors always seem faintly sticky no matter how often they're mopped, and customers come in at all hours for the strangest things. I'd worked retail before, so I thought I knew what I was getting into. I dealt with drunks, thieves, people screaming about coupons worth 50 cents. But nothing prepared me for what happened in that store. Nothing prepared me for the night I realized some customers aren't the ones you should be afraid of. The weirdness started slow. A few weeks into the job, I was doing my usual run through seasonal, stocking fake Christmas trees and plastic wreaths, when an older woman approached me. She wore a thick brown coat even though the store was warm, and her gray hair hung in uneven, wiry strands around her face. Her eyes were so pale they looked like cloudy marbles. She asked me quietly, "Is your manager working tonight?" I told her yes and asked if she needed help with something. She didn't answer. She just stared at me, then said, "He's in danger, you know." I gave her the polite retail smile, the one you practice until it feels like a mask. "Danger? What do you mean?" She shook her head, squeezed my wrist, and whispered, "Check the cameras." Before I could say another word, she let go and walked away. I watched her wander down the main aisle toward the back of the store. A moment later, she was gone. I don't mean she turned a corner or ducked into an aisle. She was there 1 second and gone the next. I even walked over to where she should have been, but there was no sign of her. No sound of footsteps. No rustling clothing. Nothing. I figured maybe she'd moved faster than I realized. Maybe she'd slipped behind a display. Maybe she'd gone into the restroom. I tried to brush it off, but the way she said it stuck with me. That night, around 3 a.m., my manager, Rob, asked me to help count inventory in the stock room. The air back there always felt colder than the rest of the store, even in the middle of summer, and the hum of the old freezers echoed through the concrete hallways. As we were scanning boxes, I noticed a shadow on the far wall, long and thin, like someone standing behind us. But when I turned around, no one was there. "Do you ever feel like someone's watching us back here?" I asked, half joking. Rob laughed. "All the time. This place creeps everyone out. You'll get used to it." But I didn't. The next strange thing happened a few nights later. I was zoning the toy aisle when I heard someone whisper my name. Not loudly, just a faint sound like someone exhaling the syllables. I spun around fast, expecting to see one of the stock guys messing with me, but the aisle was empty. "Hello?" I said. No answer. Just the faint squeak of a shopping cart in the distance. I returned to front end to shake it off, and that's when I noticed the door alarms cycling on the screen. Our security system had a panel that showed which emergency exits were secure and which were opened. At 3:27 a.m. exactly, all 6 exit doors flashed red for a split second, open, and then returned to green. I went to check them all anyway. Every door was shut, locked, sealed, no signs of tampering, no drafts, no footprints in the snow outside. I told Rob. He shrugged it off. "Faulty wiring," he said. "This building's older than it looks." But the alarms kept doing it, always around 3:25 to 3:30, always every door at once, and always for just a heartbeat. One night, the alarms weren't the only thing that went off. It was a Thursday, and the store was unusually quiet. Even the usual late-night truckers didn't show. Around 2:50 a.m., I was sweeping the toy aisle when I noticed a ball rolling slowly down the main walkway. It was a bright red rubber ball. I looked around, no customers in sight, no kids anywhere. I watched it bounce lightly, once, twice, then roll to a stop right at my feet. Something in my brain told me not to touch it, but habit took over. I picked it up and set it back on the shelf. A few seconds later, the ball fell off again, then rolled down the aisle by itself. I felt the hair rise on my arms. I put the ball back again. This time, it didn't fall, but a doll on the top shelf turned its head, not toppled over, not shifted slightly. Turned, a slow, deliberate rotation of its plastic face toward me. I ran. I didn't even pretend to be calm. I sprinted up to the front and told Rob I needed a minute. He followed me into the back office, saying I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I told him what happened. He sighed, not annoyed, tired, defeated. "You're not the first to see stuff," he admitted quietly. "You probably won't be the last." I stared at him. "What do you mean?" "You know how many people have died on this property?" he said. 3 car accidents, 1 overdose in the restroom back when this place first opened, and an armed robbery before we switched to 24 hours. I swallowed hard. "Are you saying the store is haunted?" He leaned back in his chair. "I'm saying I don't know what the hell is wrong with this place. But things happen. Cameras lose footage, items move, people hear voices, customers complain about someone following them when the aisles are empty. And last year, he stopped. I waited. Last year, one of our employees didn't come back from her break," he said. "We found her in the stockroom, sitting on the floor, shaking, staring at the wall. She quit the next day, never told us what happened." I felt cold all over. The alarms went off again at 3:28 a.m. All 6 doors, flashing open, flashing red. Then something new happened. Door 6 stayed red. Rob and I stared at each other. "That's the garden center exit," he muttered. We rushed down the hallway toward it. Halfway there, we heard it, the loud, groaning squeal of the metal door being pushed open. Only the emergency doors can't be opened from outside. They're locked tight unless someone from inside pushes the bar. We turned the corner, and my throat tightened. The door was open about 2 inches. Snow blew in across the floor. And footprints, bare footprints, led from the door into the dark of the garden center. Rob grabbed his walkie. "Whoever's out there, this is private property. You need to announce yourself." Silence. He turned to me. "Stay behind me." We stepped out into the garden center. Even with the overhead heaters, the place was freezing. The plants were covered for winter, the shelves bare except for a few bags of soil. The wind creaked the corrugated metal roofing. The footprints led to the far aisle. We followed them slowly, my heart pounding so hard I thought I'd pass out. The prints were small, maybe the size of a child's, but they were deep, like whoever made them was pressing down hard, and each one had a smear around the edges like the foot had been wet or something else. The prints ended halfway down the aisle. Just ended. No last step, no turn, no sign of someone climbing the shelves. They simply stopped. We searched behind displays, under tables, even outside in the snow. Nothing. Finally, Rob radioed the front desk, telling them to lock the doors and call the police. While we waited, we secured the garden center and shut the emergency door. But as we turned to leave, the lights flickered. Once, twice. Then the speakers crackled. Not with music, with breathing. Low, slow, ragged. Like someone was right behind us, inhaling and exhaling against the microphone. We froze. The breathing grew louder, closer. Then a voice whispered, stretched like static, "Don't follow me." The lights cut out completely. For a few seconds, I couldn't see anything, not even my own hands. Just darkness and footsteps. Light, bare footsteps shuffling past us, brushing the concrete floor. I felt something cold graze my arm. Not like a hand, more like icy air being pulled past me as something walked by. Rob shouted, "Who's there?" But his voice broke in the middle. The footsteps stopped. For a moment, there was silence. Then something hissed, inches from my ear. "I know you." The lights snapped back on. The garden center was empty. The police arrived minutes later, but they didn't find anything. No intruder, no forced entry, no signs of anyone hiding. The footprints had already melted from the heater blowing warm air. They suggested we'd imagined it. Stress. Lack of sleep. But both of us had heard it. Both of us had felt that cold presence, and both of us knew that whatever walked through that emergency door wasn't a person who could be arrested. I lasted 2 more weeks before I quit. I couldn't handle the nightly whispers, the moving objects, the shadows that stretched too long behind me. One night, while cleaning the break room, I found a small, wet footprint near the vending machine. I left my badge on the manager's desk and walked out the door. Rob stayed another year before transferring. He told me years later that the woman in the brown coat, the one who warned me, had been coming to that store for years, always at night, always quiet. A few employees believed she wasn't alive anymore, that she was trying to warn people away. I don't know if that's true, I don't want to know, but sometimes late at night when I'm in a quiet store, I hear it again, that soft, icy whisper, "I know you," and I walk a little faster. Story, the end. The hum of the old HVAC system was the only sound in the store as the sun dipped behind the strip mall parking lot, leaving the windows tinted orange for a few lingering minutes before the darkness settled in completely. I'd worked closing shifts at a Maple and Main Market for almost 2 years, and I like to think I'd seen everything. Drunks arguing with the soda machine, teenagers stuffing candy in their pockets, a raccoon that somehow got itself trapped in the stockroom once, but nothing prepared me for what happened last October. Nothing in any training manual or employee meeting could have covered it. It was a Tuesday, the kind of night where you expect to be bored out of your mind. The evening rush had died down. My coworker Ellis had gone home early because he wasn't feeling well, and the manager told me I could handle closing alone. I didn't want to, but the hours meant money, and I needed every bit of it. I swept, restocked drinks, and wiped down the counters, glancing up the convex mirror every so often. The store felt strangely empty. There was an unfamiliar heaviness in the air, like the pressure before a storm. Only it wasn't raining, and the forecast said the weather would be clear all week. Around 9:15 p.m., the chime above the door rang, and a man walked in. He looked maybe mid-50s, wearing a worn brown jacket, jeans, and work boots. His clothes looked like they'd been washed recently, but something about him seemed off. He had a stiff, mechanical way of walking, like each movement was calculated instead of natural. His face was pale, almost grayish, with deep-set eyes that didn't seem to blink enough. He didn't look at me when I greeted him. Most people at least nod out of courtesy. He walked slowly down the first aisle, then the second, taking nothing, just turning his head slightly toward items on the shelves without actually touching anything. Every few seconds, I caught him glancing at the cameras. Not casually, intentionally. "Let me know if you need help finding anything," I called. No response. I tried to tell myself he was just one of those socially awkward types. Retail gets all sorts, but when he reached the back freezer doors, he stopped dead still. He didn't reach for anything. He didn't browse. He didn't even move his hands. He stood there staring at the reflection of the store in the glass like he was looking past his own reflection and straight at me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I pretended to busy myself with refilling the gum display, but my eyes kept drifting back to him. He stayed that way for a full 3 minutes, so unnaturally still that for a moment I wondered if he'd had a stroke or something. "Sir, are you all right?" I finally asked. He didn't turn around. Instead, he lifted one hand just slightly and placed it on the freezer door. His fingers were long, thin, almost skeletal, and I swear to God his nails were too clean. Not manicured, just unnaturally pristine. Then he spoke, and his voice chilled me. "You ever notice the things that hide in reflections?" I froze where I stood. I didn't know how to answer that. I didn't want to answer it. Something inside me screamed to leave him alone. But before I could react, he dropped his hand and walked toward the exit, still never touching a single item. As he passed me, he didn't look at my face. He looked at my shadow on the floor. And then he was out the door, disappearing into the parking lot without ever buying anything. I tried to shake it off, telling myself he was just a lonely, eccentric guy. But the feeling he left behind only grew stronger. I checked the cameras. On the back corner monitor, the freezer aisle showed him standing there. But something was wrong. The reflection in the glass freezer doors didn't match him. The angle was wrong, like the reflection belonged to someone standing closer to the camera, someone taller, someone whose head turned too slowly, like it was independent of their body. I rewound the footage. Same thing. My throat tightened. The footage glitched several times while he was in the frame, but only then, never before, never after. I screenshotted it, but deleted it immediately because looking at it made me nauseous. At 10 p.m., the store was empty again, or so I thought. As I counted down the register, I heard the faintest tapping sound, slow, rhythmic, coming from the stockroom. We had rats sometimes, we had birds occasionally. I prayed it was just that. I grabbed the flashlight and walked toward the noise. The hallway back there always felt colder, but that night it felt like walking into a refrigerator. My breath didn't fog, but it felt like it should have. The tapping stopped the second I stepped inside. I flashed the light around. Nothing. Boxes, crates, broom closet, the usual. Then I heard a scraping sound from behind the shelves. Something shuffled. "Hello?" I said, louder than necessary. "Someone's back here. You can't be." Silence. I edged toward the gap between the shelves and the wall, shoving aside a box of plastic cups. Before I could lean in, my flashlight flickered. Then it turned off. I hit it. Nothing. I hit it again. Nothing. Then in the darkness, I heard breathing. Not animal breathing. Human. Slow. Deliberate. Way too close. I bolted. I slammed the stockroom door shut and locked it. I stood there, chest heaving, gripping the useless flashlight like a weapon. The breathing had sounded like it was right behind my shoulder. I walked quickly to the front of the store, turning on every extra light I could find. I debated calling the police, but I didn't have proof anyone was actually inside. And who would I even describe? A shadow? A feeling? At 10:27 p.m., the front door chime rang. I damn near jumped out of my skin. But it wasn't the man from earlier. It was a girl, maybe 19, with headphones around her neck and a college sweatshirt. She grabbed a soda and went to the counter. I tried to act normal, but my voice shook. "You open late?" she asked, swiping her card. "Yeah, until 11. She nodded. "Cool, it's really quiet in here tonight." "Yeah, I know." Before she could leave, the lights flickered. Not a random, quick flicker. This was a long, low pulse of darkness. When the lights came back, the girl blinked and looked over her shoulder toward the aisles. "Did you see that?" she whispered. "What?" "I thought someone was standing behind me." My stomach dropped. "There's nobody here but us," I said, hoping it was true. But she wasn't convinced. She took 2 steps toward the door, then froze. A whisper, clear as if spoken between us, echoed through the store. "Don't look at the reflections." She stared at me. "Did you say that?" "No," I whispered. "I thought you." The chime above the door rang violently, like someone had shoved it open. She screamed and ran out. But when I checked the doorway, nobody was outside. Not a soul. The parking lot was completely empty. I locked the door and turned the sign to "closed." I still had 30 minutes before my shift ended, but I wasn't letting anyone or anything else inside. I spent the rest of the time sitting at the register, refusing to leave the bright front area. The store felt wrong, like it was breathing around me. At 10:49 p.m., I made the mistake of checking the security cameras again. On camera 3, the freezer aisle, he was back, the man in the brown jacket. But this time, the freezing truth hit me instantly. I hadn't heard the door chime. Nobody had walked in. He stood there exactly as before, motionless, facing the freezer doors. My heart hammered as I leaned closer to the monitor. In the reflection on the freezer glass, I saw myself behind the counter. But behind me, there was something else too. Something tall, something that bent at strange angles, something that shouldn't exist. I jerked around. Nothing there. When I looked back at the monitor, the man was closer to the camera now. Much closer. Inches from it, staring straight into the lens. His eyes were black. Not the absence of light, just black. The feed glitched, crackled, and died. That was it. I grabbed my bag, sprinted to the entrance, unlocked the door, and ran to my car without looking back once. I peeled out of the parking lot, hands shaking so hard I could barely steer. I quit the next morning. Didn't even return to get my last paycheck. They mailed it to me eventually. A week later, I checked the news out of morbid curiosity. Maple and Main Market had closed temporarily due to electrical issues and security system failures. I never went back. I still don't go into small stores at night if I can help it, and when I pass a window or a freezer door or a reflective surface, I don't look too long. Not anymore, because sometimes, just barely, just for a split second, I see someone behind me who isn't there when I turn around. Someone with pale skin, someone with black eyes, someone who doesn't blink. Story the end. The buzzing from the old overhead lights always sounded worse after 10 p.m., like they were straining to stay alive. That night, they flickered every few seconds, and each time they dimmed, the shadows stretched just a little longer, a little darker. I tried not to pay attention. Working the late shift at a 24-hour big box store in rural Pennsylvania had trained me to ignore weird noises and weirder customers. But there are some things you can't ignore, like no matter how much you try. I'd been a night stalker for almost 2 years. I wasn't new, but I still wasn't jaded enough to shrug off everything. The store's overnight crew had a rotation of about 6 people, but lately it had been just me and one other guy, Todd. He usually stayed in the back unloading the trucks while I stocked the shelves. That night, though, he left early. Migraine, he said. I didn't argue. Todd never left early for anything, so he must have really been hurting. Before he walked out the door, he said something that stuck with me. "Don't go into aisle 14 tonight, man," he muttered, rubbing his temples. "I heard something weird back there. Just stay clear of it." Uh, I laughed it off, thinking he meant mice or a water leak. But he didn't smile. He looked pale, sweating, like he'd seen something that shook him. Then he grabbed his coat and left. I should have asked more questions. I should have pushed him to explain. But instead, I clocked back in, grabbed my pallet of detergent bottles, and got back to work. At first, everything felt normal. Quiet. Empty. The store after midnight always felt like a different world. No customers, no music, just the hum of the refrigerators and the occasional beep from a forklift backing up. I finished stocking the cleaning supplies, then moved to pet food, then snacks. Around 1 a.m., I realized the next section on my list was aisle 14. Household goods, light bulbs, storage containers, seasonal junk. I rolled my cart toward the aisle, not thinking much of it until I got within a few feet. Then I felt it. Cold, like stepping into a walk-in freezer, except the temperature in the rest of the store was normal. I stopped for a second and rubbed my arms. The lights in that aisle were dimmer than the others, which wasn't unusual. Electrical problems were constant, but it was the silence that unsettled me. The store was always quiet at night, but not like this. This was thick, suffocating stillness, as if all sound had been sucked out of the air. I pushed the cart forward and forced myself to start stocking. The faster I finished, the faster I could move on. As I put jars of pickles onto the shelves, something made me pause. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement. I turned quickly, expecting to see a coworker or maybe a late-night customer wandering where they shouldn't be. But there was no one. The aisle was empty. I tried to focus on the work. Pickles, olives, pasta sauce. Everything felt normal for a few minutes. Then something rolled across the floor. A plastic bottle, one of those huge jugs of cooking oil, tumbled slowly from the opposite end of the aisle. It didn't fall from a shelf. It didn't spill from my cart. It rolled out from the far end and stopped right at my feet. A chill crawled up my spine. I whispered to the empty aisle, "Hello? Someone there?" Nothing. I didn't want to pick up the bottle, but leaving it there felt worse. So I bent down, grabbed it, and as I stood, I heard a soft tapping sound. Slow. Rhythmic. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the shelves beside me, like someone running their fingernails along the metal. Tap, tap, tap. I backed up, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The tapping stopped. I should have left, walked out, called my manager, called anyone. But instead, I stood completely still, listening, waiting. Then I heard breathing. Not my own. It was soft, shallow, almost wheezing, coming from the far end of the aisle. I squinted, trying to see through the dim lighting. The shadows at the end of the aisle looked wrong, too thick, too dark, as if something was standing there, blocking the light. "Who's there?" I called again, louder this time. The breathing stopped. A few seconds passed. Then someone shifted in the shadows. I saw the outline of a person. Tall, thin, still. I swallowed hard. "Sir, the store is closed. You need to." The figure stepped forward, and even though it was still too dark to see clearly, something about the movement was wrong. It was too smooth, too slow, like it wasn't walking, but gliding. I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of plastic storage bins. They crashed to the floor, the sound exploding through the quiet store. The figure didn't react. I turned and ran. I didn't care that I left the mess. I didn't care that I left the cart. I sprinted down the aisle, around the corner, and straight toward the employee area. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled the keypad twice before the door finally opened. Inside the break room, I grabbed my phone. No signal. Not surprising, the reception was terrible in the back room, but in that moment, it felt like the world had gone dark. I tried the store's landline. Dead. Completely dead. I stood there, hyperventilating, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. After maybe 5 minutes, I worked up the nerve to step back into the store. I couldn't just leave. My manager would fire me. And some part of me wanted to prove to myself that it was nothing. A shadow. A trick of the light. A tired mind. When I stepped out from the break room, the lights in aisle 14 were completely off. Not flickering. Not dim. Off. My stomach dropped. I took one step toward the aisle, then I heard it again. breathing, but this time it wasn't at the end of the aisle. It was right behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. The air felt colder, thick enough that every breath hurt. My hands started to go numb. My vision blurred around the edges, like the shadows were moving again, reaching. I stumbled backward, dropping my scanner. The moment it hit the floor, the sound shattered the stillness, echoing across the empty store. And something answered. Not a voice. Something worse. A laugh. High, thin, unnatural, echoing from somewhere between the aisles. My legs went weak. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the dark aisles, afraid to look away. Then slowly, aisle 14's lights flickered back on. For a second, I saw it clearly. A figure standing in the middle of the aisle. Tall. Wrong. Its limbs too long, its head tilted at an angle that no human neck could manage. Its skin, or whatever covered it, was shadow-like, as if it absorbed light instead of reflecting it. And its face was empty, a blank surface, like someone erased all its features. I ran, full sprint, not looking back, straight toward the front of the store. I didn't stop until I burst through the sliding doors, which opened so slowly I nearly slammed into the glass. Outside, the air was warm again. Normal. My breath came back, but when I looked at the store's windows, I saw a dark shape standing just inside the entrance, perfectly still, watching. I drove home shaking, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. Nothing followed me, but that didn't make me feel better. The next morning, I told my manager everything. He didn't believe a word of it. He said cameras showed nothing, no figures, no movement, not even the fallen storage bins. By the time he checked, the aisle looked exactly as it should. It was like the night reset itself. I quit that evening. Since then, I haven't gone back. But every few weeks, one of my old coworkers texts me. They all say the same thing in one way or another. Something is in aisle 14, something that moves when the lights flicker, something that breathes when you're alone, something that laughs if you stay too long. They say it watches employees, creeping closer each night. They say sometimes they hear footsteps behind them when the store is empty. They say they've seen shadows shift independently of the shelves. And last week, one message from a night manager made my blood run cold. We're losing people. They're quitting. Some won't talk about why. But yesterday, around 3 a.m., I checked aisle 14 myself. The lights went out as I stepped in, and something whispered my name. I don't know what's in that store. I don't know if it ever followed Todd home. Sometimes I wonder if it followed me. Some nights when the house is quiet and the lights flicker for just a second, I swear I hear soft breathing behind me. I never look. I'm afraid I'll see a tall, thin shape standing in the hallway, waiting, watching, remembering. Story, the end. The night shift at the Ridgeway Market wasn't supposed to be dangerous. Annoying, yes. Boring, definitely. But dangerous? Nobody warned me about that when I filled out the application. Nobody said anything about the customers who wandered the aisles long after closing time, or the strange sounds in the stockroom, or the way the store felt watched. I'd been at the job for about a year when everything happened. Enough time to get used to the quirks of the place. Enough time to brush off the creepy rumors shared during breaks. Stories about people who went missing in the store's early years, or the night a cashier swore she saw a woman crying in aisle 9 who vanished when approached. Rumors, all of it. I didn't believe any of it. But that was before the night I closed with only 2 other workers. Manny, an assistant manager who never cared about anything except clocking out on time, and Ray, a college kid who stocked shelves twice a week. We weren't a strong team, but we rarely had problems. By the time 10 p.m. rolled around, the store was practically empty. Only a few stragglers wandered the aisles, mostly late-night snack hunters or men who refused to ask for help but stared at shelves like they were trying to solve a riddle. That night, though, there was someone else. Someone none of us had seen before. I first noticed him in aisle 3, standing completely still between breakfast cereal and instant oatmeal. At first, I thought he was just zoning out, comparing brands maybe. His hoodie was pulled over his head, hands in pockets, but something about the way he stood, too stiff, too focused, set off a quiet alarm in my chest. I walked down the aisle in my usual, "Can I help you find anything?" routine, but before I could get within 10 feet of him, he turned and walked away, fast and silent, slipping out of the aisle without a single sound from his shoes. I paused. Most customers at least made a little noise. Rubber soles squeaked. Boot heels clicked. Something. But I hadn't heard a thing. I brushed it off. Just a weird guy. Retail was full of weird guys. But then I saw him again, this time in aisle 6. Standing in the same stiff posture, hands still in pockets, hoodie still low over his face. He hadn't grabbed anything. He wasn't looking at anything. He just stood there. I cleared my throat. "Sir, we'll be closing in less than an hour if you need help finding." He turned, same as before. No eye contact, no words. Just walked briskly away, disappearing behind the end cap. I felt a rush of irritation. "Okay, that's rude," I muttered. A few minutes later, Manny called me over the radio. "Hey, you seen the guy in the gray hoodie?" "Yeah, twice." "He giving you weird vibes?" "Extremely." "Keep an eye on him. We've had people shoplift using oversized hoodies." Shoplifting. That was a logical explanation. Comforting, even. Easier to believe than something sinister. I nodded, even though Manny couldn't see me. Got it. But I didn't really believe he was just stealing. People who shoplifted pretended not to be suspicious. They pretended to be normal customers. This guy wasn't pretending anything. Around 10:30, the last regular shoppers trickled out, and the store went quiet in that unnatural way only large empty buildings can. The hum of the fluorescents became louder than footsteps. The vents whooshed like distant waves. The store felt like a hollow body breathing. And he was still inside. I saw him in aisle 12, standing in front of the cleaning products. No cart, no basket, no items in his hands. Just stillness. "Ray," I whispered, walking toward the stockroom door where she was unloading boxes. "You need to bring the cart out front and stay near me and Manny." She blinked at the urgency in my voice. "Why?" "There's a guy here acting wrong." Her expression softened, like, "call the cops wrong," or "this job sucks wrong." "I don't know yet." We walked toward the front together. The lights flickered once. Nothing unusual. They always flickered around closing, but this time it felt stronger, almost like a pulse. Ray stopped. You felt that too, right?" I nodded slowly. Then Manny's voice came over the radio again, but this time his voice wasn't calm or bored. "Where are you guys? Come to the front. Now." The three of us converged by the registers, and Manny pointed toward the automatic doors. He just walked outside without buying a damn thing. "Good," I said. "Let him leave." "That's the problem." Manny swallowed. "He didn't trigger the doors." I stared at him. "What?" "They didn't open," Manny said, voice low. "He walked through them." "Through them?" Ray repeated, eyebrows raised. "Like, physically through the doors?" "I don't know what I saw," Manny said, rubbing his forehead, "but they didn't open." Before any of us could respond, the lights flickered again. Then they went out completely. Pure blackness swallowed the entire front end. Ray yelped. Manny cursed. I reached out blindly until my hand found the counter edge. The emergency lights near the exits finally kicked in, glowing a dim, unsettling red. They lit up just enough of the floor to see several dirty footprints leading inside, and they weren't from any of us. The footprints were wet, muddy, like someone had walked through a swamp, but outside the pavement was dry. The night was clear. Nothing made sense. "Okay," Manny whispered, backing toward the service desk. I'm calling 911. He picked up the landline phone, pressed the keypad, then stared at it. "It's dead," he said. "The phone's dead." Ray pulled out her cell. Mine too. No signal. I reached for mine, hoping. No bars. Nothing. A sound echoed softly from the back of the store. Not footsteps, not anything human. A low, dragging shuffle, like something being pulled across linoleum. The three of us froze. Ray whispered, "Please tell me that's not him." Manny swallowed hard. "We need to get out. Now." He started toward the doors, but they didn't slide open. He waved his hand in front of the sensor. "Nothing. It's locked," he said. "They don't lock like this," I shot back, panic rising in my throat. "Power outage doors automatically unlock for safety. They're not unlocking." Another sound carried across the store, a soft tapping. Coming from aisle 12. Tap, 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 like fingernails. I felt a cold sweat break across my back. Ray shook her head rapidly. "Nope, no, I don't care what that is. I'm not staying in here." "Emergency exit," I said quickly. In the stockroom, we ran through the store, past dark aisles, past flickering end cap signs, past shadows that felt like they moved even when they didn't. Halfway to the back, a shape shifted in my peripheral vision. I stopped dead. Something stood at the end of aisle 8. Tall. Wrongly tall. The hooded figure. But his hoodie was soaking wet now. Dripping. Puddles forming beneath him. And his head, His head was tilted at an impossible angle, almost backward, like his neck had been twisted too far. Ray grabbed my arm. "Keep walking," she whispered, voice trembling. "Don't look at him. Keep walking." But I couldn't. I was rooted in place, staring. He lifted one arm, slowly, stiffly, and pointed at us. Then he began walking, except it wasn't walking. His feet moved unnaturally, sliding instead of stepping, like his shoes weren't touching the floor, like he was gliding, pulled forward by something unseen. Manny grabbed both of us and yanked us toward the back. "Move." The emergency lights flickered again as the dragging sound grew louder behind us. We barreled into the stockroom. Manny shoved boxes aside until the emergency exit was clear, then slammed into the push bar. Nothing. It didn't budge. "It's jammed," he shouted. Ray cried. "It's supposed to open automatically." The dragging sound came closer. Closer. Then it stopped, right outside the stockroom entrance. None of us turned around. We didn't breathe. We didn't blink. We just stood there trembling as the air grew colder. The smell of stagnant water filled the room. Then something tapped softly against the metal shelving beside us. Tap, 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 slow, deliberate, like he was letting us know exactly where he stood. Ray started crying quietly. Manny pulled out a box cutter from his belt, but his hands shook so hard he nearly dropped it. Then, as suddenly as it started, the tapping stopped. The cold lifted. The smell disappeared. But none of us dared to turn around for a full minute. When we finally did, the stockroom doorway was empty. Nothing there. No footprints. No figure. Nothing. The lights blinked back on at that exact moment, the entire store lighting up as though nothing had ever happened. The phones came back. So did our cell signals. The emergency exit unjammed with a single push when Manny tried again. We ran outside without looking back. We didn't clock out. We didn't lock up. We didn't even talk. We just left. The next morning, corporate called to ask why the store had been abandoned overnight. We filed reports full of half-truths about malfunctions and a suspicious individual inside the building. They didn't believe us, but they installed new security cameras. A week later, the store manager pulled us into the office to show us something captured on the footage. At 10:41 p.m., the exact moment the lights went out, the man in the hoodie appeared in the center of aisle 8. Not walked into frame. Appeared. One frame empty, next frame filled with him, standing perfectly still. Then the next frame, empty again. He vanished. No exit, no blur, no movement. Just gone. We all quit within the month. None of us lasted after seeing that. And even though I've worked other retail jobs since, I've never forgotten the sound, that slow, dragging shuffle. Sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I hear it again. Getting closer. Story the end. It always bothered me how quiet the store got after 11 p.m. I'd been working at the Midtown Market, an old, slightly run-down grocery store in central Pennsylvania, for almost 4 years, and the late shift was usually my favorite. Fewer customers, less noise, and more time to finish stocking shelves without the chaos of daytime crowds. But every night without fail, the store felt different after closing hours. The hum of the coolers took on a deeper tone. The aisles seemed longer, and sometimes you'd swear you saw someone turning a corner even when the security monitors showed nobody in the aisles. I used to brush that off as fatigue. Everyone who's worked retail knows that late shifts play tricks on your mind. But there was one night, one I still can't talk about without feeling my chest tighten, when those little tricks became something else. Something real. Something I can't logically explain. It started on a Friday in October, the kind of night where the weather can't decide if it wants to rain or snow. I had the closing shift with my coworker David, who'd only been working there a month or so. He was 18, way too cheerful for that job, and constantly tried to joke around to keep things light, especially after one of the older employees had told him the place was haunted. He didn't believe it, obviously. None of us did. Not really. But the older folks loved telling stories about the store's past. According to them, the building used to be a factory in the 1940s before being converted into a grocery store decades later. Supposedly, back in the day, a worker had disappeared inside the factory. No body ever found, no explanation. People always made up ghost stories about places like ours, especially old places with flickering lights and drafty aisles. That night, I was assigned to the back corner of the store near the walk-in freezer, restocking the dairy section. It was the coldest part of the building, and the overhead bulb there always flickered like it was struggling to stay alive. Meanwhile, David was in the front, near the registers, cleaning up as we were preparing to close. At around 11:40 p.m., right before we were supposed to lock the doors, I noticed movement in aisle 9 out of the corner of my eye. It was quick, someone stepping out of sight. We were technically still open, so I figured it was a last-minute shopper. I grabbed my pricing gun and walked toward the aisle. "Hey there," I said, stepping into the aisle. "We're closing in about 20. I stopped mid-sentence. The aisle was empty, completely empty. No carts, no customers. No sound except the low drone of the store's ventilation. I felt a small prickle on the back of my neck, but brushed it off. Long shifts do that. Besides, maybe whoever I saw ducked into the next aisle, but the next aisle was even more empty. I walked back toward the dairy section, shaking off the weird feelings settling in my gut. At 11:55, we officially closed. I heard the front doors lock as David turned the key. I was wheeling an almost empty pallet jack toward the stockroom when I heard it. Footsteps. Not soft ones either. Slow, steady, dragging footsteps coming from aisle 12, the aisle right behind me. I froze. "David?" I called out. "You back here?" No answer. The dragging continued, and it didn't sound like someone wearing shoes. It sounded like bare feet sliding across the linoleum. Slow. Wet sounding. I swallowed hard and turned. No one. Empty aisle, lights flickering. I started walking quickly toward the front to find David, but before I reached the end of the aisle, the overhead speaker crackled to life. The PA system. But instead of David calling me, all I heard was a soft, broken whisper. "Help me." I stopped dead. The voice sounded like it was right above me. Thin, strained, like someone forcing out air through a tight throat. For a moment, the entire store fell silent after that voice faded. Just dead air. I forced myself to breathe. Maybe it was interference. Maybe David had accidentally hit the switch. I hurried to the front. When I found him, he was standing behind register 3, headphones in, humming while he wiped down the conveyor belt. "You use the PA?" I asked, trying to sound normal. He pulled out one earbud. "What? No? Why?" I forced a shrug. "Thought I heard something." "Whatever." He laughed. "Dude, you're starting to sound like the old timers. Ooh, the haunted grocery store." I tried to laugh with him, but my stomach tightened. Something wasn't right. Around midnight, we began our final sweep. Doors locked, lights halfway dimmed, we walked the aisles to make sure no customer was accidentally left behind. I checked the freezer section while David went to the back room to take out trash. I was halfway down the soda aisle when I heard David shout my name. Loud, panicked, not joking. "Mark! Mark, get back here!" I dropped the scanner I was holding and bolted toward the stockroom. My heart hammered so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. When I reached the swinging double doors, I shoved them open so hard one banged against the wall. David was standing in the center of the room, white as a sheet. His eyes were wide and his hands were shaking. "What happened?" I asked, out of breath. He pointed to the walk-in freezer door. It was open, wide open. The heavy industrial freezer door, which normally needed real force to pull, was sitting there, gaping into complete darkness. The light inside wasn't on. It was just dark. "I didn't open it," he whispered. "I heard someone banging from the inside. I thought maybe someone got stuck in there." We stood side by side, staring at the freezer. No movement, no sound. Just a deep, cold void that seemed to swallow the light from the stockroom. I grabbed the wall switch and flicked the freezer light on. Nothing happened. "Light must have blown," David said, but even his voice sounded unsure. "We have to check," I said. "Do we?" he whispered. "If someone really is in there." We stepped forward cautiously. My breath fogged in the air as we approached the door. The cold drifting out felt wrong, too cold, colder than usual. I reached inside and clicked my flashlight on. The beam cut through the dark. The freezer was empty, completely empty. Just rows of metal racks and icy walls. "See?" I said, though my voice came out shaky, probably just the suction being weird. But before I could close the door, the flashlight flickered. Then it clicked off completely. The stockroom lights above us flickered too, long pulses like they struggled to hold power. And then, from deep inside the freezer, something moved. It wasn't a person. The sound was too unnatural. A slow scraping, like nails dragging across metal shelves. The temperature dropped so suddenly I felt a stabbing ache in my teeth. "Close it," David whispered urgently. Close it now. I slammed the freezer door shut and latched it. The moment it sealed, the scraping stopped. We stood there breathing hard, staring at the door. Neither of us spoke. Finally, David exhaled shakily. I'm not staying back here alone, he whispered. Yeah, same. We finished the rest of our duties fast, almost running through the aisles. Every corner felt wrong. Every shelf looked like something might be hiding behind it. By 12:40, we were ready to leave and turn off the lights completely. But as we cut the main power to the back half of the store, the emergency lights flickered on, and one of them illuminated something in aisle 12. A figure, standing perfectly still, facing the wall, barefoot, pale legs, long arms hanging limply. My chest tightened, my skin crawled. David grabbed my arm so hard his nails dug in. Mark, he whispered. We locked the doors. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My breath caught in my throat as the figure slowly, painfully slowly, turned its head toward us, as though its neck were stiff or broken. I didn't see a face, just darkness. Like its entire face was a shadow, no features, no eyes, no mouth. Just an empty void where a face should have been. The air felt thick, suffocating. I grabbed David's sleeve. We're leaving, I said firmly, my voice cracking. We sprinted toward the front, nearly tripping over each other. Behind us, I heard something, footsteps, fast ones, like the figure was running, sprinting, closing the distance with impossible speed. We didn't look back. We burst through the employee exit and didn't stop running until we reached our cars. David jumped into his and sped off without a word. I fumbled my keys twice before getting into mine. As I pulled out of the lot, I couldn't stop shaking. I didn't even breathe normally until I was halfway home. The next morning, I called the store manager and told him I was sick. David did the same. The following week, we both resigned on the same day without giving a reason. We never talked to each other again. I still drive past that store sometimes, still see those flickering lights through the windows late at night. I tell myself nothing was there. No one was running behind us. No one was in that freezer. But sometimes, especially on cold October nights, I hear that broken whisper again. Help me. Or worse, I hear the dragging footsteps right behind me. Story the end. The only reason I took the night shift at Ridgeway Supercenter was because it paid $1 more per hour. And at 24, living in a too small apartment with rent that climbed every year, an extra dollar mattered. Ridgeway wasn't a big chain, more like an oversized discount store that felt stuck in the early 2000s with its faded posters and squeaky carts. But I didn't mind it. At least not until the night I stopped feeling alone in the building. Even when I was. It was late October, cold enough that you could see your breath if you got too close to the sliding doors. Inside, though, the air was warm and smelled like floor cleaner and stale popcorn from the food kiosk by the entrance. That night, it was just me and another closer, a guy named Damien. He was in his 30s, always tired-looking, but good company. Around 9:45 p.m., he told me he'd have to leave early because his wife was having contractions. They weren't sure if it was the real deal, but it was close enough that he didn't want to risk being stuck at work. Corporate policy said no one was supposed to close alone, but our manager, who practically lived in his office, just waved a hand and said, "We'll make an exception. It's a quiet night." And for a while it was, the kind of quiet that makes you think closing will be easy. At 10:15, maybe 5 customers were still lingering. One woman flipping endlessly through clearance clothes without buying a thing, a teenager wandering electronics like he'd never seen headphones before, and 2 men who looked like brothers arguing over the right size of storage bins. The last was a man I hadn't noticed earlier. Tall, wearing a gray zip-up hoodie with the hood pulled low, always near the end of an aisle but never going down it. At first I thought he was waiting for someone, but the longer I watched him, the more it felt like he was waiting for us to close. The first small thing that unsettled me happened around 10:30. I was facing shelves in the home goods aisle when I heard someone whisper. Not an echo, not a customer speaking softly, an actual whisper, close enough that it brushed my ear. "Hey!" I straightened, heart jolting. The aisle behind me was empty, the shelves fully stocked. I told myself I imagined it. Night shifts can mess with your senses, especially when you're tired. I kept working, stacking folded towels, when I heard it again, slightly louder this time. "Hey, don't turn around." I whipped around anyway. Again, nothing. The air felt heavier somehow, like someone had been there a second earlier. I walked out of the aisle fast, rubbing the back of my neck. Goosebumps prickled my arms. Maybe it was just the building settling, or my imagination, or my thoughts broke off when I noticed the hoodie guys standing near the checkout lanes, staring at the ceiling instead of the products. I forced a friendly tone. "Sir, we're closing in 30 minutes, just letting you know." He didn't respond, didn't even blink. His face was hidden under the hood. I backed away slowly. By 10:45, the last customers were checking out except him. The woman left empty-handed. The teenager left. The brothers finally made their storage bin decision and walked out laughing. But Hoodie Guy remained, standing near aisle 12 now, his posture stiff, watching something I couldn't see. I did the announcement over the PA system, my voice shaking for reasons I couldn't justify. "Attention shoppers, Ridgeway Supercenter will be closing in 15 minutes. Please bring all final purchases to the front." The speaker crackled afterward, like someone else had breathed into the mic right after me. I tried to brush it off. At 10:55, the store was officially empty, except for me and him. And then, just like that, he vanished. One moment he was visible at the end of aisle 12. The next he wasn't. I didn't hear footsteps. No cart, no shuffle of clothing. He simply was there and then wasn't. I circled the nearby aisles. Nothing. Checked the bathrooms. Empty. Peeked into the entryway. No one. The doors hadn't opened, not once. I knew because they beeped every time they slid. I was alone. I thought about calling my manager, but he had left early too, something about a family dinner. I didn't want to be the paranoid employee who cried wolf. Besides, there was closing work to do, counting registers, locking the alcohol cases, turning off select lights. By 11:05, I was in the seasonal aisle, turning off displays when I heard it again. "Hey," I spun around. A shiver shot through my spine. The security mirror at the end of the aisle reflected the rows behind me, and in the mirror I swear I saw a figure. Tall, hooded, standing directly behind me. I yelped and twisted my body, nearly dropping my keys. No one was there. I stared at the spot. My throat felt tight. The fluorescent lights above me buzzed loudly, almost drowning out the thumping of my heart. I decided to finish fast. I hurried toward the front registers to start counting down drawers when something loud crashed behind me, something metal hitting the floor hard. It came from the stockroom. I froze. Another crash followed, closer this time. And then, footsteps. Slow, heavy, spaced apart like someone dragging one foot. "Damien?" I called instinctively, even though I knew he'd left an hour earlier. No answer. The footsteps stopped. Silence pressed against my ears. I swallowed hard and grabbed the only thing that felt like a weapon, a metal pricing gun. Useless, but better than empty hands. Walking toward the stockroom felt like walking into a freezer. The temperature dropped with every step. I could see my own breath in faint wisps. When I reached the door, I pushed it open slightly and the smell hit me. Musty, like damp concrete, but also sharp, almost metallic, like blood or rust. The stockroom was dim. One of the motion lights flickered weakly, illuminating only the first few feet of space. Shadows moved, but nothing cast them. I took one timid step inside. "Hello?" My voice shook so badly I barely recognized it. Something moved behind a row of pallets. It wasn't a rat. Rats skitter. This was slow, deliberate. I stepped back. A soft shuffle slid across the floor, closer. I backed out of the room and slammed the door shut. My breath came in short bursts. I fumbled to lock it with the latch near the top, but the latch wouldn't slide. It was stuck, bent slightly out of place, and then the door pushed outward. Just an inch. Just enough to let me know something was on the other side. I ran. I didn't even pretend I wasn't terrified anymore. I ran straight to the front, heart hammering. I didn't turn off the lights, didn't set the alarm, didn't count the drawers. When I reached the customer service desk to grab my bag, something caught my attention. On the security monitors, Camera 9, the seasonal aisle. Camera 12, the back hallway. Camera 4, the middle of the store near the toiletries. All three displayed the same thing, the man in the gray hoodie, standing perfectly still, facing the camera, but not moving, like a statue. Only he wasn't in any of those places when I'd just run through the store. I stared at the monitors, my knees nearly buckling. Panic surged through my body like electricity. And then, on camera 4, he moved. His head twisted upward slowly, unnaturally, until it faced the ceiling. Then, still looking upward, his body turned toward the camera. His hood fell slightly, showing part of his face. No eyes, just pale skin where eyes should be. My scream never made it out. It died in my throat. The lights flickered overhead. The PA system popped loudly. And then a voice, raspy, warped, whispered through the speaker. "Don't turn around." I turned anyway. Of course I turned. Instinct controls you when terror swallows everything else, but no one was behind me. The front doors, though, those slowly slid open. No beep this time. Just open. Cold night air drifted in. Something, an instinct I never knew I had, told me I wasn't supposed to go out. That whatever was inside wanted me outside instead, wanted me to leave the safety of the lights to step into the darkness of the empty lot. And something else wanted me to stay. I didn't know which was worse. Then the PA whispered again, "Run." This time the voice sounded like Damien's, and that broke something in me. I ran, through the doors, into the cold, toward my car. My keys shook in my hands so violently I couldn't get them into the lock at first. I finally managed it, flung the door open, and jumped inside. I locked the doors and dropped into the driver's seat, panting, shaking. I didn't look at the store, but I could feel it watching me, something inside watching me. I started the car and peeled out of the parking lot so fast my tires squealed. I didn't go back the next night, or the one after. I quit over the phone 2 days later. The manager sounded annoyed, but didn't ask why. I think he already knew something was wrong with that building. Something had been wrong for a long time. A week later, a news report online mentioned Ridgeway Supercenter was temporarily closed for electrical issues and unexpected structural problems in the stock room. People joked about rodents or leaking pipes, but I know better. I still hear whispers sometimes when I walk down grocery aisles. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of gray fabric at the end of a shelf that disappears when I blink. I don't close stores anymore. I don't even shop after 9 p.m. And I never, ever ignore a whisper behind me. Story the end. It wasn't until years later that I realized the night that changed everything had started out painfully ordinary. December shifts almost always meant long lines, short tempers, and customers convinced that we personally controlled inventory, prices, and the weather. But that evening was slow, eerily slow for the holiday season. A light drizzle had turned into cold sleet by 5, and by 6, the parking lot of the discount home goods store I worked at was almost empty. I'd been an assistant manager there for nearly 3 years. The store sat off a frontage road just outside Madison, Wisconsin, near an abandoned mall that locals joked was cursed, though even saying that felt like giving the place too much personality. It wasn't haunted or magical. It was just dead, like everything inside it had given up a long time ago. Our store had survived, barely, but the building was old, the wiring unreliable, and the security system obsolete enough that we still used VHS tapes. My closing crew was small that night, a former Marine named Lucas, who worked recovery, a soft-spoken cashier named Mary, and me. Corporate insisted we remain open until 10 no matter the weather, but the few customers we did get were quick to scan, bag, and leave. By 8:30, the store felt abandoned. I was counting down the minutes until close when a woman stepped through the automatic doors. She didn't look strange at first. Older, maybe mid-50s, hair in a messy bun, wearing a thick parka with fake fur trim. But she didn't shake off the sleet, didn't pause, didn't even glance around. She just walked, slowly and deliberately, toward the back of the store. "Do you need help finding anything?" Mary called out. The woman didn't acknowledge her, not even a tilt of the head. Mary frowned. "Okay then." I watched the woman disappear around the corner near the bedding aisles. Something about her gait tugged at me. Not a limp, not a shuffle, just off. Like she was walking on uneven ground even though the floor was flat. I told myself it was nothing. This job made you paranoid. But 20 minutes passed and she didn't emerge. No items in her hands, no other customers around her. I instructed Lucas to walk the aisles and make sure she was fine. He nodded, grabbed his walkie, and headed off. Minutes ticked by. Then 10. Then 15. "Hey, Lucas," I paged. "Find her yet?" Static. "Lucas, answer me." More static. I tried his cell. No response. "What the hell?" I muttered. Mary noticed me tensing and walked over. "Is he not answering?" "No, I'm going to check it out." "Want me to come with?" Stay up front, I said. If anyone comes in, let me know. I grabbed a flashlight from under the counter. The lighting in the store was terrible on a good day. On stormy nights, half the bulbs buzzed or flickered. As I walked toward the back, the store felt larger than usual, aisles stretching too far, shadows clinging to the shelves. I reached bedding first. Empty. I checked behind the stacks of pillows. Nothing. Next was housewares, aisles of ceramic dishes and stainless steel pans lined up perfectly. My footsteps echoed strangely, slower, heavier. I called for Lucas again. No answer. When I turned down the next aisle, I saw a flash of dark fabric round the corner at the far end. "Ma'am?" I called out. "We close soon. Do you need help?" No reply. I followed the movement. My breath fogged slightly, even though the store's heat was usually oppressive. As I turned the corner, my flashlight skimmed across a display of bathroom rugs and landed on a single footprint pressed into the fabric. A wet footprint. Bare. I froze. It was human-shaped, but longer than it should have been. Not cartoonishly long, but enough that my brain tried to rationalize it. Someone without shoes. Maybe the woman had taken hers off. Maybe she stepped in a puddle outside and her socks got soaked. But there had been no puddles inside the store. The next aisle had another footprint, then another, leading toward the back storage door. "Lucas," I whispered, "if this is a joke, it's not funny. No sound, just the low hum of fluorescent lights." My stomach dropped when I reached the storage door and realized it was cracked open. We always kept it closed. Always. I pushed it open, slow and careful. The stockroom lights were dim. Only the emergency bulbs glowed, casting long shadows across the pallet racks. The place was freezing, 10 degrees colder than the main floor. Cold enough that I could see my breath. "Lucas?" I called. A faint noise echoed from deeper inside. Not a voice. Not a step. A whisper. A genuine whisper, but stretched and warped, like someone trying to imitate speech without understanding how words work. I raised my flashlight, its beam trembling in my hand, and followed the footprints across the concrete. They led past the shrink-wrapped mattresses, past the overstocked carts, toward a narrow gap between two tall shelves. A soft thump came from behind the racks. Something, or someone, moving. I edged closer and peered through the gap. Lucas was standing there, but he wasn't facing me. He was turned toward the dark corner, shoulders hunched, body rigid. His walkie dangled from his hand. He wasn't moving or speaking. "Lucas," I breathed. "Talk to me." He didn't. I stepped inside the aisle and touched his shoulder. He jerked violently and spun around. His eyes were wild, unfocused. His skin was chalk white. "She's not real," he whispered. Every hair on my body stood straight. "Who?" I asked. His mouth opened and closed like he struggled to form the words. Then the lights flickered, and something shifted behind the pallets. Not a person. Something too tall, too thin, too stretched. I saw only the silhouette, a long, hunched figure, neck bent at an impossible angle, arms dangling past its knees. Its head twitched as if searching for a sound. My brain refused to accept what I was seeing. "Go," Lucas mouthed. "Now." I grabbed his arm. "We're leaving." "No," he whispered. "She's between us and the door." But when I turned, the aisle behind us was empty. "Come on," I urged. We moved quickly but quietly. Every step felt like 1,000 miles. The air grew colder the closer we got to the main floor. At one point, I heard the whispering again, this time closer, sliding along the shelves as though whatever it was crawled overhead. When we reached the stockroom door, it slammed shut on its own. Lucas flinched backward. I lunged forward, yanked it open with all my strength, and pulled him through. We ran toward the front. Mary was already standing by the registers, pale and shaking. "I heard things," she whispered. "In the ceiling, in the walls. Something walked behind me and no one was there." I didn't want to know more. "We're closing early," I said. "Grab your stuff." But corporate can fire me tomorrow. We rushed out of the building and locked the doors behind us. The sleet had turned to snow, thick flakes swirling under the parking lot lights. My truck's windows were fogged from the temperature drop. Through the glass doors, the store lights flickered rhythmically, almost like breathing. Something moved in the far aisle, just a shadow, but the same unnatural length, the same bent posture. I didn't wait. We all got into our cars and left. Hours later, as I lay awake replaying everything, my phone buzzed. It was a notification from our store's security system. Motion detected. In 8 different aisles. But the building was locked. The next morning, corporate brushed everything off: electrical issues, false alarms, employee overreaction during inclement weather. They blamed the footprints on melting ice, the cold stockroom on a malfunctioning heater, and the security recordings, half of which had warped static on old equipment. They never once acknowledged the footage that showed a tall, contorted figure standing behind Lucas for exactly 6 seconds before the camera cut out. Lucas quit that day. Mary never returned another call. I stayed 2 more weeks. Every night, the same pattern repeated: motion alarms, flickering lights, cold pockets of air, distant whispering in the aisles. Once, while pulling tills, something tapped my shoulder hard enough to spin me around. No one was there. When my last shift finally came, I walked through the empty store one final time. The silence was suffocating. As I passed the bedding aisle, I saw a single wet footprint on the tile. Bare, human-shaped, long, too long. It pointed toward the storage room. The door was open a crack. A whisper drifted out, long, wavering, like fingers brushing words instead of speaking them. I didn't look. I didn't breathe. I didn't stay. I walked out without clocking out, got in my car, and never went back. To this day, I avoid that side of town. The store eventually closed, and the building sits empty next to the abandoned mall. Locals claim squatters break windows and teenagers slip in for dares, but whenever someone asks me why I won't set foot near it, I tell them the truth. Some places don't die when the lights turn off. Some things don't leave when the doors are locked. And some customers should never be followed into the back. Story the end. The first real snowstorm of the season hit the same night I started my closing shift alone at the Ridgeway Market. The store wasn't supposed to run a single closer. Policy said 2 minimum, but our assistant manager had called out sick. The opener slipped on ice and went home early, and I was the only one who lived close enough to walk there. So the responsibility landed on me, and I spent the evening reassuring myself that nothing bad ever actually happened in retail. Creepy, sure. Weird customers, absolutely. But dangerous? Not really. I was wrong. It was mid-December in northern Michigan, the kind of cold that turns your breath to steam the second you exhale. Only a handful of customers came in that night since the roads were getting slick. For the last 2 hours of my shift from around 10 p.m. onward, the store stayed empty. Totally empty. No music because the overhead speakers had been glitching for weeks. No co-workers. Just the hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional metallic clunk of the heating system struggling to keep up. Part of closing involved facing shelves, pulling products forward to make everything look full. I always started at the front of the store and worked my way back toward the stockroom. I had just finished the snack aisle when the automatic doors at the entrance opened with a soft whoosh. My head snapped up. No footsteps approached. No wet coat dripping melted snow across the tile floor. No cart being pulled loose from the stack. The doors opened to nothing but darkness outside. They closed again. Wind, I told myself. Storm messed with the sensors. Except it hadn't been windy for at least an hour. And those doors never opened without someone standing right in front of them. I walked to the entrance to check for footprints. There were none. Just the slushy prints of the last customer who'd left 45 minutes earlier. My stomach tightened, but I forced myself to keep working. The faster I closed, the faster I got out. Around 11, I reached aisle 12, the one with seasonal items, fake wreaths, scented candles, overpriced ornaments. I hated that aisle, even in daylight. Something about it always felt too still, too cold compared to the rest of the store. That's when I knocked a package of string lights off the shelf. It hit the floor with a soft thud. I bent down to grab it, and when I stood up, someone was standing at the very end of the aisle. A man, tall, wearing an extremely thin gray coat. Head down. I hadn't heard him walk in. I hadn't heard footsteps at all. My heart lurched hard enough to hurt. I couldn't even speak for a second. Then I forced a weak greeting. Hey there. We're closing in a few minutes. Need help finding anything? Slowly, painfully slowly, the man raised his head. His eyes were wrong. Not wide, not glowing, not anything supernatural looking, just vacant, dead tired, unfocused, like he hadn't slept in weeks. And he didn't blink once while staring at me. Are you looking for something? I tried again. He didn't answer. He just turned and walked away without making a sound. Not the sound of boots on tile, not the swoosh of clothing, nothing. My knees felt shaky, but I followed protocol. I went to the intercom, pretending I wasn't freaked out and trying to page him politely. Attention, customer and seasonal will be closing soon. Please bring any final items up front. No answer. No movement. I didn't want to go back to that aisle, but I had to check if he was still there. He wasn't. I checked every aisle, back room, frozen section, bathrooms, empty. The only prints still belonged to the customers from earlier. I knew I wasn't imagining him. My body had reacted long before my brain could rationalize anything. There had been someone in the aisle, someone who shouldn't have been there. My heart pounded so hard that I started making mistakes, ringing out registers wrong, forgetting to lock up the carts, almost skipping the safe drop. I just wanted to get out. I finally locked the entrance doors, shut off the remaining lights, and grabbed my coat. Then I remembered I had to take the trash to the dumpster behind the store. The snow had stopped but left everything covered in a thick white layer. It was quiet outside. Too quiet. I dragged the trash bags to the back door, pushed it open with my shoulder, and stepped out into the freezing air. The dumpster was maybe 20 feet away. As I walked toward it, the security light above the back door flickered and died, plunging the entire area into near darkness. I froze. Behind the dumpster, something shifted, just a crunch of snow, but deliberate, heavy. "Hello?" I called, instantly regretting it. Silence. My breath fogged in the air. My fingers tightened on the trash bags. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, a raccoon maybe. Then I heard it again. Crunch. One step. Crunch. Another. Someone was walking toward me from behind the dumpster. I dropped the trash and bolted for the door. My hands shook so badly that I fumbled the keys, dropping them into the snow. I fell to my knees, digging frantically, praying, begging under my breath for the keys to show up. A shadow stretched across the snow beside me. Long, thin, human. I grabbed the keys, leapt up, and slammed myself through the door, locking it behind me with trembling fingers. Inside the store, the emergency hallway lights flickered. A humming sound filled the air, low and rhythmic, like machinery struggling. The entire building felt colder than before. I ran to the front, grabbed my bag, and left through the customer entrance, even though it meant trudging through snow for an extra block. I didn't look back, didn't breathe, didn't let myself slow down until I reached the main road with streetlights and passing cars. I didn't sleep that night. And the next day, everything got worse. When I came in for my next shift, 2 employees I'd never met before were sitting in the break room. They were from corporate, security division. They asked me about the night I'd seen the man. "How did you know I saw someone?" I asked. The older one slid a folder across the table. Inside were printed stills from the security cameras, time-stamped from the night before. All of them were black static except one, the camera from aisle 12. In the photo, I stood alone in front of the shelf of string lights. Behind me, at the end of the aisle, was the tall man. But his face was smeared in the image. Blurred like the camera lens couldn't process it. Not motion blur, like the picture itself was corrupted around where his face should have been. "Did he ever speak?" the man from corporate asked. "No." "Did he touch anything? Merchandise? Shelves?" "No." "Did he try to approach you?" I hesitated. "Not inside." Their expressions shifted slightly, like that confirmed something. They asked if I'd ever seen him before. I hadn't. They asked if he seemed dangerous. I told them the truth. I didn't know what he was, only that he wasn't normal. "Don't walk home alone anymore," the older man said when the interview ended. "What? Why? Who was he?" The younger one answered quietly, "We don't know, but you aren't the first to report him." That chilled me more than anything else. Apparently, several stores in the region had filed strange security logs over the past 3 winters, reports of a man matching the same description. Tall, thin coat, silent, shows up late. Disappears before police arrive. Cameras always glitch when he's near. But the dumpster part, the shadow following me, that reaction, that was new. They told me to call if I ever saw him again. I did not plan to. But a week later, I didn't have a choice. It was Christmas Eve. Early shift, bright daylight. The store was packed. Nothing creepy could happen in a crowd, right? I was facing shelves in aisle 5, surrounded by customers, chatter, carts rolling, kids crying. Normal holiday chaos. I bent down to grab a fallen bag of flour. When I stood up, he was 3 feet away from me. Same tall frame, same gray coat, same lifeless eyes. He wasn't looking at the shelves. He wasn't pretending to shop. He was staring directly at me. And this time his face was clear. Too clear. His skin looked slightly off color, almost bluish, like he'd been out in the cold too long. His lips were cracked. His breath didn't fog despite the cold air drifting in from the front doors. His eyes weren't vacant. They were focused intensely on me. I stumbled back, knocking into a cart. He took a step forward, then another, and then a woman pushing her cart passed between us, blocking my view for a second. When she moved past, he was gone. I dropped everything and ran into the break room, shaking so violently I couldn't think. Corporate's number was still saved on the whiteboard. I called it. The older man answered immediately, like he'd been expecting it. "He was here," I whispered. "Are you in a safe place?" he asked. "I think so." "Stay where you are. Don't go outside alone. We're sending someone." I waited over an hour before they arrived. No one found him. Of course they didn't. That was 8 months ago, and I quit the store the next week. But it doesn't feel over. I see tall men in crowds and feel panic rising in my chest. I check aisles twice before walking down them. I never, ever take trash out at night. And the worst part? 3 weeks ago, when I checked my apartment's security camera footage after hearing a noise in the hall, I found a corrupted clip, static. And in the last clear frame, just before the distortion, a tall figure in a thin gray coat was standing at the end of my hallway, facing my door. Story, the end. The worst part of working at Harbor Mart wasn't the customers or the long hours or the way the floor cleaner always left the place smelling faintly like sour lemons and burnt plastic. The worst part was how the building felt after closing. Hollow, too quiet, and too old to be comfortable. I worked the late shift there from 2012 to 2015. The store sat on the edge of a rundown shopping center outside Tacoma, the kind of plaza where half the storefronts were always empty and pigeons nested in the overhangs like they were paying rent. Some employees joked that Harbor Mart was built on a cemetery, but the truth was we all felt something wrong with that building long before the night everything went to hell. And every one of us who was on duty that night has a story. This one is mine. It started in September during inventory week. We stayed late, past 1 a.m., scanning barcodes until our hands cramped. The store was supposed to be cleared, except for employees, but sometimes people hid in the bathroom or pretended to leave and doubled back. We found shoplifters that way plenty of times. That night, I was assigned to housewares. The overhead lights in that department were always dimmer than the rest of the store, buzzing with an electrical flicker the maintenance crew never managed to fix. While scanning shelves of picture frames, I kept hearing a soft tapping from 2 aisles over. It sounded like someone lightly drumming their fingers on a metal shelf. At first, I thought it was the HVAC system, or maybe Tommy, our stocker, moving pallets. But every time I moved to the next aisle, the tapping moved too. 3 aisles over, then 1 aisle ahead of me, then behind me. Tap, 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 tap. I called out, "Hey, whoever's back here, the store's closed." My voice echoed down the aisle. No one answered. I walked the length of housewares and checked every aisle. Nothing. Just empty shelves, humming lights, and the distant beep of scanners from the other departments. When I got back to my aisle, though, the tapping started again, this time right above my head. I looked up. The shelves above me were shaking, just slightly, but definitely shaking, as if someone was climbing across the top rack. I stepped back so fast I tripped over a bucket of clearance spatulas. "Hello?" I called out again, louder. Silence. I ran to get the manager, but when we came back, the shelves were still. No tapping, no shaking, nothing. "Probably a raccoon in the ceiling," the manager muttered, already annoyed. "Happens in places like this. But raccoons don't whisper." And that's what I heard next. 2 days later, I was in the break room getting coffee around midnight. The break room was tiny, wedged between the employee lockers and the maintenance closet. You could hear everything from the hallway, carts rolling, machines humming, radios crackling. That night, though, it was quiet. Everyone else was on the far end of the store. I stirred my coffee, half asleep, when I heard a voice through the wall. A woman's voice. Whispering. At first I thought it was coming from the hallway, but when I stepped out, the hallway was empty. The whispering stopped. I went back inside. As soon as I crossed the threshold, there it was again. A soft, rasping whisper right behind the break room wall. I pressed my ear against the plaster. The whispering sharpened, like someone was speaking directly into the wall. I couldn't make out words at first, just breathy syllables. Then, clear as day, "Don't be alone." The hairs on my neck rose instantly. I backed away from the wall, heart pounding. I didn't finish my coffee. The next week, things got worse. Items started falling off shelves in aisles no one was standing in. Lights flickered whenever certain employees passed under them. Customers complained of cold spots in the toy section, despite the air conditioning being broken that week. Every employee had a story, but none of us talked about it outside of quick jokes or whispered comments when the managers weren't around. Then came the register incident. I was at the checkout lanes helping close for the night. It was 11:50 p.m., and the last customer had just walked out. Tommy was mopping near the front doors. Our night manager, Mr. Langley, was counting the cash drawers. All at once, every register screen turned on. They shouldn't have. After closing, the system automatically shut down. But each screen flickered to life one by one in rapid succession, like someone was walking down the row pressing buttons. The screens didn't show the usual login prompt. Instead, they displayed static. Just static. Black and white moving snow filling the monitors. Then, through the static, a figure appeared. Not a full figure, just the shadow of one. A silhouette standing motionless, head slightly tilted. I stared, frozen, while Mr. Langley cursed under his breath and smacked the closest screen. The silhouette flickered, then moved. Not smoothly, more like it jerked closer, frame by frame, like a corrupted video skipping forward. All 8 register screens showed the same shadowy figure, and then, with no warning, all the screens shut off at once. Silence. No one said a word for a long moment. Then Mr. Langley muttered something about the damn system glitching and told us to finish cleaning. But his hands were shaking. We all saw it. 2 days later, I saw the figure again, not on a screen, not in the shadows, in person. It was a stormy Friday night. Rain hammered the roof so loudly you could barely hear the intercom. I was assigned to zone the seasonal aisle, Halloween stuff, which always creeped me out anyway. Plastic masks, fake skeletons, mechanical witches that cackled when you got too close. Around 1 a.m., the store grew quieter. Too quiet. The rain drowned out most noise, and the rest of the employees were on the opposite side of the store. I bent down to pick up a fallen bag of fake spiderwebs. When I straightened, someone was standing at the end of the aisle. A tall figure. Still, completely still. At first I thought it was a customer who'd been missed at closing. But even from a distance, something looked wrong. The figure's posture was too rigid. Their head was tilted at the same strange angle I'd seen on the register screens. They wore dark clothes, but not clear enough to identify. "Sir? Ma'am?" My voice cracked. "The store's closed." The figure didn't move. I took a step closer. It took a step back. Not a normal step. A sudden jerking motion, like a puppet pulled on a string. I froze. My radio suddenly hissed with static. I grabbed it instinctively. Through the static, a single whisper emerged, a voice I recognized from the break room wall. "Don't be alone." The figure twitched. Then it rushed toward me. I didn't think. I ran. Sprinting down the aisle, heart slamming so hard it hurt. I rounded the corner and collided with Tommy, nearly knocking him over. "Jesus, dude, what the hell?" he yelled. "There's someone down aisle 14. But when Tommy and I looked, the aisle was empty. No figure, no footsteps, nothing. Just a toppled plastic skeleton swinging slightly from where I'd brushed past it. Tommy believed me, because 2 nights before he'd seen the same figure in the stockroom. He didn't tell anyone until that moment. Whatever was happening wasn't just happening to me. And then came the night we heard the screaming. The store had been closed for 2 hours. Only 4 of us were there, me, Tommy, Mr. Langley, and a new hire named Renee. We were finishing restocking the paper goods aisle when a scream tore through the store. A human scream. High-pitched. Terrified. Echoing from the back of the building. We all froze. Mr. Langley dropped the box he was holding. "Who the hell is that?" he snapped. But he sounded scared. We ran toward the sound, back near the warehouse. The loading dock door was closed and locked. There were no employees scheduled in the back, no customers, no delivery trucks. But the screaming didn't stop. It now came from inside the walk-in freezer. Mr. Langley turned pale. "That freezer's locked," he whispered. "Impossible." Yet we heard it. The unmistakable sound of someone pounding from the inside, fists slamming the metal door, voice cracking from panic. "Help! Let me out! Please!" Renee started crying. Tommy backed away. I stepped forward and grabbed the handle. It wouldn't budge. The screaming grew louder, more frantic, until suddenly it cut off mid-cry, like someone had pressed mute. The silence that followed was worse than the screaming. Mr. Langley fumbled for the keys with trembling hands. He got the freezer unlocked after several tries. He pulled the door open so fast it slammed against the wall. Inside the freezer, mist billowed out from the cold, but there was no one inside, just rows of frozen turkeys. No footprints. No condensation, no sign anyone had ever been there. We left early that night. Mr. Langley didn't even finish the paperwork. 2 weeks later, Harbor Mart closed permanently. Officially, it was because of structural concerns and declining revenue. But every employee knew the real reason. Something in that building was wrong, not electrical, not mechanical. Something that watched us from aisles, whispered from walls, and screamed from places no voice should come from. I haven't worked retail since, but sometimes late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear tapping on the wall behind me. Tap, 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 tap. And every time I remember the whisper from that break room wall, "Don't be alone." Story the end. The night shift at Crestwood Department Store was supposed to be easy money. I just turned 19 and needed something flexible to pay rent and school loans. During the day, the store was packed, loud, full of people who didn't care if they knocked over displays or argued about sales. Nights were different, quiet, too quiet, with aisles that seemed endless under the harsh fluorescent lights. I worked from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. alone most nights, except for the occasional manager doing paperwork or the stock crew unloading shipments. I thought I was prepared for that, for the loneliness. I wasn't. The first thing that felt off was the lighting. One of the ceiling fixtures in aisle 6 flickered almost constantly, casting uneven shadows. I laughed it off, assuming it was an electrical issue, but even that seemed to have a presence. Sometimes when I walked past, I could swear the flicker wasn't random. It was like the light pulsed when I stepped close, like it was reacting to me. I didn't say anything to my coworkers. I figured I'd sound crazy. A couple of weeks in, I was folding sweaters on the 3rd floor, arranging them by size and color when I heard it. A soft thump, like someone dropping something heavy, coming from the electronics section 2 aisles over. I called out, "Hello? Anyone back there?" No response. I shrugged it off as a box falling, but the hairs on my neck prickled anyway. Then I noticed the mannequins. They weren't positioned like they were supposed to be. In the morning, my manager had spent hours putting them just right, but at night they were always slightly off. One arm bent differently, one head tilted at an odd angle. I figured maybe the janitor was moving them or a previous stalker had left them like that. But the more I checked, the more it seemed deliberate, almost purposeful. It escalated one night around 2 a.m. I was doing inventory in the sporting goods section. I was alone, and the silence pressed in from all sides. I had just finished counting a shelf of basketballs when I heard the soft scrape of shoes across the polished floor. My heart leapt. "Hello?" I called, my voice too loud in the empty store. No answer. I told myself it was the AC or maybe a rat. I kept counting. A minute later, I heard it again, closer. Footsteps, slow, deliberate. Right behind me, I spun around. Empty. Not a soul in sight. My pulse was racing, and I moved quickly to the next aisle, but the feeling stayed with me. The sense that something was trailing me, watching me. It didn't stop there. Sometimes I would hear whispering. I couldn't make out words, but it was close, soft, low, almost like someone muttering under their breath. It seemed to echo down the empty aisles, following me. I asked a coworker, a guy named Dan who worked nights too, just if he'd experienced anything weird. He shrugged. Buildings make noises, old stores, creaks, drafts, nothing to worry about. I wanted to believe him, but I knew the difference between a creak and something deliberate. This was deliberate. The worst night happened in November. It was cold, the kind of night that makes your skin feel stiff even under layers. The store had closed at 11, but I was asked to stay late to help unload a shipment of electronics. By midnight, everyone else had left, and I was alone. I wheeled a cart down the electronics aisle when I heard it, a giggle, high-pitched, childish, echoing through the rows. I froze, my hand on the cart handle. "Hello?" I whispered. Silence. The air felt heavier, almost sticky, like it was pressing down on me. I turned to leave, but something caught my eye at the far end of the aisle. A boy. Small, maybe 8 or 9, wearing a faded red hoodie and jeans. He stood perfectly still, staring at me. His face was pale, almost gray, and his eyes were too dark, too wide, unblinking. I gasped and blinked. When I looked again, he was gone. I ran. Heart pounding, chest tight. I didn't stop until I reached the front entrance, fumbled with the keys, and finally got the door open. No one was there outside, just snow falling softly under the streetlights. I didn't tell anyone about the boy. Not Dan, not my manager. I thought I'd lose my job, or worse, that they'd think I was insane. But after that night, things got worse. Objects started moving. A box of DVDs would appear in the middle of an aisle when I was certain I hadn't touched it. The lights would flicker, sometimes even go out entirely for a few seconds. The intercom would come on without anyone touching it, and faint whispers would seep through. I learned to never stand still for long. Then there was the night of the shadows. I was in the clothing section, folding shirts, when I saw it out of the corner of my eye. A shadow moving along the wall, slow, smooth, like a person gliding rather than walking. I froze, my stomach dropping. The shadow stopped when I stopped, even though I was certain no one was there. I walked toward it, and as I approached, it vanished, leaving nothing but the empty wall behind. My knees shook. That night, I nearly cried in the back room, wishing I'd never taken this job. By January, almost everyone on the night shift had quit. Some left without giving notice. A couple had even called in saying they couldn't come back because they saw things. HR wrote it off as stress or imagination. I stopped telling anyone what I was experiencing. I just endured it, night after night, heart racing, stomach in knots. I started sleeping with lights on at home, dreams haunted by shadows moving in aisles, whispers in the dark, the boy's wide, staring eyes. One night around 3 a.m., the store had been completely empty for hours. I was stacking shelves in the home goods section when I heard the sound of footsteps behind me, fast, running. I turned, ready to yell, and saw nothing. Then I heard a voice, soft, almost right in my ear. Leave. I spun around again. Empty. My skin crawled. I grabbed a broom and kept it in front of me, walking backwards slowly toward the exit. Every time I stopped, the voice whispered again, go. I ran the last 20 feet to the door, heart hammering, and slammed it shut behind me. I didn't look back. After that night, I put in my 2-week notice. I couldn't do it anymore. I quit, walked away, and didn't look back. But the memories didn't leave me. Sometimes months later, when I walk past the old Crestwood building on my way home, I see movement in the windows. Shadows that flicker just out of sync with the light. Sometimes I swear I hear whispers through the walls as I drive by, faint, indistinct, telling me to go. I try to convince myself it's imagination, but I know better. Something waits in that building, something that doesn't leave, that doesn't sleep, that watches the aisles long after the lights go out. Years later, I ran into Dan at a convenience store. He's older now, tired looking. He asked if I'd ever gone back to Crestwood. I shook my head. He told me he had to for inventory training. It's worse than before, he said quietly. The boy, he's still there. I felt my chest tighten. I knew exactly what he meant. He'd been seeing the same things I did. Some of the other night shift employees had gone missing over the years, but management never spoke of it. HR called it stress. The police called it unverified incidents. But anyone who worked nights at Crestwood knew not to go alone, knew not to linger in empty aisles, knew that when the lights flickered just so, it wasn't a malfunction, knew that something watches. I can't explain it. I don't know why it's there. I just know that if you ever find yourself working alone in a big store late at night, keep your back to the wall, never stop moving, and never ever look into the shadows. Story, the end. The first thing you learn working retail late at night is that silence is never really silence. The coolers hum, the old vents clatter, the lights buzz just loud enough to get under your skin. You tell yourself you'll get used to it, and maybe you do after a while, but there's always a part of your brain that stays awake, listening, waiting, bracing. I was 19 the year our store switched to 24 hours. It was a mid-sized discount chain, the kind of place people only remembered existed when they needed cheap toilet paper or a frying pan at 1 a.m. I'd been working there about 6 months, mostly day shifts, stocking cosmetics or organizing clearance racks, But Christmas season hit hard, and suddenly everyone who'd been there less time than me was bumped to nights. I figured it wouldn't be that bad. Quiet, boring, maybe creepy, but creepier things happened in the parking lot during the day than inside at night. I was wrong. My shift ran from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. There were 5 of us scheduled. Me, the shift lead named Riley, 2 guys in stockroom, and an older lady named Marianne, who mainly worked the register for the few customers who wandered in. She'd been with the company 10 years and had a knack for noticing when someone was trying to steal razors or slip gift cards into their sleeves. It was early December, a brutally cold night with wind that pushed against the sliding doors hard enough to make them hiss. Hardly anyone came in except a trucker buying cough drops and a couple arguing quietly over which brand of laundry detergent smelled less like chemicals. By 1:30 a.m., the store was empty again. Riley sent me to aisle 14 to straighten the toy section. It was always a disaster during the holidays. Boxes ripped open, balls bouncing around out of nowhere, stuffed animals tossed on top shelves like they'd grown wings. I grabbed a cart, a roll of tape for boxes that needed to be resealed, and forced myself not to check how many hours were left. The toy aisle felt too quiet, even for night shift. The shelves towered over me, stuffed so tightly with dolls and action figures they seemed to press inward. The overhead speakers played soft Christmas music, slightly distorted, like the system was too tired to make it sound cheerful. I knelt to pick up a board game someone had left half open on the floor. As I folded the cardboard back in place, something made a hollow tapping sound somewhere behind me. I stood. The aisle was empty. Another tap. This one came from the far end, near the large plush animals. I walked slowly, rolling the cart behind me. A red ball sat in the center of the floor, perfectly still. I didn't remember seeing it there a minute earlier. I nudged it with my shoe. It rolled a few inches and stopped. I was reaching for a fallen Lego set when the ball rolled again, without anyone touching it. This time, it didn't stop. It rolled steadily, not bouncing, not wobbling, like someone was guiding it with invisible hands. It made a soft whirring sound as it crossed the floor, moving straight toward me. My throat tightened. I stepped back, hitting a shelf with my shoulder. The ball stopped at my feet, then rolled backward, hard, like someone had kicked it. I froze. A little girl's giggle drifted down the aisle. I jerked around so fast I nearly knocked over an entire rack of puzzles. The aisle was completely empty. My heart hammered, each beat echoing in my ears. The giggle came again, farther away this time, near the seasonal aisle. I backed out of toys and practically speed walked toward the front. When I reached the registers, Marianne looked up from her crossword book. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah," I lied. "Just creepy back there," she snorted. "Honey, it's creepier in electronics. At least toys don't talk back." I wanted to argue. I didn't. Riley came over, clipboard in hand. "You done with toys?" "Not really," I admitted, "but you'll have time," he said. "We're slow tonight." I didn't want to go back there, but arguing meant explaining, and explaining meant sounding insane. So I grabbed my cart again and trudged back down the long aisle toward toys, forcing myself to breathe normally. Halfway there, the lights above flickered. Just once. But every aisle in the back half of the store blinked dark for a fraction of a second before humming back to life. I felt the temperature drop. It wasn't just the store's usual draft. It was bone-deep cold, like walking into a meat locker. My breath fogged faintly in front of me. I should have turned around. Instead, I kept going. When I reached toys, the aisle looked like a hurricane had blown through. Boxes on the floor, plush animals toppled. The red ball, nowhere in sight. I knew for a fact it had not looked like that when I'd walked away. I should have called Riley right then. But instead, stubborn or stupid, I started picking everything up as fast as I could, shoving toys back onto shelves. I just wanted to get out of that aisle. I was taping a ripped box shut when something on the shelf to my right made a sharp clicking noise. I turned. A baby doll with blinking eyes stared at me. Its chest rose and fell. It wasn't battery operated. I knew because we kept all the batteries locked in the front case after a rash of shoplifting the month before. The doll blinked again, then its mouth opened. It whispered something, too soft to hear. I dropped the box. The doll whispered again, louder this time, crackly like static. "Help." I stepped back. The doll's head turned, following me. I bolted. I didn't even pretend to keep it together. I ran straight to the front of the store, heart pounding like it was trying to break through my ribs. Riley met me halfway. "What the hell happened? You look like you saw." "Don't say it," Marianne murmured sharply from her register. Riley frowned. "Okay, what did you see?" "Someone's back there," I said, "or something. The toys, they moved. And the doll—" Before I could finish, a crash sounded from the back aisles, something heavy hitting the floor, then another, and another. A wave of noise rolled through the store like shelves were collapsing. Riley's face went pale. "Stockroom," he said into his radio. "You guys doing anything out here?" No response. He tried again. Silence. "Stay here," he said, but Marianne stood up, shaking her head. "Don't go alone. I'll be fine." "You won't," she said firmly. "Not back there." Riley hesitated, then sighed and motioned for us to follow him after all. We moved as a group, sticking close, walking slowly toward the toy aisle. The air grew colder with every step. By the time we passed aisle 11, I could see my breath. We reached toys and stopped. Every toy was on the floor, every single one, every shelf stripped bare, plush animals piled in mounds, dolls scattered in rows like someone had lined them up for inspection, action figures dismembered, pieces arranged in careful little circles, and in the center of it all, the red ball. It rolled toward us. None of us moved. The ball stopped at Riley's shoe. Marianne whispered, "We need to leave." Riley finally nodded. "Yeah, we're calling corporate. We're closing." We backed away slowly at first, but as soon as we reached the main walkway, we practically sped toward the front. We were 10 feet from the registers when the lights shut off. All of them. In absolute darkness, the store became something else. A cavern, a throat. Something moved behind us. Fast. We couldn't see it, but we could hear it. Small feet pattering across linoleum, toys clattering as they were dragged across the floor. A giggle. High. Childlike. Marianne gasped and grabbed my arm. Riley swore under his breath and fumbled for his phone flashlight. The beam cut a thin slice through the dark. Something darted across the aisle 30 feet behind us. Small. Low to the ground. We didn't wait. We ran. At the front, Riley yanked at the emergency override to open the sliding doors. They groaned but didn't budge. Behind us, something skittered closer. I turned. The flashlight beam caught a small figure standing halfway down the main aisle. A little girl, dripping wet, her skin pale and swollen like she'd been underwater for days. Her hair clung to her face. Her dress sagged like it was filled with river silt. She tilted her head. Then she smiled. The red ball bounced to her feet. She picked it up and giggled. My body locked. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Riley grabbed me and shoved me forward just as the doors finally released and slid open with a screech. We burst into the freezing night air, stumbling onto the sidewalk. Marianne was already outside, shaking badly. The girl did not follow us. She just stood there, watching us through the glass, still smiling, still holding the ball. We called the police. When they came, the store was normal. Lights on, shelves stocked, toys perfectly arranged, no mess, no cold, no girl, nothing. Corporate blamed the power outage and employee misperception due to stress. Riley quit within a week. Marianne transferred to day shift and refused to be in the store after dark ever again. I lasted another 2 months before I couldn't take walking past the toy aisle anymore. Even during the day, I felt watched. Cold spots would form beside me when I was zoning merchandise. Toys would be moved when I turned my back. And once, just once, I heard that giggle again. I don't shop in that store. I don't shop in any store late at night anymore. Sometimes, in the quiet of my apartment, when everything is still and the room is dark, I hear something rolling across the floor. Softly, deliberately. I don't look. I already know what it is. Story, the end. The night shift at the grocery store had always been something I tolerated rather than enjoyed. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed in a monotone drone, casting a sterile glow over aisles of canned goods and frozen dinners. Most nights were uneventful, just the occasional customer who wandered in too late or the hum of the refrigerators keeping the frozen section cold. But there was one night, a night I can't shake no matter how many years pass, when I realized the store didn't just feel empty, it felt wrong. I had been working overnight for almost a year at that point, mostly stocking shelves and cleaning up after the day shift. I was used to the quiet. In fact, it was the quiet that had drawn me to this particular job. It made the hours pass faster. That night, I was finishing up the end-of-aisle restock in the snack section. Bags of chips, boxes of crackers, cookies stacked neatly when I noticed something odd. There was a man standing at the end of aisle 12. I hadn't seen him walk in, and the doors had been locked for at least 30 minutes. He was tall, dressed in a dark hoodie and jeans, but it wasn't his clothing that made my stomach twist. It was the fact that he wasn't moving. Not at all, just standing there, staring down the aisle at me. I cleared my throat. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice sounding louder than I intended. He didn't respond. I took a step toward him. He didn't flinch, didn't acknowledge me, just stood there. I wanted to tell myself he was a lost customer, maybe someone who wandered in after hours and got locked in, but there was no way he could have gotten past the locked doors without me noticing. A sudden cold shiver ran down my spine. I backed up slightly, trying to keep a safe distance. "Sir, the store is closed," I said, forcing my voice to stay calm. "You need to leave." Still nothing. I decided to call security. My phone was in the break room on the counter where I'd left it. I turned to walk away, and a hand touched my shoulder. I jumped, spinning around. Nobody was there. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I walked faster, practically running toward the break room. I grabbed my phone, fingers shaking, and dialed the store's main security line. No answer. The line was dead. The lights above flickered, then went out in one long, drawn-out blackout. I froze. The only light came from the emergency exit signs and the dim glow of the streetlights outside the front doors. I felt exposed, vulnerable, and completely alone. Then I heard it, a soft shuffle, like someone dragging their feet along the linoleum floor. It came from aisle 12. My stomach dropped. I told myself it was a stock cart rolling, or maybe a maintenance worker somewhere in the building, but instinct screamed otherwise. The shuffling stopped abruptly, replaced by silence, heavy and suffocating. I grabbed a flashlight from the cleaning supplies closet and shined it down aisle 12. Nothing. Empty. I started to breathe a little easier, convincing myself it had been my imagination until I heard a whisper. "Leave." It was faint, almost indistinguishable from the hum of the refrigerators, but my gut told me it had been real. I froze, flashlight trembling in my hand. Then the whisper came again, louder this time. "Now!" Panic overtook me. I turned and ran toward the front doors, flashlight bouncing wildly, illuminating shelves and fallen boxes. Something moved in the corner of my eye, a shadow that didn't match anything on the shelves. I spun to look, but again, nothing. I reached the doors and yanked at the handle, locked. My hands were slick with sweat. I could hear it now, footsteps. Not just shuffling, but slow, deliberate steps following me through the store. I could feel its presence behind me, something inhumanly close. Yet, when I dared to glance back, the aisle was empty. I slammed my shoulder against the door, locked. I yanked again, this time harder. It clicked, then slid open. I stumbled out into the parking lot, gasping for air. The night was cold, the kind of cold that makes you shiver to the bone. I ran to my car, threw myself inside, and locked the doors. My heart was racing, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I stayed in the car for a long time, staring at the store. The lights inside flickered back on, and through the windows I swore I saw someone or something watching me. Tall, thin, shadowed, featureless. And then, just like that, it disappeared. The next day I called the manager to explain. She laughed nervously. "It's probably just the lights," she said. "Old stores like this can play tricks on your eyes. Don't let it get to you." But I knew what I had seen. Something was in that store, and it wasn't human. It didn't behave like one. It waited. It watched, and it followed. After that night, I tried not to be alone on shifts. I stayed with coworkers whenever possible, but the store had started running skeleton crews, and inevitably I was left alone again. Each night, the sounds came back, the soft shuffle of feet when no one was there, whispers that seemed to echo just beyond the shelves, shadows that moved against the pull of the fluorescent light. A few weeks later, another coworker, Marcy, quit suddenly. She refused to explain why. A few nights after that, Todd, the guy who trained me when I first started, didn't show up for his shift. When the manager called him, there was no answer. Later, someone mentioned they saw him moving out of town, pale and quiet, refusing to talk to anyone. I stayed because I needed the paycheck. I told myself I could handle it, that it was just stress, imagination, too many late nights. But the fear never went away. It only grew. One night, about 2 months after the first encounter, I was cleaning the bathroom in the back when I heard it again. The whisper, soft but unmistakable, behind you. I spun. Nothing. The mirrors reflected only me, hunched over the sink, scrubbing soap scum from the porcelain. I could feel its gaze on me, pressing down through the glass, heavy and suffocating. Then the lights went out, complete darkness. The emergency lights flickered, but only dimly, casting long, crawling shadows across the walls. My flashlight sat on the counter, too far for me to reach. I was trapped, and then I saw movement. Out of the corner of my eye, the shadows stretched along the hallway, tall, impossibly tall, moving closer without making a sound. My legs refused to move. My mouth went dry. A cold hand, unseen, pressed against my shoulder. I screamed and bolted, running through the aisles blindly, knocking over displays, crashing into shelves. Somewhere in the distance, a low, guttural laugh echoed, following me, chasing me. I reached the front doors again, yanking them open, and sprinted to my car. I didn't stop until I reached my apartment, and even then I locked every door and window, double-checked them, triple-checked them, shaking all the while. I never went back. I quit the job the next day, but the memory followed me. Every time I pass a big box store, every time I hear a hum of fluorescent lights in the night, I feel that presence again, the watching, waiting, patient something that stalks the quiet hours when no one else is around. Some of my old coworkers stayed. Some moved on, but every so often I get a text from someone who's still working nights. Short messages, cryptic. It's back in aisle 12. Don't go alone. You can't see it in the light. I don't respond. I don't need to. I know what it is, and I know it waits for the next night, the next worker, the next person foolish enough to be alone in the store when it decides to appear. I've tried to forget it, tried to tell myself it was a combination of stress, exhaustion, and the eerie quiet of a store after hours. But sometimes late at night, when the house is still and the lights flicker just enough, I hear it again. Soft footsteps, a whisper, breathing behind me. I never turn around. I can't. Because I know it's there and I know it waits, always waits. Story the end. It was my first week working nights at the big box store in a small Ohio town, and I quickly realized that the quiet hours weren't as peaceful as I'd thought. I was 20, just out of high school, and working the overnight shift was supposed to be simple. Stock shelves, help the occasional late-night shopper, and clock out at 6 a.m. Easy money. What I didn't expect was how lonely it could feel, and how quickly that loneliness could turn into fear. The first night, I was assigned to the electronics aisle, restocking headphones and phone chargers. The store was empty except for a single customer in the grocery section near the back. I liked the quiet at first, the hum of the fluorescent lights above, the distant buzz of the air conditioning. But then I noticed something. The security cameras didn't always seem to match what I could see. Once, I was arranging DVDs and the monitor showed movement behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The aisle was empty. I shrugged it off. It had to be a glitch, right? Around 1:30 a.m., a man walked in. He was tall, thin, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled over his face. He didn't approach the electronics like a normal customer. Instead, he lingered near the entrance, staring at the floor. His presence made the air feel heavier. I forced a smile. "Can I help you find anything?" He looked up slowly. His eyes were pale, almost gray, and cold. "No," he said softly. "Just looking." I returned to my task, trying to ignore him, but every so often I caught him in my peripheral vision, standing still, unmoving, watching me. The feeling of being observed gnawed at me. After a few minutes, I decided to check the storage room in the back to retrieve more stock. As I walked through the aisle, I heard it. A soft scrape of shoes against tile. It wasn't coming from the customer at the entrance. It was behind me. My stomach dropped. "Hello," I called, my voice trembling slightly. No answer. I tried to convince myself it was just the hum of the store or maybe a trick of the old floor tiles. But the scrape happened again. Closer this time, deliberate, slow. I spun around. Empty aisle. Nothing. I grabbed the flashlight from under the counter and slowly made my way toward the back. The storeroom door creaked as I pushed it open. Shelves of extra stock stared back at me. I shone the flashlight across the floor, and I could have sworn I saw movement in the shadows. I froze, trying to calm myself, but there was nothing. I backed out slowly, my heart hammering, and returned to the counter. That's when I noticed something on the security monitor. A shadow moving across the floor in an aisle I wasn't near. Slow, deliberate, not like a person wandering. Something darker, too tall, too thin. I decided to ignore it, just my imagination. Around 3 a.m., the man in the hoodie disappeared. The store was silent again. I tried to focus on the remaining tasks, restocking, organizing, cleaning, but the unease never left. Every flicker of light, every small sound, the beeping of the scanner, the hum of the fridge made me jump. Then came the whisper. Low, deliberate, almost beneath hearing. My name. I froze. The back of my neck prickled. I wasn't sure if it was real, but my gut screamed that it was. I bolted to the front entrance. The door was locked from the inside. The alarm panel wasn't responding. Panic surged through me. I ran to the storage room and locked myself inside. My flashlight's beam trembled in my hands. I could hear breathing. Slow, deliberate, too close. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt paralyzed. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time lost meaning. I stayed in that room, flashlight clutched like a lifeline, listening. Occasionally, I heard the scrape of shoes, footsteps that didn't belong to me. Finally, around 4:30 a.m., I worked up the courage to check the front door. Empty parking lot, no one in sight, no footprints, nothing. I left the store immediately after that, driving home in silence, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. The next week, I was back. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. My manager would have laughed it off. But things escalated. Objects moved when I wasn't looking. Boxes of stock I hadn't touched were on the floor. My flashlight would flicker and die even when the batteries were new. And that sense of being watched never left. One night, I heard the bell over the entrance ring. I looked up. Nobody there. Then muddy footprints led from the front door to the storage room, then vanished. I checked the cameras. Nothing. Empty store. Just me. I started carrying pepper spray, my phone, anything I could use to defend myself. I refused to go into the storage room alone, and I never walked down certain aisles at night. But no precautions helped. The presence was always there, just beyond sight. Weeks later, during a particularly quiet night, I was counting inventory in the storeroom. Everything was still. Then the temperature dropped suddenly. My breath came out in visible puffs. The flashlight flickered and went out. The whisper came again, clearer this time. You can't leave. I spun around, but the room was empty. My heart was racing. Then I saw it. On the dusty window of the storeroom, letters smudged as if drawn with fingers. Stay. I screamed, pounding on the door until it finally opened. I ran out, shaking, never looking back. After that, I refused night shifts alone. I switched to days whenever I could, but even in broad daylight I could never forget it. The cold, the whispers, the feeling of eyes on me when no one was there. Months later, the store was broken into. Nothing stolen. Security cameras showed only static during the break-in. Employees whispered about shadows moving in the aisles and voices that weren't human. Some quit immediately. Others refused night shifts. I moved away eventually, but sometimes late at night I still hear it. The faint scrape of shoes on tile, the whisper of my name. And I know that whatever followed me from that store didn't stop when I left. It's waiting, always just out of sight. Story the end. I started working at the 24-hour Walmart in rural Indiana during my senior year of high school. Nights were my favorite shift because it was quiet and I got paid extra. But quiet can be deceiving in a retail store after midnight, and it's amazing how fast things can go from mundane to terrifying. It began one Friday in mid-November. I was working alone in the toy aisle, straightening shelves and scanning for misplaced items. The store was nearly empty, just a handful of late-night shoppers and a janitor cleaning the floors. Around 1:15 a.m., I noticed a man standing in the corner of the aisle, watching me. He wore a dark hoodie with the hood pulled low over his face. At first, I thought he was just browsing, but after 10 minutes, he hadn't moved a single inch, and every time I looked up, he was still staring. I tried to ignore him, but the feeling of being watched became oppressive. I called over the walkie-talkie to my manager, hoping she might see him on the security cameras. "Hey, you got eyes on aisle 12?" I asked quietly. Static answered me first. Then, almost like a whisper, "I'm right here." I froze. What?" Nothing. I clicked the walkie-talkie off and stared at the man. He hadn't moved. I told myself I was imagining it. Stores can play tricks on your eyes, especially at night. But when I blinked, the corner where he had been standing was empty. I checked the security camera feed on the monitor behind the registers. A tall figure in a hoodie lingered in aisle 12 for what looked like minutes, but when I turned to look again, no one was there. By 2 a.m., the store had thinned out further. Only the self-checkout lane had a few customers, and the janitor had finished his rounds. I was tasked with restocking the seasonal section near the garden center, which was usually empty at this hour. As I pushed a pallet of fake Christmas trees toward the end of the aisle, I heard the faintest scrape behind me. I spun around, expecting a box to have fallen, or maybe a stray cart. Nothing. I shook it off and continued stacking trees, but then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, following me as I moved down the aisle. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I started again. They resumed, keeping pace. My heart rate jumped. I called for my manager over the walkie. No response. The static on the other end hummed, and then came that whisper again. Don't move. I bolted toward the main aisle. No one. The store was silent, except for the faint hum of the refrigerators and the overhead fluorescent lights buzzing softly. I checked the security monitors again. Every aisle looked empty, except the garden center. The camera feed there was glitching, flickering between black and static. In the brief moments when the feed cleared, I saw a figure standing between the racks of garden lights, motionless, facing the camera. But every time I blinked, it vanished. By 3 a.m., I was visibly shaking. My manager, Lisa, came to the front registers to check on me after seeing me pacing and muttering to myself. I told her about the man, the whispers, the footsteps, the glitching cameras. She frowned, tension in her jaw. You're not the first to see things, she said quietly. Sometimes employees have experiences here. I tried to laugh it off, but my stomach twisted. Experiences? Like what? She didn't answer right away. Then she said, we had a stock guy last year who disappeared for nearly an hour. We found him in the back storage room, crouched behind boxes, shaking, whispering about someone watching him. He never came back to nights. I stopped breathing for a second. That's when the intercom crackled. A low, gravelly voice came through, so faint I almost didn't hear it. I'm behind you. I spun around. Empty aisle, boxes of Christmas decorations stacked neatly. Nothing. Lisa grabbed my arm and steered me toward the office. Call the police if you feel unsafe, she said. I'll stay. We stayed in the office for the next 20 minutes, trying to calm down. The store was quiet. Too quiet. Then the lights flickered and went out. Emergency lights kicked in, casting long shadows across the office. I could see the garden center cameras on the monitor, flickering between black and static. And then I saw it. A figure, tall and thin, standing in the shadows of the garden center. Hood up, face obscured, motionless, watching. I froze. My hands shook as I grabbed the office phone to call the police. When the feed flickered back to black, the figure was gone. The officers arrived 15 minutes later, but found nothing. No forced entry, no footprints, no sign anyone had been there. They suggested stress, sleep deprivation, hallucinations. But Lisa and I both knew we weren't imagining it. The next few nights were worse. Objects moved on their own. Stocked boxes toppled over. Dolls in the toy aisle would appear turned to face me when I knew I hadn't moved them. And always, the whispers. Soft, taunting, always seeming to come from the aisle behind me. One night, around 2:45 a.m., I was alone in the store counting inventory. The walkie buzzed. Not with static, not with another employee, just a whisper, clear as day. I see you. I dropped the clipboard and ran to the front. I locked myself in the office, shaking, heart pounding. Lisa wasn't there. She had left early after a long shift. I stayed in that office until dawn, trying to convince myself that it was over, that maybe I had been imagining things. Weeks later, a coworker, Jake, told me about an incident that had happened while I was on a different shift. He said he saw the same figure I had seen on the cameras, tall, hooded, face invisible. It followed him through the aisles. He ran to the back stockroom and hid, and the figure never entered the stockroom, but it loitered in the aisle outside, staring through the glass panels on the doors. Jake quit the next day. I lasted another month. Every night, the sense of being watched intensified. The figure appeared in cameras, sometimes in mirrors, sometimes in the corner of my vision when I was certain I was alone. The whispers became more insistent. I know you. Don't leave. Stay. One night, I was closing alone. Lisa had gone home. The other employees called in sick. Around 3 a.m., I was walking toward the stockroom to retrieve a cart, and I heard someone laughing softly behind me. Not a normal laugh, a dry, hollow chuckle. I froze. The lights flickered. The store felt impossibly large, the shadows stretching unnaturally. I turned, and standing at the end of the aisle was the figure. Hood up, head tilted, hands hanging unnaturally at its sides. It didn't move as I stepped backward. My instinct screamed to run. I bolted toward the front exit, heart hammering. The automatic doors opened, and I ran into the cold night air without looking back. I didn't return to nights after that. Day shifts were easier, less oppressive. But I still work in retail, and sometimes when I'm in an empty store late at night, I feel that same oppressive weight, that same sense of being watched. And sometimes just for a second, I think I see a dark figure lurking at the end of an aisle, hood up, head tilted. Even years later, I still get chills remembering that store. I don't know what it was, human, spirit, something else entirely, but I know it was real. And I know that if I had stayed just one more hour on that night shift, I might not have left. The overnight shift at a discount retail store isn't supposed to be exciting. That's what everyone told me when I applied. Steady pay, quiet hours, mostly stocking shelves and cleaning up the chaos left behind from the daytime rush. I was 22, broke, and desperate for a job after moving to Indiana to live with my cousin. The manager, a middle-aged guy with a soft voice and coffee-stained teeth, hired me after a 5-minute interview in which he mostly apologized for how understaffed they were. My first week passed normally enough. A few rude customers lingering past closing time, a couple of kids trying to shoplift energy drinks, a drunk man who asked if we sold frozen hamburgers shaped like Jesus. But nothing seriously unsettling. Until the night of the storm. It was late October, and the weather had turned ugly fast. Wind slammed against the automatic doors hard enough to rattle the entryway, and rain smacked the windows in sideways sheets like someone was throwing handfuls of gravel. I was working with only one other employee that night, an older woman named Karen, who'd been at the store for almost a decade. She was one of those workers who'd seen everything and didn't get ruffled by much. A little before midnight, she came to find me while I was restocking laundry detergent. She looked unusually tense. "You ever hear the story about our after-hours shopper?" she asked quietly. I laughed, thinking she was joking. "Can't say I have." Her expression didn't change. "Just stick by the registers after midnight. If you hear anything weird in the back aisles, don't go check it alone. Radio me first." Before I could ask more, the power flickered. The lights dimmed, buzzed, then steadied. Karen muttered something under her breath about the generator and went to call the manager. I kept working, but the night felt heavier somehow. The storm outside roared like an angry engine, and every thump or creak in the store made me pause. Retail buildings make plenty of noise. They settle, vents click on, metal shelves expand, but something about those sounds felt watched. Around 12:20, I was walking past aisle 9 when I heard the distinct squeak of a shopping cart. Not unusual, except we hadn't had a customer in almost an hour, and I definitely hadn't seen anyone come in. The front doors chimed whenever they opened, and I was standing close enough to hear if someone had slipped through. The squeaking continued, slow, uneven, like a cart with one bad wheel. I peeked around the corner. The aisle was empty. At the far end, though, the cart that had been pushed against the Easter clearance shelf earlier was now halfway down the row. I stared. Maybe Karen moved it. Maybe I just didn't notice it before. But then it shifted again, just a few inches, but enough that I heard the metal rattle. My throat tightened. "Karen?" I called out. No answer. I walked backwards until I reached the end of the aisle and then hurried toward the registers. Karen wasn't there. The radio crackled uselessly when I tried calling her. The squeak of the cart sounded again, this time from aisle 11. I felt stupid for panicking, but my nerves were winding tighter with every second. I grabbed a flashlight from under the register and headed toward aisle 11. The flashlight flickered once, then steadied, throwing long, shaky shadows across the polished floor. Halfway there, the power flickered again, lights stuttering like a dying heartbeat. For a moment, the store was nearly dark, just a dim emergency glow casting eerie silhouettes. That's when I heard the footsteps. Soft, dragging footsteps like someone shuffling in wet shoes. My pulse hammered. "Hello? The store's closed. If you need help, you can come up front." No answer, just the dragging steps and breathing. Not my breathing. Slow, raspy, wet-sounding. I pointed the flashlight toward the sound. The beam cut through the aisle and illuminated the shape of a man at the far end. He was facing away from me, shoulders hunched, clothes soaked. His head hung unnaturally low, like his neck couldn't support it. One of his hands gripped the handle of the cart. "Sir?" My voice cracked. "We're closed. You're going to need to come up to the register." He didn't move. I stepped closer, keeping the flashlight on him. The cart's front wheel twitched like someone was subtly rocking it back and forth. The man's other arm hung at his side, swinging slightly, too slightly, like it wasn't fully attached. "Sir?" He raised his head, not fully, just enough that I saw his face, or what was left of it. Half his jaw seemed missing. Not torn off, but absent, like a smudged detail in a painting. His skin looked waterlogged, grayish, with deep cracks running across it as if it had been left in the sun to dry for weeks. His eyes were sunken, but not empty. They flicked to me with a startling sharpness. I stumbled backward, barely managing to hold onto the flashlight. That's when the lights went completely dark. Everything disappeared. The aisles, the man, the cart. The storm outside howled louder, like the wind itself was trying to tear through the building. I fumbled with the flashlight, my breath catching, my heart crashing against my ribs. The beam finally returned, shaky and narrow. He was gone. The cart was gone. The aisle was empty. I turned to run, but slammed straight into Karen. I screamed, dropping the flashlight. It clattered across the floor, rolling, spinning light wildly around us. Karen grabbed my arms. "What the hell happened?" she demanded. I tried to speak, but only managed to choke out fragments. "There was a guy. He was right there. Face, jaw." Karen's expression hardened. "You saw him." "What do you mean, saw him? Who is he?" She took a long breath. "Come to the break room, now." I didn't want to walk deeper into the store, but she insisted. My knees felt weak, and the flashlight beam shook violently in my hand as we navigated the aisles. Karen locked the break room door behind us and turned on the emergency lantern. There, in the orange glow, she told me the story. 10 years earlier, before she worked there, a homeless man used to wander the area behind the store. People said he slept in the loading dock or rummaged through dumpster bins looking for food. Employees complained about him but he never caused real trouble, until a stormy night, not unlike this one, when he came inside to ask for help. According to the older staff, he looked sick, skin ashen, coughing like he could barely breathe. He told the manager he needed water and a place to sit. The manager refused, threatened to call the police, and ordered him out. The man hesitated at the door, looking at the employees like he had something to say. But before he could, a seizure hit. He collapsed. Instead of calling for medical help, the manager dragged him outside, left him beside the loading dock, and locked the doors. By morning, he was dead. Exposure, the coroner ruled. Hypothermia compounded by pneumonia. The store kept everything quiet, but the night shift staff started reporting strange things afterward. Cart noises when no customers were inside, a figure standing at the end of aisles, items moved or stacked in strange patterns. One woman claimed he tried to speak to her, but only air came out, wet, rattling air. "When he shows up," Karen said quietly, "he's usually harmless. He's stuck, confused, looking for something he never got." "Help?" I whispered. She nodded. "Or maybe just kindness." I didn't know what to say. The idea that the gaunt, half-faced figure I saw had once been a living man abandoned in the cold made a sick sort of sense. Fear twisted with something else. Guilt? Pity? Before I could ask more, we heard it, the squeaking cart, right outside the break room door. Karen's face went pale. "He's never come this close before," she whispered. The wheel squeaked again, and again. Slow. Purposeful. The breathing followed, the same ragged, drowning breaths I'd heard in the aisle. Something brushed against the door, making the thin metal vibrate. I held my own breath, gripping the flashlight until my knuckles hurt. Karen reached over and turned off the lantern, plunging us into near darkness except for the trembling beam of my light. Then the door handle began to turn. Not quickly. Gently. Like someone who didn't understand how a door worked was testing its movement. Karen stepped forward quietly and pressed her hand against the handle to keep it from turning. I could see her arm trembling in the dim light. "Please," she whispered under her breath, "not tonight." The handle released. Silence. Then the sound of footsteps retreating down the hall. The cart squeaked. Once, twice, then nothing but the storm and our breathing. We waited 5 full minutes before Karen unlocked the door. "You go to the front," she ordered. "I'll check the aisles." "No way. Trust me. He doesn't show himself to me." That didn't make me feel better, but I didn't argue. I moved quickly through the main walkway toward the registers, my flashlight swinging over shelves and displays. Every shadow seemed too long. Every movement of the storm outside made me jerk. When I reached the front of the store, I froze. There, right next to the entrance, was a shopping cart. But it wasn't just sitting there. Inside it were items carefully arranged: a bottle of water, a small blanket from the seasonal aisle, a package of cough drops, a can of soup, and on top, resting gently against the blanket, was a price tag scanner, flashing the word "help" in red block letters. I backed away slowly, every hair on my body standing on end. Karen arrived behind me moments later, panting lightly. When she saw the cart, her face softened, not with fear, but with something close to sorrow. "He does this sometimes," she murmured. "It's like, he's reminding us." I didn't sleep after that shift. I didn't sleep the next day either. But I did return to work. And every night after that, no matter how tired or annoyed or overworked I was, I made a point of leaving a bottle of water at the end of aisle 10. Not because I believed it would help him, not because I expected anything in return, because no one should be turned away in their worst moment. Some nights the water stayed untouched. Other nights I'd find the empty bottle neatly placed in a cart near the back. I never saw the man again as clearly as I had that stormy night, but sometimes when the store was silent and the air felt heavy, I'd hear that faint, uneven wheel squeaking somewhere in the aisles, like someone was still wandering, still searching, still waiting for a kindness that came too late. Story the end. It was a Monday night, the kind of slow, uneventful night that should have been easy to get through. I was working at a small grocery store on the outskirts of a sleepy town in Ohio, the kind of place where the only excitement usually came from someone trying to buy beer with expired ID. The fluorescent lights flickered faintly, giving the aisles a slightly sickly glow. I'd been closing the store alone for a few months, and I'd grown used to the routine: the hum of the freezers, the beep of the scanners, the quiet shuffle of late-night customers. Around 10:30 p.m., the last customer left. I was alone, finishing restocking the snack aisle, when I heard the sound of the front door chime. That was odd. No one should have been coming in at that hour. I looked up and saw a man standing in the entrance. He was tall and thin, wearing a dark hoodie pulled low over his face, and he wasn't moving like a normal customer. He just stood there, staring. I forced a polite smile and said, "Hi, can I help you find something?" No response. I repeated myself, a little louder this time. Still nothing. I noticed his hands were in his pockets, but they seemed to be moving slightly, as if fiddling with something. My gut tightened. I went behind the counter, trying to keep a safe distance, and asked him again if he needed anything. That's when he slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. Not a small pocket knife, but one of those big hunting knives, the kind you don't normally see in a grocery store. I froze, my heart pounding. I couldn't just run. The only exit was past him. He took a step toward me, slowly, deliberately. I grabbed the phone behind the counter and dialed 911, whispering into the receiver about the situation. The dispatcher told me to stay calm and keep the line open. I could hear the man's breathing now, slow and steady, and the scrape of his shoes against the tile floor as he advanced. Suddenly, he stopped. He was maybe 10 feet away from me, staring directly into my eyes, and he whispered, almost inaudibly, "You shouldn't be here." His voice was rough, like he hadn't spoken to anyone in weeks. I swallowed hard, trying to keep calm. Then, just as suddenly, he turned and walked out the door, disappearing into the night. I was shaking so badly I could barely hang up the phone. The police arrived a few minutes later, but when they checked the security footage, the man had vanished. There was no sign he had ever been there, except for the slight smudge on the floor where he had stood. I tried to put the incident behind me, but the next few nights were worse. I started noticing strange things, small things at first. A can of soda knocked over on a shelf when I was sure I'd placed it straight. The sound of footsteps in the aisles when I was the only one in the store. Occasionally, I thought I saw a shadow moving at the edge of my vision, just out of reach. One night, while I was counting inventory in the back storage room, I heard whispers. Soft, low murmurs that seemed to come from the ceiling. I froze, straining to hear the words, but they were just out of reach, almost like someone speaking underwater. My flashlight flickered, and I swear I saw a figure crouched in the corner, too tall and too thin to be human, watching me. When I blinked, it was gone. The store manager didn't believe me when I told him. He said I was overworked, that maybe I was imagining things. But I knew what I had seen. I wasn't the only one who felt it. Other employees started leaving the night shifts, complaining about the feeling of being watched, of something moving just out of sight. It got worse during the week before Halloween. One night, I was working alone again, and the store was completely empty. I was restocking shelves near the frozen foods when I heard the door chime, even though I hadn't seen anyone come in. I looked up, and there was a man standing there, a different one this time. He was shorter, stockier, wearing a dark coat and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. His hands were pressed to his sides, but I could feel the tension in the air. "Can I help you?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. He just walked slowly down the aisle, moving in a way that felt unnatural, almost like he was gliding. I tried to follow him with my eyes, but he seemed to disappear behind the frozen food freezers. I took a step forward, and he suddenly appeared right in front of me. I stumbled back, almost falling over a display of chips. When I looked up, he was gone again. I ran to the front counter and locked the door, my hands trembling. I didn't sleep that night. The next evening, I arrived early for my shift, hoping the strange occurrences were just temporary. I found a message written on one of the freezer doors in what looked like red marker: "You can't hide." My stomach dropped. I wiped it off quickly, telling myself it was a prank, but the feeling of being watched never left. That night, while I was alone again, I heard scratching sounds coming from the ceiling tiles above the aisles. I grabbed a flashlight and went to check, but when I removed the panel, there was nothing, just the empty space above the store. I replaced the tile and backed away slowly, my heart racing. A week later, the store had a delivery in the middle of the night. I was unloading boxes from the truck when I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The boxes were stacked in a way that blocked my view of the back storage area. I heard a whisper. My name. Just my name, low and rough, like it came from deep inside someone's chest. I froze. "Hello?" I called, my voice shaking. Silence. After that night, I started carrying a baseball bat with me whenever I worked alone. I checked every door and lock multiple times, never letting my guard down, but the sense of unease never left. Customers began reporting strange occurrences too, seeing shadows move in the aisles, hearing whispers when no one else was around. Then came the night when the break-in happened. I arrived for my shift around 9 p.m. and found the front glass door shattered. The police were already there, taking photos and dusting for fingerprints. Nothing had been stolen, but the layout of the store was strange, everything slightly rearranged, as if someone had been pacing. The officers told me no one had ever reported anything like this in the store's history. No suspects, no footage, nothing. Yet the door was broken. One officer gave me a look and said, "Sometimes it's not the theft that's scary, it's the presence. You feel it, even if no one's there." From that night on, the incidents escalated. Lights flickered without reason. Stock was moved overnight. Employees reported hearing footsteps pacing the aisles while no one was there. Whispers, faint at first, grew louder. I even started seeing figures standing just at the edge of my vision, tall and dark, watching from the shadows. One night, while counting cash in the office, the lights flickered out completely. I fumbled for my phone and shone it around the room. That's when I saw it, written across the wall in what looked like blood. "You're next." I dropped the phone, shattering it, and ran to the front door. Outside, there was nothing. The parking lot was empty, the street lamps humming softly. I quit the next week. I couldn't handle it anymore. Co-workers later reported similar experiences after I left. Doors opening by themselves, strange figures appearing in the aisles, whispers calling their names. The store eventually closed, not because of sales, but because no one would work there anymore. Years later, I drive past that corner occasionally. The building is boarded up, covered in graffiti. Locals say it's haunted. I don't doubt it. I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what I felt. That presence, the shadows, the whispers, the feeling of being watched, never truly leaves. Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still hear the scrape of shoes on linoleum or a low whisper of my name. It's never just a story in a grocery store. It follows you. And from what I've learned talking to other retail workers, it's not unique to me. Some stores have a darkness that waits for night shifts, a kind of hunger that preys on those who are alone and vulnerable. I learned the hard way that working nights isn't just exhausting, it can be terrifying, and it can leave marks that never heal. Story the end. It started as an ordinary Tuesday night at the Walmart in suburban Illinois. I was on the overnight shift, scheduled from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and closing shifts were always the worst. There was something about empty aisles, fluorescent lights humming overhead, and the occasional echo of carts rolling down the polished floors that made the store feel alive in a way that wasn't comforting. Around midnight, a man came in. Nothing immediately strange about him. Jeans, dark hoodie, baseball cap. But the way he moved caught my attention. He wasn't just walking. He was gliding down the aisles, his head slightly tilted, eyes scanning everything but never stopping. I've worked retail long enough to notice people who are off, and this guy was definitely off. I was stocking the shelves near the electronics section when I first noticed him staring. Not glancing, staring. His gaze felt heavy, almost piercing. I froze, trying not to make it obvious, pretending to adjust a stack of DVD cases while I watched him. He didn't look away. When he finally started moving again, it was deliberate, slow, almost predatory. I kept telling myself he was probably just lost or bored, but my gut twisted in knots. I turned back to the shelves, but when I looked again, he had disappeared. I mean, completely gone. There were no other aisles he could have walked into unnoticed, and the store cameras didn't catch him moving anywhere. My stomach dropped. I called the manager on my walkie-talkie, but she was in the office, headphones on, probably ignoring it. I took a deep breath, telling myself it was probably nothing. I had to finish stocking anyway. 15 minutes later, the intercom buzzed, and I made the standard closing announcement. Attention shoppers, we'll be closing in 30 minutes. Please bring your final selections to the front. No one came forward. Of course not. Except I heard it, a faint shuffling sound, almost like someone dragging their feet across the floor. I turned toward the main aisle and saw him. He was standing at the end of the electronics aisle, not moving but staring directly at me. My heart raced. I tried to pretend I didn't notice him, but it was impossible. I took a cautious step forward, clearing my throat. "Sir, can I help you find something?" He didn't answer, just tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Then he took a slow step toward me. My stomach sank. I backed away, moving toward the front registers. He followed, matching my pace without speaking. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. "Sir, you need to check out or leave," I said, forcing a calm tone. He stopped for a second, then slowly smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was hollow, wrong. "You're alone," he whispered. That's when panic set in. Not the kind of panic where you breathe fast and shake. It was deeper. The kind that grips your chest, freezes your blood, makes your stomach turn over itself. I pressed the panic button under the register, but it only made a faint click. No security, no backup, nothing. He took another step closer. I could see the outline of his hand moving toward his pocket. Knife? Gun? I didn't know, and I didn't want to find out. "Security! Now!" I yelled into the walkie-talkie. My voice cracked. Finally a voice. "I'm on my way." He froze. That gave me just enough time. I grabbed a box cutter from the counter and held it in front of me, hands shaking violently. "I don't want trouble," I said. "Just leave." He tilted his head again, slow, deliberate. Then he whispered, "You'll never leave here alone again." I bolted. My legs felt like lead, but I ran toward the emergency exit at the back of the store. I flung the door open, and the cold night air hit me. I sprinted across the parking lot, not looking back, until I saw a security car pulling in. I waved frantically. The officers searched the store and the surrounding parking lot, but he was gone. CCTV footage later showed him moving through the aisles in a completely normal pattern, nothing out of place. But I saw him. He had been following me, watching me. I never closed alone again, and I never stopped seeing him, at least in my mind. The dreams started a few nights later, standing in the empty aisles, whispering my name, always just out of reach. A week later, one of my coworkers who had stayed late told me she saw him too. Same hoodie, same movement, same hollow stare. She froze, just like I did. Then he vanished. No one ever found him. The manager eventually added more cameras, panic buttons, and stopped allowing employees to close alone. But the fear never left. Even months later, walking into any store after dark, I check the aisles twice, always. I see shadows in the corners, fleeting glimpses of someone moving, always watching, always patient, always waiting, because some people, or whatever he was, never really leave. They wait for the next person who thinks they can handle closing alone. They watch, they follow, and when the moment is right, they make themselves known. I quit retail entirely after that. I avoid stores at night now, and sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear the faint whisper, "You'll never leave here alone again." Story the end.